It's funny that you say that because, of course, I was sort of looking at the race schedule and 196 races or something to get through. So they have to be pretty short and sharp to get all of them done.
Yeah, you're quite right, Noel. And once we get the rolling starts going, they'll start the 3-minute hooter on the start boat and they'll try not to stop. So any delays could cause a bit of a backlog. But the idea is that once we're rolling with starts, we just keep going all day and we get, like you say, up to 190 races in. I think that's the plan.
And it's not a case of one group would race, finish, and then the next one will start. I mean, when we say we're rolling, there's going to be 2 races going on the same course. It's quite the operation.
Yeah, exactly. So the go of one start will be the 3 minutes of the next start. So we could have 2, maybe even 3 races on the same course at the same time. So multiply that by 3 separate courses, we could potentially have 9 races going on at the same time. So it's going to be all action today.
Okay, cool. Well, listen, Patrick, I'm gonna let you go, and what we will do is we'll come back to Patrick in a minute because the Fireflies are heading out. That's the youth boat, and we're going to jump straight in with the youth, the first youth race, which is going to be Radley versus MCS, I believe. So they are making their way down there at the moment. We have also got Jake out on the pre-junior course, and I wonder if I could just bring Jake in at the moment just to have a little bit of a look. Well, Jake, I can see you right now. You're live at the moment, Jake, but you're just still making your way down there. It's quite a pontoon that you're on. There's an awful lot of ribs. There's an awful lot of movement going on, but I can see the boat starting to launch now.
Yeah, absolutely. We're having a pretty good time. As you said, the wind is fantastic across the course. We're waiting for the Fevers to launch. We're just getting our umpire flag so that we're ready for our resident umpire in our rib, which is Arthur. Give us a wave, Arthur. There he is. He's loving it. He's ready. He's armed to the teeth with flags. So, yeah, we're looking for a really, really fun day. The Fevers, we're on the juniors course, so should be a really, really good time. And the boat's looking fantastically colourful. And we're actually hoping for a little bit of sun as well.
I know that if you caught up with your sleep, Jake, because I know that you were here till pretty late last night, rigging all the boats and making sure that everything was kind of, ready for racing.
Yeah, I declined to comment on the sleep, but yeah, I'm feeling good. We're sailing, we're on the water. There's a great breeze. I mean, there's not much to complain about, really. So, yeah, I just hope that these guys have a great time. There's some great racing. And above all, we can bring you some really good coverage.
All right, brilliant. Thank you very much, Jake. I'll let you go. So we're going to come back to Jake when it's the pre-juniors. But one person that we've just sort of left out, but I think they're on the water now, is Sophie with the juniors. So, Sophie, I'm just going to bring you in now if I can. So there we go. That's a view from your umpire boat. So you're with the juniors. That's on the blue course. And you guys, I mean, you're not far are you? You guys are going to be transferring sailors all day long and everything. But the course is set up. You guys ready to go?
Oh, yeah. It looks like the umpires are out. The course is set. That rib there with the orange flag will be the start line. We've got prime viewing point from the sailing club. We are the closest race course to the sailing club. So all the parents and sailors and spectators ashore will be able to see. You can see that they're just launching over there now, and the weather's looking beautiful. I think we're set up for an exciting day.
All right, brilliant. Well, listen, thank you very much, Sophie. I'll let you go. We're getting a little bit of wind noise on your microphone, but I think that's going to be part and parcel of the fact that we are out there on the water, and we do have put our commentators on the bows of the umpire boats. They're able to move the camera, but they're not able to choose exactly where those boats go. So we are launching at the moment, and we have got everybody heading their way out onto the racetrack. We've got about 5 of the Fireflies out there. 3 versus 3 for the Firefly courses, and then it is 2 versus 2 for the junior and the pre-junior. I might be wrong about that one, but if I am, I'm sure one of the experienced commentator teams will correct me when it is their turn. But in a moment, we'll be able to start with the youths, and when those boats are ready, we're going to jump straight to that course.
I'm here at WPSA today to put the free RY8 Safe Tracks app to the test. One of the amazing features of the app is that you can share your trip with friends and family. I'm going to set up a trip on the app and I'm going to share it with my girls in the IQ foil.
We're going to track Ailey.
We're going to use the app to find her.
And have a race to see who can reach her first.
I think we can see them. They're coming. The app has a ton of features, but most importantly, you can let your loved ones know where you are. You can share your trip and gain quick access to emergency services. So make sure you download the free RYA Safe Tracks app now.
The Safe Tracks app from RYA, free to download, and we are here at the Eric Twiname Championships at Farmwell Reservoir, Oxford Sailing Club, and our boats are now on the water. I'm in the office and just looking out, and we have got over 70 teams, over 300 sailors at what is quite possibly the biggest team racing event in the world, unofficially, but we're going to call it that because we've certainly put the hours in terms of getting the boats and the ribs and the club and everything ready. And now we can see all the fruits of that hard work coming to the fore as our boats are on the water and making themselves out on their way to the race course. If you haven't sailed at Oxford before, I would say it's a perfect venue for team racing, and it's perfect because the breeze is going to be quite challenging. Right now, we have got quite a steady wind, certainly more than enough power for the Fireflies and the Fevers to get themselves going, but it is patchy. Just as I look up here, I've got a wall of windows behind me here, and just as I look up, there's huge areas of dark water where we're getting a little bit more breeze, and then some light patches as well. So for all of the race courses, even though they're quite short, 6 minutes, Patrick was saying, maybe to complete the youth course, it's going to be within that 6 minutes. There's going to be a lot of opportunities to force your rivals the wrong way or sail into a hole yourself, or equally, if you're not doing well, get yourself back into the game by being able to find a little bit of power and being able to come into the mark with an opportunity to maybe attack those boats in front. Now I'm going to see if we can bring Patrick back in here. He's on the youth course. That's going to be the first race that we're going to follow. So let's just bring Patrick in now and just see. So Patrick, how many? I've got the Fireflies coming up towards you now. A little bit of movement on your course.
Yeah, so we're just getting the first boats arrive at the course now. You can see the start boat here. They're all set up ready to go with race one. Like I say, the first few Fireflies, you might be able to see a few out there. One's just arrived at the start boat, and the rest of the fleet are heading out now. So should be underway in the next few minutes, I guess.
And in terms of the Fireflies for this breeze, I mean, the Firefly's pretty good, right? You can sail it in nothing. You can sail it in quite a lot. I mean, this is going to be relatively easy conditions in terms of pulling the sail and it goes.
Yeah, I think it will be quite easy, but like you say, it's very patchy, so the sailors are going to have to switch gears really quickly. The difference between the gusts and the lulls is quite large, and it's that difference between max hiking and sitting in. So they're going to need to stay on their toes, stay quick, stay focused on the breeze, keep their eyes out the boat, and look out for those passing opportunities, like you mentioned before.
So for this first race that we have got the Reds versus the Blues. That's Radley versus MCS, as in Radley in the red, MCS in the blues. I mean, I've kind of got a schedule in front of me here. I'm sure that you and the umpire teams have got a schedule in front of you. But it's going to be quite something if you're a competitor and if you're at this event. It's, you know, the amount of races to get through. It's quite a challenge just to know when you need to be getting on a rib, changing. I mean, there's races every minute.
Exactly, yeah. It's quite the organisational challenge to make sure you're not late for any races. You know which start you are. It can be quite confusing when there's 3 different fleets all waiting for their start. You're not sure which one's which. So staying on top of that is a big part of team racing, and it's not the glamorous side, but the teams that do well don't make any silly mistakes. So missing races is a silly mistake. So the top teams will be looking to avoid that.
All right, good stuff. Well, listen, I'm going to let you go, and we're going to come back to Patrick in a minute when we get into that countdown. As it's our first race, we might be able to join the pre-start just a little bit before we get to the start. We might be able to enjoy the last 2 minutes maybe of that manoeuvring there. Right now, we've got all the ribs out. We've got our first of our fevers out. with the Fevers, with the pre-juniors, certainly a little bit younger than some of our youth sailors. And it's interesting just looking out at the moment in terms of how hard some of the Fever sailors are actually having to hike in order to get the boats flat and kind of and sort of powered up. Just wondering whether we can get to Jake, who's heading out in the water now from the pre-junior course, and just get a little bit of a look at some of those Fevers. So Jake, I'm just going to bring you in at the moment. We can just see we can see some nice orange sails and the Fever going quite well.
Absolutely. The Fever sails are not normally described as dull and boring. They're very bright, but these orange ones are something else, I have to say. They are on the water. We're on the course now. We've got these lovely pink flags denoting the racing marks. If you spot a blue flag, that's from a different course. So RS will be very happy with the pink flags, hashtag on brand. And we've definitely got a few of the Fevers heading out now. We just had a good conversation with some of the umpires, actually. So anyone that's listening, any of the sailors, just top tips, what they're looking for is, if you are the keep clear boat, just making sure that you give plenty of room. Just because you're not touching doesn't count. You need to give them plenty of room so that boat can continue its sailing. And if you are the boat that sort of has the right of way, just making sure that you also are giving the boat that is keep clear an opportunity to keep clear, rather than just ramming into the side of them, which might give you a penalty as well. So the umpires are out here. They're really excited for a good day's racing, and there's lots of good conversation on the water.
All right, well, thank you very much, Jake. I mean, it seems like the fleet have got out there. We're just saying to Patrick about how patchy the course was for the youth area. Where you are for the pre-junior, is it the same story? I mean, it certainly looks that way from the camera.
I think it's actually a little bit better over here. The pre-juniors are slap bang in the middle of the pond. The wind coming directly towards you now, as you can see it. So I think it's actually a little bit better. Of course, there are, going to be gusts and lulls. There's one right there in front of you. Those guys just catching a tiny little bit extra. But they, I think this is going to be some good racing. Here comes another one of these really dull, really boringly coloured Fevers. Yeah, I can get out of the way as well. But these guys, you can see them, they're sussing it out. They're taking a good look around the course, trying to work out where are these marks. They're going to want to go left or right first. Where are the advantages to be had?
Yeah, and when you say sort of sussing out the marks and where are the advantages, I mean, finding your course and finding your committee boat is actually going to be quite the challenge. Just as you were sort of panning around there, I could see all the different flags and everything. It's quite something going on. Now, Jake, I'm going to leave you there, buddy. We will come back to Jake and we'll come back to that pre-juniors. What we're going to do is we're going to jump into our first race. So Patrick is on the youth course and we are getting ourselves set up for that stuff. That is Radley versus MSC. Radley is in the red, MSC is in the blue. First race of the day, and there's going to be a lot of people on the shore watching that race, try and work out, where the best breeze is and where the best tactics are and everything else. We are inside the 3 minutes. So Patrick, I'm gonna bring you in now, buddy, and you've got breeze, and the start is underway.
We certainly do have breeze now. It's absolutely pumping now. Like you say, you've got MCS versus Radley in the first race. We're inside the 2 minutes. That means the racing rules have been turned on. The teams are starting to line up. You can see them over there. They're in the start box. No one wants to get too close to the line too early and make themselves vulnerable by going too slow, so they're all staying far away for now. The teams want to be coming back to the start with the starboard advantage. So they're staying off to the right-hand side of the start as we look at it. If I just pan to the left slightly, you can see the start boat there. So that's where they start. And you can see the blue boats there and the red boats there. So the teams are starting to line up, getting themselves in position. Generally what we'll find is the boats will pair off. So a pair of boats will go to each end of the start line. So a pair of boats, one from each team will go to the committee boat, a pair of boats will go to the middle, and a pair of boats will go to the pin end. So that was 1 minute to go. So we're really close to the first start now. So you can see the blue team, they're getting very close to line. They're having to tack around now. The reds are just pushing them in now. You can see they can't get out now, so they're getting trapped down towards the left of the line. Two of the blue boats managed to cycle out, so we'll see how they get on. Just positioning ourselves out the way of the umpires and the racing. So we can see this first pair of boats right down by the pin now. The red boat's going for a cycle. They're going to go jibe out. The blue boat's very close. That's 30 seconds to go now, so the sailors are going to be getting really nervous. They're getting really close to the first start. A couple more boats coming in now. You see the middle pair starting to head to the line. This blue boat down by the pin is looking a little bit early to me. They're going to have to cycle round. Here they go now. The red boat's going to try and prevent that. Looks like they've got a bit of space for it. That's 10 seconds to go. So watch the line. Boats are still off to the right of the line as we look upwind. So you'll see them coming into picture soon. 2, 1, go. So that's a clear start. No blue boats near the line, but 2 of the red boats got off the start really well. So fantastic start there. Here come the rest of the fleet. So the 2 blue boats now. So it looks like a 2-3-6 for the blue team. At the minute, the red team looks like a fairly dominant position. So they're going to look to try and solidify that combination. They've got first and second, which are always team racing. So anyone new to team racing, 1-2 or 1-3 is a guaranteed win. If you want to do the hard way, you can do the maths way. So if you want to have your combined score to be 10 or less. The easy way to remember it, 1-2, 1-3 always wins. Okay, so we're going to see that first red boat coming back across from the left. The blue boat doesn't have a piece of them, I don't think. Clear across there. So the red team has solidified their 1-2. They're heading up to the top mark, which you might just be able to see in the middle right of picture there. Looks like they're on lay line to me, so no more tacks for that red boat. Still looks like a fairly comfortable 1-2. So the blues are trying to get back into a 2-3-4 now. So they're going to have the 1-2 before they try anything. And then they're going to have to try and pass back their teammates and get their teammates through into a 2-3-4. Might have to pass it back to you now, Noel. We're heading back towards the start.
All right, thank you very much, Patrick. So we're going to be cycling on a couple of those starts. So that's the first start underway. We're going to try and bring you that result where we can. Patrick's making his way down to the bottom now to join in with the next start, and we'll bring in Sophie and we'll bring in Jake when their starts get underway and when they get themselves into that position. So as we go down now, this is going to be a restart now for the youth course, which is going to be the Rutland Raiders. If I'm reading the schedule right, and this is my first test along with all the sailors, so I believe this is going to be the Rutland Raiders in the yellow and the NFA white in the green. Now, if my memory serves me right, the Rutland Raiders were the team that were victorious at this event last time around. So this could be quite a good match. So we're going to wait for Patrick just to give us a little bit of a thumbs up when we're in that sequence, and then what we'll do is we'll bring Patrick is ready. So let's just dive straight back in here. So Patrick, just give us an update as to what we're watching here for this start.
So we're back in the start sequence. Like we said, it's rolling starts. So that's 30 seconds to go straight away for the next start. We've got the Rutland Raiders in the yellow boats. And then I think you said it was NFA in the green boats. I might have misheard you there, sorry about that. 20 seconds to go. So the yellow team are really trying to push the green team down the line now, trying to make themselves room at the committee boat end. You can see the start line just here. 10 seconds. Watch for the line to turn white as we go here. So the green team looking early. 3, 2, 1. Fantastic start for both teams there. Everyone got off the line really quickly. So I think one green boat was over. You can see them cycling around the pin end there. But everyone else holding out on starboard for now. So they're going to try and look to get onto that port lay line, solidify their positions, and then see what combination they're in and try and convert it into a win. See the green boat who had to cycle around coming back now. So they're going to be in last place at the minute. So their teammates are going to have to work hard to get them back into a winning combination. All the rest of the fleet are going left, so there might be a chance for that last boat to go right and pick up a nice gust on the right-hand side. But looks like good pressure so far on the left. Sorry about any wind noise. We see the boats pairing off here, so you can see that left-hand pair trying to battle out. The boat on the left is really trying to leave out that green boat. And then this middle pair is a similar story. The yellow boat taps in front. Looks like they're clear in front of me, so that should be a 1 for the yellow team, Rutland Raiders. Looking good at the minute. They've got another boat coming in from the middle now. They might be able to get a piece of the green team. It's going to be a tight cross. Nothing in that, no protest there. All right, now we're going to back to the start to get the third start, so I'll pass it back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Patrick. You keep starting with these wonderful starts. We get this perfect little race going on, and we really want to see the conclusion of it. But unfortunately, we are in the umpire boats, and we are waiting our turn to follow a race all the way through to conclusion. But that looked like certainly a nice, even start. Everybody was getting a fair little chunk of that line, and we can start to see how the team racing develops upwind, with those boats pairing off, lee bowing, trying to control each other, and how that racing goes. Now, I'm going to just quickly, while we're waiting for the next race to begin for the youth, we're going to just jump over to the pre-juniors. Just going to jump into Jake here on the pre-juniors. Just give Jake a little chance. Jake, just give us an update here on how things are looking on your course.
Okay, we have lots more fevers. We are sort of the fever magnet, it would appear. They are all accumulating for us, which is looking pretty good. They've just finished putting the pin mark in for the start line, which you might be able to see just in front of you, and it looks like we're pretty imminent to starting a race here. So the breeze is good. We've got umpires, we've got juries, we've got ribs galore. All we need now is a start sequence and a few fevers.
All right, thanks very much, Jake. You let us know when that one starts, and depending on where we are on the course, depending on whether we're on the youth following a race, we might sort of bring you in. Certainly, we might bring you in just at the middle ground for a little bit of an update. But for the moment, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to jump into back to Patrick, I think, because I think we are now in sequence to another race. So let's just jump straight back to that youth and check out another start and another upwind.
On the youth course, we've got 14 seconds to go for the next start. You can see some boats in red coming across here. I'm not sure who's racing at the minute, but we're going to follow this one the whole way through. So if you want to stay with this race, keep track of what's going on. That's the start. I think there's only one team that seems to be on the line. So I think one team may have made one of those silly mistakes we talked about earlier. I think they may have got confused with what race it is. Maybe not got changed in time, I'm not sure, but we've only got one team on the course at the minute. It's the team with the red jibs, so looks like a fairly easy win for them. They're just going to want to sail nice and conservatively, nice and consistently, split the course, sail fast, and if the opposition turns up, it might be too late already.
Wow, that's incredible. So already, just from the off, just we were talking about how difficult it is sometimes to know where you're meant to be, what's happening. I mean, it is a part of the event. It is a skill that you've got to get. So that red team, MSC, they've got the course just to themselves.
Yeah, at the minute, there's no other boats on the course, so the red boats are just having an absolute field day. They're controlling the left, they're controlling the right. They're just out for a practice sail by the looks of things, so no pressure. Must have got a nice little warm-up race for them.
Yeah, and also potentially just that little thing as well, when you're in that situation, when you start doubting yourself, you start thinking, well, I'm pretty confident this is our race. I mean, maybe it's not when your opponent's not there. But I tell you what, Patrick, we're going to leave that one just because, unless some unbelievable circumstances come to the front, ultimately it looks like red and MCS are going to be winning that one. So we're gonna leave you with that one, and what we're going to do is we're going to jump in now to the juniors. I'm going to bring in Sophie at this stage, and we're going to get a little bit of a chance just to see where we are. So Sophie, we can see you're motoring. We've got boats going around. Just give us an update as to what's happening.
Yeah, so we're underway on race one in the juniors. We have the yellows versus the blacks. The boats in yellow in the 1-2 are just rounding the second mark and about to go into the downwind. There is quite a few big gusts coming down on the race course, so they're having to work quite hard to keep them upright at times and keep an eye on the upwind. But it's pretty good racing at the moment. Wonderful breeze. The yellows are currently going downwind, got some nice goose swinging on the go there, looking very nice. They're about halfway down the run now. The blacks are just rounding the second mark and on the downwind as well. Big gust coming down at the moment. Let's see if the blacks can catch up.
So, Sophie, for this team racing that we've got here, this is 2-on-2. And essentially, if I understand this game correctly, whoever's finishing last, that's it. The situation is a little easier to work out when it's 2 versus 2.
Yeah, 2 versus 2, it's certainly simpler to figure out if you are winning. It's basically whichever team has a boat in last place is losing. So it can mean there's a lot of going back and pass backs and fighting to help get your teammates through. At the moment, the yellows are in a 1-2, so they'll be looking to extend their lead and just create as much of a gap between their second boat and the black team in third and fourth as they can. All in all, looking like a great first race. The yellows are just on their final leg upwind. Got some good hiking there in the gusts. Bit of a puff coming down for the finish. The finish flow is, I don't know if you can see it, but there is a small dinghy hull that is moored and a red flag blowing. And that is the finish line. The yellow boats are coming up for their lay line soon. Couple of gusts. I'll be expecting a tack soon. The blacks are sailing nicely upwind behind, about to have the finish of the first race.
And where did this lead come from for the yellows? Was this just from the start? Because, I mean, certainly every corner that we've been following it here, the yellows have been in the lead, the blacks have been behind, the blacks haven't been able to get back into the game. You know, the yellows, this is Sevenoaks, I believe, doing quite nicely here. But
yeah,
was that
they
just one from the
played
start?
the start well. They played the start well. They came in with the line on speed and just had him bang on at the line and got the lead off the start line. Just goes to show how important the starts are in the team racing, that if you're not on the line, no team racing really happens if you're not in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, after that point, you know, you're too far behind. You can't really get yourself back in because you're not in front of anyone. You can't really slow them down. So congratulations to Sevenoaks for winning that first race on that fleet. We will come back to you, Sophie, a little later on. We'll let you get yourself set up for the next few. So there we go. That's the first race done. And interestingly, that what we're seeing so far in this competition, some easy victories. Whether it's easy victories because ultimately people are forgetting or not knowing the rib transfer to get in the boats to be able to get out there, maybe sailing to the wrong course, or whether it's just simply that game of, we're going to team race, but ultimately you've got to start on time and you've got to start fast. And that seemed to be the way for Sevenoaks in that junior racing there, with the yellow team being able to just control off the line, sail in a really nice bit of breeze, nice bit of speed, holding it all the way to the finish. Now, out of these windows, we have got all sorts of boats and all sorts of directions. I'm starting to feel some understanding as to how somebody might be able to sail to the wrong course or not quite know where to go. There's an awful lot going on out here, and there's some teams on the shore waiting to go, but we also have teams racing. And we can go back now to the youth course where Patrick's going to bring us our next start. Let's bring Patrick in now. Patrick, give us an update.
We've got 10 seconds to go now. You join us right at the crucial time. You can see the start line here for the orange team, which I think is RHS, against the blue team. It's a very close start. The blue team just held out that orange boat, the committee boat, beautifully there and let his teammate underneath. So a really nice start for those two blue boats. You can see it looks like a really even start at the minute. All 6 boats got off the line nicely. Everyone's holding on starboard for the minute to try and see who gets the advantage. So we'll follow this one for a little bit and we'll see who gets the early advantage out of these two teams. But at the minute, nothing to split them. You can see a patch of boats out on the left. There's 2 orange boats looking strong now. The blue boat tacks out behind. And the orange boats are going to cover them nicely. So they're looking like the orange boats are winning that pair on the left. But then if we pan back to the right, the blue boats may be winning the pair on the right. So it's still very, very tight between these two teams. RHS looking to solidify. That blue boat that came off the right-hand end of the line looking really good at the minute. Looks like they've got the one. So it might be a case of first not last for the blue team, which does win. So 1-4-5, which looks like they've got at the minute, would be a win for the blue team. So that RHS boat, I think it's Tom Waits in that RHS boat there, the orange boat in second. He's going to have some work to do around this course to try and get his teammates back into a winning combination. So let's see if he can do anything at the top mark. They're approaching mark 1 here, so it'll be a right-hand turn onto a reach. They're approaching it now, they're in the zone. Lots of shouting as the team's trying to decide what play they're going to go. I heard play 4 from RHS there, so that'll be a set play that they've decided beforehand. That means that Tom Thwaites is going to try and do something at Mark 2. You can see the blue boat actually ends up in 6th there, so I think the RHS team, it's not quite as bad as we had feared. They're in a 2-3-5, which is a win, but a very unstable combination. So anything changes, they may lose this race. So they're going to really try and solidify this combination now. You can see there at the top, you might be able to see in the distance, a nice takeout from the boat in 3rd. So now they've solidified into a 2-3-4. So RHS gradually improving their combination, gradually reducing their score. And now those 3 orange boats are linked together, so there's no blue boats in between them. That means they're harder to attack, and it means that they're less likely to have a race-changing move go against them. So really nice work from RHS there. They've solidified their combination. And now those 3 orange boats are going to work together to push this blue boat round the course. So you can see Mark 3 here just coming into view. It'll be a left-hand turn when the boats come down, so they're coming towards us around Mark 3 and then onto a reach. So the blue boat desperately trying to slow the race down as much as he can. Just got a yellow boat coming across at the minute, but there we go. Desperately trying to slow the race down as much as he can. But the orange boats are just going to try and push him around the course. They're going to continuously break that overlap so that he has to sail his proper course. That's rule 17 if anyone's a bit of a rules nerd. Here we go. They're jibed around the mark now. Onto the reach, he's still trying to stall. His teammates have made some progress. You can see the blue boat's now in a what looks like a 4-6. So still definitely not over now. If they can create a bit of carnage here, it looks like they've done that. This back three is really shaking things up now. They're driving around the mark now. So in the front three, we've got 2 orange and 1 blue. And in the back three, we've got 2 blue and 1 orange. So still advantage to RHS, but definitely not over yet. I think we're going to try and follow this race all the way through if we can. Try and see what the end result is for you. Boats around Mark 4 now, they're up on the final beat. Blue boat has done really well to hold first place, so that's crucial. Just heading into the distance now. I think the orange may have snuck through into a 1-3 there, right at the finish. So I think a win for RHS, but a tough race for them there, and a really solid job to convert that on the top reach. Well done, RHS.
Yeah, that was amazing to see those, like you say, those set plays come out. You were so close that you could actually hear the sailors calling. You know, oh, play 4, play 5. You know, kind of goes to show just how much work they've put into. You know, they put into practicing and kind of honing their craft. I'm gonna let you go for a minute, Patrick, because I know you're going to get set up for the next one, and you're going to give us a signal when we can jump back in. So we're going to just see if we can head over to one of the other courses at the moment. We've got 3 courses. We've got the youth, we've got the junior, we've got the pre-junior as well. We've got a pretty tight-knit schedule of all the races that are going on, and we're trying to keep track of everything, but it is pretty difficult. We've got Jake out on the pre-junior course at the moment. We've got Patrick on the youth course, and we've got Sophie on the junior course. And I'm just looking to see, well, from my window, I've got a pretty good view of the racing at the moment in terms of, well, a sea of boats, an absolutely menage of boats all the way out in the water with all sorts of different colors. But we've got our commentators on those umpire boats. So I think we've got a little bit of action coming in from the juniors. So let's see if we can get Sophie in at this point, just to give us a little bit of an update as to how that's looking. Sophie, what's happening on your course at the moment?
Hi, yeah, so there's quite a few gusts coming down at the moment, so the sailors are having to work quite hard. There's a bit of excitement in the pre-start here. They're within the 2 minutes to go. Looks like there's some protests going on here. We have green versus blue. At the moment, there's just one green versus the 2 blues. The other green has capsized, but the other green team member is valiantly trying to mitigate the losses and get some protests in on the blue. We've got 1 minute left for the start here. Blue is jibing round, maybe making their way back to the line. The other green and blue have headed up off to the right of the start line. They've both tacked round now, perhaps going for their final approach to the line. The green boat on windward might have an issue of getting held out on the line. The blue boat, if they play it right, might be trying to lift the green boat up and stop them getting into the start line. Oh, green boat has managed to come down. That's great starting coming on here. The green boat is now able to head up. There is an overlap there. Oh, the blue boat's popped out ahead, and we're off. Looks like the blues are in a 1-4, and the greens are in a 2-3. Green is tacked off to cover the blue. Got these 2 boats heading upwind here. The first mark, we're about a quarter of the way up the beat. First mark is a slightly blue flag in the distance. Got a bit of a gust coming down. Quite a lot of the sailors are having to hike quite hard to keep the boats going well. So we've broken off into 2 pairs. We've got, oh, nice starboard by green over here. Blue has tacked off. There's less breeze out in the left of the course. It'll be interesting to see how these pairs come back together again, with the other pair having gone off to the right. Blue is able to tack back over. Green is following. Looks like they're on the lay line for the windward mark, coming in for the approach. That mark in front of them there is not the windward mark. That is actually the reach mark, as they've gone quite far off to the right of the course. We've got 2 pairs in action over here, which is wonderful. And I think this is us heading back down for the start for the next pre-start, Niall.
All right, thank you very much. Amazing to see that start was turned around so effectively by the greens, considering that one of them was capsized with what, a minute 30 to go. That was quite something. All right, Sophie, we're going to jump into you for your next race. Let us know with a signal when your next race is about to get underway. Thank you very much. Let's check in with Jake now, who's on the pre-juniors. We've been waiting to get a little bit of action underway on that course. Let's bring in Jake now and see where we are. Jake, can you give us an update?
Yeah, the update is that we were missing a finish boat, but I can see that it is now in place. So a little bit of a delay here on the pre-juniors, but we are finally starting to see things get closer to what looks like a start sequence. All the components are here now. There might be something else we're waiting for that I don't know about, but we are very, very close now. The committee boat is just there in front of you. Slight wind shift actually there, just pulled to the right a little bit as you see it. But all the boats are here. We are absolutely smiles all round and ready to rock and roll.
All right, brilliant. Jake, let us know when that starting sequence begins, and we will jump in with you and have a little bit of a look. But for the moment, there's some more action going on Sophie's course, the junior course. So let's jump straight back to Sophie and have a little bit of a look there. Sophie, we've got another start underway.
Everyone. Yeah, we're within the 1 minute. We've got the blacks versus the yellows at the moment. There's one black drifting back out the line. And that is the goal. Exciting things. We've got a pair up the front. Very close start between the boats 1 and 3. Black and yellow. We've got a big gust coming down just off the start line there. And then we have the other pair of the black and yellows behind us. This is great team racing. 2 pairs, and again with the 2 boats team racing, it is just whichever team does not have a boat in last place. So at the moment the yellows are at 1 and 4. So this boat in first has got to do a lot of work to try and slow down the black boats to let their teammate through. The boat in last place has taken a bit of a risk and tacked out onto the right, so all the other boats are on the left, and the yellow that was in 4 off the line has gone out to the right. So it'll be interesting to see when they come back over and all converge again together where they place, if they are still in a 1-4 or if they've managed to get through. The boat in first is just headed off, not making too much of an effort to slow down the black boats. They've just tacked over, about to come up closer to the windward mark. Oh, it looks like they're making some effort to bear down to get a starboard on the other boats, and it made them tack over. Brilliant. Black has had to tack over. Yellow is tacking back. Black is jibing back round to get back on upwind. And the boat that was in last off the line now looks like it is in 1 and 2. So that is a beautiful conversion from the yellows. Will the blacks be able to fight it up on the downwind? Yellow is holding the blacks off so they can't tack. There we go. They've let their teammate get through in the 1. And then they've rounded down. It looks like the yellows are now in 1-2. So they've managed to convert from a 1-4 to a 1-2 on the upwind. We're now on the reach. So we're about halfway along the reach. The final black boat is just rounding the windward mark. This black boat here, which is in 3rd on the reach, is catching up to the boat in 2. They do not have room round the mark. And we're going round. Let's see on the downwind how interesting it gets. There's a couple of gusts coming down actually, so could be quite exciting. Black's doing a nice job of covering the yellow and is coming in with some speed on the inside. Will yellow luff? And yellow's luffing. Don't think they can get the jibe in. Oh, got some good luffing action here. Very close into it in the umpire rib. Umpires are having a close look to establishing if overlaps are established and getting ready for if there is any contact. Right, looks like they both jibed over onto starboard. The black boat, which is now in last, is catching up with all this kerfuffle that's going on with boats 2 and 3. The first boat is round the reach downwind mark and now on the reach. Black looks like they had some room there and has managed to get through. So they are now, yellows are in a 1-3 and blacks are in a 2-4. So it will be down on this black boat, making sure that their teammate does not finish last. Whoever is last loses the race. The boat in 1 has gone round the leeward mark and is now on the final upwind. This black boat is heading on upwind. They've had a better rounding than the boat in 3. Their teammate is just about to round the final mark for the upwind. Looks like the blacks are now in 1-4. Oh, it's a close upwind. Very good racing. The boat that is rounding the mark at the last is sailing upwind nicely. Still a lot of effort for the boat in first. They're getting some frantic shouts from the boat in last to the boat in first, telling them to help them out. Let's see what they'll be able to get doing. This is some good slowing down. They're all not heading fully upwind as they're fighting around. Some frantic shouts for the boat in first attack. Yellows are now in 1-3 and blacks are in 2-4. All it would take is for this black boat to hold up the yellow boat in 3 to let their teammates through. Very close. We're above the ley line for the Finnish boat. If I pan round, you can see the Finnish boat coming in there. Boat in first is doing the right thing, slowing down and flapping. They know they do not want to finish until they are sure that their teammate will not be in last place. They're luffing up this black boat that's in 2. Here we are coming into the finish. Black has gone through to get the 1, and the yellows are in 2-3. That was an exciting team race.
That was a great team race. That was really, really, really interesting. You could feel just how difficult it was to be on that final upwind leg when you've got so much to do, trying to coordinate everything. But that was lead changing plenty of times. Thank you very much for that one, Sophie. We'll let you get set up for the next race. What we're going to do is we're going to go straight back to the youth. They've had a little bit of a delay, I think, just transferring those sailors and getting everybody back onto the stage. But now we can go back. We can bring Patrick in now. So Patrick, we had a little bit of a pause and everything, but I think you're muted on your microphone at the moment. But if you can unmute, and then what I'll do is I'll bring you full screen. You give us an update as racing gets set to get underway again.
Hi, no, yeah, we had a short delay. I think the wrong sailors were in the wrong boats, and there was a bit of confusion about what was going on. So we're resailing race 6. I don't know if you've got a schedule there. You might be able to let us know who's racing. I can't see who's actually scheduled to race this race, but
I am furiously switching between tabs now to go and have a look. But race 6, it's amazing to think that we've been through 6 races already. So race 6 is going to be in the reds. It's going to be Radley, and in the blues, it's going to be Sevenoaks Red.
Perfect. So we can see the Radley team here in their red boats. They're trying to push Sevenoaks through towards the line already. We've got 44 seconds to go before the start, so we're into the final minute. Sevenoaks just trying to hold it steady there. You see one of their boats cycling around already. They think they're slightly early. We're very high on the committee boat. You might be able to see the committee boat just through the sea of red boats there. 30 seconds to go. We're still very high and very early for the start. So these red boats might be a little bit early. The blue boats sitting behind, trying to push them through. Sevenoaks are they're in a good position at the minute with 20 seconds to go, but will there be room for all 3 boats? I'm not sure. There's going to be tight here. The red boats might be able to hold them out, block the lane on the committee boat. They're going to try and shut the door. There's a big luff there, lots of shouting. I didn't see a flag. 5 seconds, he might be over. 2, 1, that's go. The red boat's stock on the line. There's an individual recall there. You can see the I flag being waved by the committee boat. That red boat might have to duck back down below the line to restart. Fantastic job from Sevenoaks to push them over the line early and get them slow right on the start. It looks like the team in blue are controlling the race in a minute. It looks like they've got a 1-2-3 early, so struggling there for the red team, but we'll see if they manage to take it back. But I think we're going to leave this race now.
Oh, I thank you, Patrick. Good to know that we're back on schedule on that racetrack now, and interesting to see that start and to see how it was pretty nicely executed in terms of putting boats over the line. And then having to come back. But we've seen some boats get themselves back into the race even after a bad start. So it's not all over until it is over. Let's take a bit of a pause on the youth course until we get a little bit of an okay as to whether they are in a countdown. Let's get back into Jake, because we have been waiting for the pre-juniors to get themselves underway. There's been a little bit of a delay in terms of laying all the committee boats and everything that we need to get everything started. But let's bring in Jake now and just see where we are, where the racing has finally got underway on that course. Jake, can you give us the latest?
Absolutely. We are underway. We are live and kicking here on the pre-juniors in the distance. You've got the two orange boats there. They've had a cracking start. Just in front of you, the yellow boat. I think that's the other boat in this race. Just behind the camera, what you can't see is their partner in crime for the yellow boat has unfortunately capsized in the pre-start. They're doing great. They can see both of them. The boat is now upright, but they're just climbing back in. So poor yellow boat number 2, they've got a lot of work to do here as the orange boats scoot off into the distance. The orange boat's probably got this absolutely under wraps, but this is sailing and you never know. It only takes one of them to capsize, maybe something to break on their boat, possibly touch a mark, who knows? So we'll keep an eye on it for you, but it looks like the oranges have got this particular race pretty much under wraps now.
And when can we expect you to be following a race? Because obviously we can see you from where you are, to leeward of the committee boat, getting yourselves ready. We want to make sure that we can jump in with you for a race. How long are you going to make us wait?
Yeah, we think we're next race now. As you can see, we've got 2 minutes on the committee boat there. We've got the boats lining up just to the left. The wind is blowing straight towards us, slightly from the right-hand side of the screen. So an upwind start as normal. And I'm hoping that we're going to take a little trip around the course very soon.
All right, then in which case, what I might do, Jake, is I might just stay with you here. You're giving us a pretty good view of the racetrack area and in terms of the gusts and the conditions that are going down. So if you think you've got about 2 minutes to go, we're probably going to stay with you. I think we've got a racing underway on the youth, and I believe we've got racing underway on the pre-juniors. On the juniors. But as we haven't seen the pre-juniors yet, I think we'll stay with you and get ourselves racing. So from the angle that you're giving us there, can you just point out the marks and the course as it kind of stretches off into the distance?
Absolutely. Most important part of my course is this part up here. Oh, hang on, that way. We got some blue sky on the pre-juniors. That's the most important thing. Here is your committee boat just behind the pink sail. There's a little flag just here. This is your start line. So the boats have got to start on my side, and then there's a countdown, and then on that go whistle, they can shoot away from me towards where the wind is coming from. In the distance there, you've got a little flag. That's your first mark. You're going to round that towards the right, sail across the top of the course. There's another pink flag. As the wind is coming directly towards us, it's quite hard to see that, but there's another one here. You come downwind. This is number 3. Across the wind to number 4 where the orange boats are, and then upwind to the finish. We are in the sequence now, so I'll bring you over to the actual race course. There's an individual recourse here for, I think, pink number 1, but we've got the pink sails versus the black sails. The jibs are obviously the most important thing. One of the pink boats hasn't started. I think we're a little bit confused about who should be behind the line or over the line, but the black sails are away. They're looking back. They're keeping an eye on things. They know that it can all change in an instant with team racing. Both of the black jibs.
Jake, let me just come in very quickly there, because obviously the camera that you're using, you've got quite a nice wide angle, which is giving us a great view of the racetrack. How far away are the blacks at the moment? Because
one of them is maybe 10 meters away. So there you go. So this is a pretty close cross here, and the pink sail is off. I mean, the black sail, there's a bit of confusion on the race course, to be honest with you, but the reality is this race has started. They just need to get going, get the boats hammering across this race course, and off towards that first mark. The boat in the distance,
Jake, in which case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you on that one, just because I've got Patrick on the youth course with about a minute to go.
Great stuff.
I'm going to give this race the kiss of death, but I think that Black has got this one pretty much sewn up. There you go. I've jinxed it, and that means it's not going to happen that way, and Pink are going to come straight back into it. But I'm going to leave you on that one for the moment, Jake. And what we're going to do is we're going to go straight over to the youth course, and we're going to bring in Patrick, and we're going to dial into that race. So, Patrick, give us an update.
We've got 30 seconds to go now. We're right into the action here. We've got the red jibs against the blue jibs. You might be able to let us know which teams they are, but 20 seconds now, we're heading towards the line. The line's off to the left of picture. You can just see it coming in now. So we've got this, we're following this pin boat here with the red jib. They're going to try and get a nice clean start. 10 seconds to go. They're full speed up towards the line now. You can see the committee boat there. There's one pair of boats being luffed now. Really good job from that blue jib, making that red boat tack around. So they're going to miss the start and be a little bit late. So fantastic job from the blue team there. Looks like they've got a really good position off the line. They're in 1 and 2 at the minute. If I just pan left slowly, you'll see this pink pair here. So they're going to be working hard to try and win that pair on the left. They're going back towards the right. You see another pair here. So blue are currently winning 2 out of 3 pairs for sure. Actually make that 3 out of 3 pairs. It looks like a really nice position for the team in blue here. Winning all 3 pairs, so now it's just a matter of solidifying their position, controlling the race. You see both boats there tacked, so the blue boat not giving them any room to breathe. They want to control this whole race and make sure that they know exactly where the red team are. You'll see coming across now, we've got the pair that starts on the left. It's a similar story with the blue boat in front of the red boat, right on top of their winds. They're going to be giving them bad gas. Makes it much harder to accelerate, get up to speed for the red team. And a fantastic shot here. You can see all 3 blue boats on the same tack, covering the left, the middle, and the right of the course simultaneously. We're heading up the beat. We're about halfway up the beat now, so we're not far off Mark 1. The blue team have done a fantastic job to control the race so far. We'll see if they can convert this to a 1, 2, 3, but it looks like that's the way it's heading up. Approaching the top mark now. If I just pan left slightly, you'll see it come into picture. There we go. So boat number 16, I think it is, on the lay line. 17 still in the middle of the course, playing the shifts as they come up. Still very patchy and shifty, so definitely not over, but the blue team, like I say, are controlling all the red boats really well here. They've made their final tacks. They're approaching the mark now. We'll see them round. So that's a definite 1, a definite 2 for blue. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the anchors come on here for number 18. Here we go, slowing down, flapping his jib. He's just going to try and make this job really hard for the red team, let his teammates off into a nice big 1-2. See him just absolutely stalling here on the mark. The red team are going to have to go all the way around the outside. They don't have room on this mark, so they're going to be slow all the way around the outside. Number 18 will stay nice and slow. See him wiggling already, making sure that the red team have to go all the way around the outside, making them sail much slower around the course. We're just going to follow this race all the way through now. 18's doing a really good job of slowing down. They get low into the zone, and now they're going to come up. They make sure no one's got overlap inside of them to get room. And now they can shut the door on 15 if they need to. Nope, they're content just to sail nice and slow down wind. If I pan left, you'll see that the lead the other 2 blue boats have got already, so they're stretching off into a nice big lead here. Don't forget a 1-2 wins instantly, so this number 18 boat might be sacrificing himself to the red team just to slow them down and give his teammates a little advantage. So if he ends up in 6th, that's no big deal. As long as his teammates get 1-2, they'll win the race. So he's going to be controlling the starboard ley line as they come towards Mark 3. That's really important. That's got the right of way. The red team is struggling to find a way past at the minute. Blue's teammates have gone round Mark 3 and we're approaching the mark now. You'll see it come into picture shortly. Number 18 is just making sure no one has room on him. He's doing a really nice job of controlling that starboard ley line. I'm just going to spin around here so you can see the mark. There's the mark. They're turning left onto the reach now. Number 18's done a fantastic job of keeping all 3 red boats behind him. So the team are actually ending up in each other's way, even though they can't keep out of each other's way because it's such a choke point on the race course, Mark 3. And unfortunately for the red team, this lead for blue 1 and 2 just grows and grows. So it looks like it's only heading one way this race now. I think it's too little too late for the reds at this point. Number 18 is going to come round Mark 4 here onto the final beat. You can see his teammates there in the distance. They're already halfway up the final beat, so nearly home and dry for the blues. The reds are just coming around Mark 4 now, so final leg for them, but they'll get to bounce back strong. Lots of races for each team here today, so one loss early on shouldn't be too much of an issue as long as they can stay strong and realise what went wrong and bounce back and get some good wins on the road. So definitely not over yet for them. They're definitely sailing well. You can see they're hiking hard here. The boat's nice and flat, the jib's trimmed in really well. So some positives here for the Reds, but a completely dominant performance for the team in blue here. They've controlled that race beautifully. They've just guaranteed the first and second, and they're going to get third as well. So we'll leave it there now and come back to you there.
Oh, thank you very much, Patrick. Yeah, that was pretty much perfect play, wasn't it? Well, so the team in blue there, that was WOSC, and the team in red was MCS Reds. And that was just about as a perfect positioning that you want on a team racing course. Get yourself 1 and 2, and then that third boat doing all the work, taking none of the glory, but doing all the work and doing a great job as well. Let's jump into the junior course at the moment. I think we've got some racing underway with Sophie. Let's see if we can bring Sophie in now. And Sophie, looks like you've got some action on your course.
Yes, so we are just about to follow the start of these green and blue boats. Looks like they've got a 1-2 off the line. We'll be following this race for the first upwind and then cycling back to the start of the yellow and black, which we'll be following for the whole race. So it looks like the blues in this start have got a 1-2 off the line. The boat in 4 in green was struggling a little bit to get off, but they're going now. Quite a few gusts coming down. I'd say the blues are now about halfway up the first beat. You can see in the distance there, the blue flag, that is the first start. A little bit of joining in with some boats from some other courses here, which is getting a bit more complicated. The first blue has tacked off. The second blue is tacked off. The greens have split. One have gone very far port, one very far starboard on the upwind. So it'll be interesting to see how they converge when they come back together. Looks like it will be blue 1-2 around the windward mark. And now we're heading back over to catch the last of the start of the yellow and black fleet, which we will be following for the whole race. So they have got 2 minutes something to go. Here's one of the black boats here.
Then, Sophie, if it's good for you, is we will stay with you for this start. We'll stay with you for the start, and we'll stay with you for the race. So we can roll straight into the next one.
Yeah, that sounds good. I've got high hopes there'll be some good team racing on this course here. Some very exciting things, as you guys saw from the last race. So let's hope for an exciting race this race. We'll be coming up for the 2 minutes soon. We've got the blacks versus the yellows. And just a reminder that we are 4 boats in this race, so 2-boat team racing. So whichever team has a boat in last place ends up losing the race. So let's see how we are. We're just waiting to get a little bit closer to the pre-start. Things might get exciting. That's the 1 minute gone. So we've got 1 minute to go. We've got a boat setting up at the port ends of the line and a black with them. They might end up being a pair, and then the other 2 boats are way off on the right hand side of the committee boat, so they should be making their way back now. Here we are. This could be interesting. We have a couple of boats on port coming over, and they're going to meet the other team on starboard here. We're within the final minute. So we've got the one black boat coming in earlier to the line, and we've got some yellows coming in behind, and then the 4th black boat is just tacked round behind to come back to the line. Getting close to the start here. Here we are. We've got black at the pin end of the line. That's the goal gun. Black's quite close to the pin end here. Oh, just made it round. Just made it round. That was close. That's black and yellow have tacked off to cover in as a pair. Another yellow still on port at the starboard end of the beat. That's black coming up here. All to play for in this upwind. I'd say we're about a third of the way up the beat now. Covering the other yellows, but obviously if the one on the outside tacks over onto starboard, it can get a bit exciting. The other black boat you can't see is actually behind me. It has gone off to the left-hand side of the course. So it'll be interesting when they come back together to see where they sit in the results. This black is coming up to the windward mark at first. It looks like they're in a 1-4, so they'll have some interesting work to do. We have boats from another fleet within the zone of our windward mark and quite close, so that will make things interesting. That's okay. Black is now in the zone and in first. Their teammate is in 4th, so are they going to be able to hold these out and let their teammates through? One yellow's been able to tack. That's okay if that other boat is in first, the yellow boat, as long as their teammate is through and their teammate is through. So Blacks are now in a 2-3. So the winners have now changed. Yellows are now in a 1-4. So it's now time for this yellow boat, sail number 4, who's in first place, to have to do some team racing maneuvers to get their boat teammate in last place through. Looks like they're setting up at the mark. They're in the zone. They have room. Black is doing the right thing here, trying to just get some pace to go round the front of them. Yellow's holding them out. Black is trying hard to go down. It's let their teammate through. We've actually passed the reach marker on the downwind leg, but there's just a bit of excitement. Black has managed to jibe and get out. Looks like Blacks might have converted themselves into the 1-2 potentially, or this yellow boat that's come around the mark might actually have scooted through into first. So they've converted themselves from a 1-4 to a 4-1. So still all to play for in the downwind. Wind has died off a little bit, but there is a gust coming down, so that would be exciting with obviously the downwind boats getting it first. Here we are. So Blacks are in the 2-3. They'll be looking to try and make sure that they don't end up in last place. We're about to come into the downwind mark here, getting close to the zone. Looks like Black has established an overlap on this yellow boat here. But then they've also got their teammate on the outside. Boat number 2 does not have room on boat number 3. Oh, yeah. So going into the upwind with a 1-3, it looks like. Coming up for the final reach mark before the upwind here. And again, Blacks are in 1-3, yellows are in 2-4. Lots of position changes in this race. Black is in the zone. Yellow is in the zone. Black is heading round. Yellow's managed to pip in to get the 1, but their teammate is still in last place. There is no point being first if your teammate is in last. Very close in this upwind. One Black is tacked round. Yellow is carried on. Yellows, I'd say, are still 1-4, but it is very marginal. Let's see what this Black boat going off to the left has done, if the separating is a good thing to do or not. Here we have another Black's tacked round, Yellow's covering. So we have a pair in the middle and a Black boat on the left and a yellow boat on the right. So it's all about who will come in and whose team will have the last place boat. Oh, got a starboard yellow here. It's caused the Black boat to tack. If they stay on this line and the Black boat can't tack, they might be holding them out at the finish. We're about halfway up the beat now. It's getting very exciting. Black is tacked over onto port. That's the 2 yellows. The yellows are now covering them, each other. One yellow's tacked over. Good move. Got a starboard on this Black boat here. There we go. Good duck. So I'd say in pairs on the right, this yellow boat and Black boat are very close. We've got a port starboard here. Got the call for a protest here. Some spins. It's like we are in the zone for the finish mark. This is how close we are. If anyone is spinning here, it could be a race decider. No one has crossed the line yet. No. First Black has crossed the line. Black in 2. Yellow 3-4 it looks like. So Black won that race with a 1-2 in the end. Very exciting, lots of position changes. I hope you managed to catch all of that.
We did, Sophie. Thank you very much. That one was for all the way to the line. We're going to jump very quickly. We're going to jump all the way over to the youth course because Patrick is giving us the thumbs up that things are happening there. I did see some orange flags. I did see some penalties. Patrick, let us know what's going on where you are.
Yeah, it's quite exciting here now. We're on the top reach. We have the yellows against the greens. Yellow do have a 1-2, but if I pan right, their third boat is in a massive 6 at the minute. They accidentally hit the pin, and then they had to do a 2-turn penalty. So, very costly mistake from them. So the greens are in a 3-4-5 at the minute. We'll see if they can convert this through to a win. But at the minute, the yellows are looking strong in a 1-2. So a race of 2 halves for the yellow. Very good for 2 boats, and a bit of an unforced error from one of their boats. So We'll see if the greens can capitalise, but they have got a lot of distance to make up at the minute. You can see them just coming around Mark 2 now. Their first boat jibes off. They'll try and split the course. They don't end up covering each other. It's very easy to do that accidentally if you're not paying attention as a team and you all get in each other's wind. So you can see them there splitting the course really nicely. Just going to pan around so we can see the front team. There we go. So a nice healthy lead in 1-2 at the minute for the yellow team. They're approaching Mark 3. They'll be turning left onto the bottom reach. And because we're in 3-boat team racing on the youth course, don't forget we're doing the scoring is 10 or less as a win. So 1, 2, 6, it doesn't look pretty, but it does still count as a win. So at the minute, the yellow's feeling pretty happy. Here come the greens. They're just driving around the course now. Boat 11 is going to go into 3rd place. Pop the jib nicely, hiking hard on the reach here. Big gust coming down just as we reach Mark 4, so the crews are going to be keeping their heads out of the boat, trying to relay information to the helm about where the wind's coming, how strong it's going to be.
Patrick, let me just come in there
short
now.
Final beat here.
I'm thinking this one might be won and lost, and I've just got Jake signifying that we are about to get underway with the pre-juniors. So a very good 1-2. It looks pretty solid. So I'm gonna leave you there, Patrick, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna jump straight over to Jake on the pre-juniors. Jake, I believe a start underway.
Start is underway. We've got the yellow sails here versus the orange sails. The orange have had a fantastic start. We've already had a red flag in the pre-start of this race. These guys mean business. The yellow boat there just over to the left of your screen. The wind is blowing directly towards us. Now, this is going to be the tight one. The yellow on the left versus the orange on the right of your screen. When that cross comes together, that could be the make or break of this race. The second yellow boat's just about to pass in front of your screen. The guys were team racing each other in the pre-start. I think one of the, I can't remember which way around it was, but one of the boats was luffing the other boat way upwind of the start. It all got very, very spicy. And it did end up with a red flag for someone. So a penalty turn, they've done that. And actually we're all clean racing now. So as you can see, racing across the top of the course here. So this is the second leg. This is sort of a beam reach. So sailing sideways onto the wind. We're hoping that this yellow boat here can do some fantastic sailing and catch up. The orange boats, they're sailing pretty well. They maybe got their sails in a little bit too tight. Now that could give an advantage to the yellow boat. First orange boat round, that's a good rounding. Got to let those sails out now. Okay, and one of them's jibed. Now that is going to mean that one of these orange boats is definitely sailing slower than the other one. And that could give the yellow boat an opportunity to nip in, and if they can get in an overlap, that might be the opportunity that they need to help their teammate through and win this race. It's not over till it's over. We're just heading down the third leg of this race course. You might be able to see there's another small pink flag in the distance. They've got to round that, turning from sort of right to left, and they'll sail over to the left. The wind now is blowing the same way that we're looking, so we're blowing the wind directly onto these sails. The yellow, they're sailing very well. You see the jib on the other side. That's the fastest way to sail these boats without a spinnaker downwind. They've got good weight forwards in the boat. Some nice trim. That's going to help them. They are catching the orange boat now. The orange boat, I can see the panic in there sheeting in. Just repositioning ourselves for the umpire. The blue skies are out. We're loving it. There's another yellow boat there getting in on the action. They need to get out of the way. And the last boat round. Okay. This is leg 4 of 5. We're coming close to the finish now. The orange boats need to hold their composure. If they slip up, if they touch the mark, if they capsize, maybe they'll lose their cool heads and they'll do something a little bit crazy, which is going to not go in their favor. But they're still racing hard. They've got to keep these yellow boats out. The finish now on the last leg. All boats are on the last leg of the course. The wind blowing from left to right here. All 4 boats are on your screen now. You can see we've got a split tack. Now, this could be the thing that makes it. The split tack, where the wind is across the course, and you've got some boats on port and some boats on starboard. That often ends up in one boat gaining over the other. Coming up, we've got the keel boat there and a little blue flag to the left of it. That is the finish line. So the orange boats, they've both still got to tack. There's a bit of a gust now. Can they hold on? It's lifted them up to the finish. I think that's the first orange boat across the line safely. And the second one coming in as well. I think that's a good race for the orange. They started well. They held them off in the pre-start. I think that was really where this race was won. The pre-start manoeuvring. The yellow boat got a flag and the orange boats were allowed a fantastic start. And they've held that. They've held them off fantastically. The yellow guys, they've done fantastic sailing as well, but couldn't quite overcome them on this occasion. So a fantastic race here on the pre-juniors.
All right, thank you very much, Jake. That was definitely a good display of how much you can win the race before the start. We're going to jump quickly all the way over to the youth course because Patrick is out there and we are inside the minute to the start. Patrick, you can give us the latest.
You can hear the 30-second hoots going off there, so we're inside the last minute. We've got the blue jibs against the orange jibs. I can see it's RHS and the blue jibs. I'm not quite sure who they're racing. RHS are one of the favourites here. They won the school nationals earlier this year, so we'll watch them here. We're watching the committee end boats coming in. That's 10 seconds to go now, so they're going to try and push this orange boat early. You can see they're just holding early, holding away from the line. 2, 1. It's a clean start, no one over. We've got one pair coming across on port. Blue boat looks to be winning that pair. One pair in the middle looks very even. And then one pair on the left. The blue boat seems to be winning that one as well. So early advantage to RHS. We'll see if they can convert this through. We're going to follow this pair on the right here. The orange boat just tacking. I'm sure we'll see the RHS boat in blue tacking on them. They're just extending a little bit further. Now they roll into attack. A nice loose cover position there. Any right hand shift they're going to gain from this. So they're covering all sides of the course. They've got one boat on the left, one boat in the middle, one boat on the right. At the minute, they're not giving this orange boat any options at all. So they're going to sit right on top of their breeze and shut down any options or any chances for an overtake. If I just pan slightly left, you'll see that pair in the middle is still very close. So it's touch and go whether the orange boat will be able to leave out that blue boat underneath on top of them, or whether the blue boat will be able to roll over the top and get a cover. It looks like the orange boat's just starting to eke out a small little lead there. So I wouldn't be surprised if there they go. The RHS boat has to tack away now. It's going to be a port starboard situation with this right-hand pair now. So a double tack there from the... Oh, that's a very close tack there. We're going to head back down to the start now, Niall. So we're going to have to leave this race here, but I'll try and fill you in with any updates.
All right, thank you very much, Patrick. Another good start and another good splitting off into those pairs as they were making their way upwind. Thank you very much for that. All right, we're going to jump to the junior course. We're going to jump into Sophie, who's got some racing underway there. And take it away, Sophie. What's happening?
Yeah, we are just at the start. We're about halfway up the upwind. We are the yellows versus the blacks. Looks like blacks are in 1-3 and the yellows are in a 2-4. So we've got two boats at the back there, and then there's another two. We're in a pair over here. We've got yellow, looks like might now be in 1-3. Actually, black in the 1, yellow in the 2, having to just duck a little bit. Looks like the blacks might be able to come in a 1-2 to the windward mark. We're about 5 boat lengths away from the mark now. Coming up. Oh, starboard on the yellow boats made the blacks tack over. Blacks tacked back to the line, to the lay line. First boat round the windward mark. Looks like the blacks are in a 1-2. The breeze is pretty up and down and pretty gusty today, so all to play for. We've had a few capsizes. Oh, close. Breezing along in the reach. They've tacked on the reach. They're doing a spin. I missed what that was for. They might have hit the mark. So blacks are now in 1-3 and yellows are in a 2-4. The first black is waiting on the downwind leg to see if they have to get involved and do something. Second yellow is now also on the downwind, and the black in third. The yellow in 4 is a fair bit behind. It's only about halfway along the reach. So it's a lot is on this yellow boat here to get their teammate through. Because remember, in two-boat team racing, it's just do not have one of your teammates last. Makes it very simple tactically in that respect, but it does force a lot of pushing back and a lot of excitement. So this yellow boat here should be trying to hold up the black boat behind it to let their teammate through. Big gust coming down, so the boat in last is absolutely hooning along. They're just out of my zone. Coming into the mark to head up onto the reach. This yellow boat is just not held up any of the other black boats and just sailed themselves round, but still all to play for. We are on the last reach. There is no overlaps at the moment. The first boat is in the zone. First boat is just slowing down a little bit, headed up now. Yellow's headed up, so still yellow in the 2-4, so the blacks are currently winning. Blacks are in 1-3. It's all a bit compressed here for the first three boats. We're on the final upwind. Oh, the breeze is up. Black might be going for the undertake on the lower side. Very interesting. Coming into a bit of breeze here, having to get some hiking going. Blacks are sailing beautifully up here, but they can't tack because the yellow boat is too close to them and to windward. So if the yellow boat manages to hold this black boat all the way out and stop them from tacking, they still can't let their teammate through. The gap is opening up a bit. Oh, the yellow is tacked, so the black had a clear lane to be able to tack. Looks like the blacks might be in the 1-2. The black in first is not finishing yet. They're slowing down, just waiting to see if their teammate is okay and if they need to be able to come back to help. But it's looking like they might be safe. Blacks are in the 1-2. Yellow 3-4, trying hard, making the boat go fast. The black and one is still not crossed the line, just waiting to see if anything is needed, because once you cross the line, you cannot come back to help your teammate. So they are doing the right thing. Just coming up to the line here, you can see it's the one with the red flag at the pin end of the line. Looks like black's in one. Yep, she decided it's safe to finish. That's the blacks that got that race. Not too much playing back there. There was a lot of opportunities, but they just sailed around the course.
Sail around the course very nicely. And it's interesting how easy it is. I know we're going out on the tannoy here. It's interesting how easy it is for any of the Fever crews to pull that jib in too tight and stall the boat on the reaches or even on the upwinds as well. So that little bit of speed just helping black to sail through the leeward side of the other boats, which was quite impressive. Right, so that was the junior course. We're going to leave the junior course and we're going to go over to the youth course where a start is getting underway. So Patrick, coming up to the 2 minutes.
Yeah, so we're coming up to the 2 minutes. The current race on the course that we're following at the minute is a fairly clear 1, 2, 3. There was a bit of controversy though. So one boat was over the start line and didn't go back. We're not sure which boat it was. So penalty for that is a +10 to your score, so an instant loss. But then to add on to that drama, one of the boats hasn't quite gone around the marks correctly. So this blue boat 4 ends up going high of mark 1, and then instead of dipping back to the right side of it, they went around the wrong side of mark 1. So this one's going to be tricky to work out after the racing's over. So one boat may have 10 added to their score, and one boat maybe disqualified entirely. So it's a 1, 2, 3 on the water, but the score may end up being very different. So these teams are going to have to be very, very cautious of checking the results after the race and checking that the right scores got on their team. Because if they don't check and they get a 10 added to their score unfairly, that could be race changing or event changing if it comes down to average points at the end of the day. So potential for controversy here, despite it being quite an easy 1, 2, 3 on the water.
That's quite something, isn't it, to go round a mark the wrong way? I mean, it would be wrong to say that we haven't all done it at one point, but that is quite a mistake to make.
You're right, Niall, it is a mistake, but then in the midst of the battle that was the team racing mark at the top mark, it is understandable how it happened. The guy was being luffed around on the side of the ley line, maybe lost track of the mark momentarily, and then when you look up, it's suddenly too late to get back behind it, and you're going around the course the wrong way. So a 1, 2, 3 on the water for the Reds, but we'll have to check back afterwards to see if that result stands or not.
Okay, very interesting to find out exactly what's going to happen with that one. All right, Patrick, we will leave you there, and while we're waiting for the next few races to get underway, we're just going to have a very quick break here while we get back to the action at Oxford Sailing Club for the ET Team Racing Championships.
There's something in all of us that's looking to the horizon, a voice that says, "Go on, get out there." Make the most of the world around you. Find out what you're capable of. Go as far as you can, and then come back home again, brimming with all the things you've seen and done and felt and found. Out here on the water, you can find what you're looking for. The right place, the right time, with great people around you. With the sea, the sun, the sky, and sometimes a bit of rain. The feeling of the flow, the rush of the waves, and it belongs to all of us. At the RYA, we live to bring more people onto the water, to make them and you feel confident, inspired, and welcome in our amazing community. We've got the knowledge and connections. We'll help you learn and gain the skills you need, and we're here for you wherever you are on your journey. We're ready. The water's open, so let's go together. RYA, together on water.
And we are on the water and racing is underway. A little bit of a break just to get everything back on track, but we are now going to jump onto the pre-junior course. Jake is there and we are in the countdown, Jake.
Absolutely, Niall. Yeah, we've got, I think, 2 minutes, maybe 1 minute to go now. We've got the pink jibs versus the black jibs. It's definitely 2 minutes to go, I've just seen. Bit of pre-start shenanigans going on here. The sun is definitely out now across the pre-juniors course. Obviously, we're blessed with the greatest weather. Bit of a port starboard there, lots of showering going on. Well called by the black jib. I think the pink boat there kept clear quite well. And that's the 1 minute whistle. The wind blowing towards us. You can see just behind the black jib there, the orange flag. That's the start boat. The start line, the pin end. And that lines up with the orange boat on the orange flag on the blue rim. That's the start line that they're getting ready for. The first mark is straight away from us. In the distance, the pink flag. We have got a red flag for pink 2 there, the boat on the left of your screen. And as they've been given a flag, I believe that's a 2-turn penalty. If the sailors take their own penalty, sailing, as we know, is a self-policing sport. If they take their own penalty, it's a 1-turn. If the red flag comes out from the umpires, then it's a 2-turn. It's double bubble. So we must be pretty close now to the start. And that's go. Oh, so the black jib there is well away. Both the pink boats now are starting to cross the line. I am looking around to see if I can find the other black jib. There it is. It's coming in from the right-hand side. So it looks like we've got a 1-4. This race is looking good. They've been called on starboard there. They've moved out of the way. That's good. The black jib there. Now they've got the advantage, I would say. But there's still a pink boat in front of them. This is not safe by any means. What we're waiting for now is these boats will probably pair off into 2 sort of one-on-one match races. The pink jib here just can't quite get across the line. I think there we go. The wind had shifted slightly there and made it a little bit difficult for them. Got to get the jib in. I think they're away. So as you can see, 2 pairs. The boat at the front of the fleet with the black jib, that looks like they've tacked towards the mark. They've been holding that other pink jib out to the to try and get their partner, the other black jib on the right-hand side of your screen, to get them into that gap. Now, this is going to be a close one. The black jib does have right of way. They're inside the zone and they're on starboard. And it looks like they're tacked round. The pink boat's hot on their tail. The other pink boat is to the right of my screen. They're going to come into shot any second now. And the blacks have absolutely stormed that first beat from what I think was a first and a fourth, which is a losing position. They come out onto leg 2 with a 1-2. That is fantastic sailing there. A little bit of team racing from the front boat to hold out the opposition. And the boat at the rear did what they needed to do. Just get the boat moving, get it going fast. And hopefully your teammate will do their bit to slow the opposition down. So pretty good so far, but it's not over yet. Both the pink boats are still sailing well. And it's all to play for. This is leg 3 of the course now. The wind is blowing the same way that we're looking. So we're looking downwind. Both the black jibs now have got a jibe to go into this course. There goes one. And jibes have always got a potential for a little bit of a spicy hydro experimental type capsize maneuver. But they seem to have made it, which is less than exciting, I must say. The pink boat is hot on their tails now. It doesn't look like they've got mark room. There's no overlap there. Yeah, that's clear. On to leg 4 of the course now. The pink boat's fighting hard to try and get back in this one, but I must say, both of the black boats are doing a fantastic job here. There is nothing that they're going to let up. The sails are set correctly, i.e. not all the way in. They're sailing across the wind there. Get back, and that's it. Look at that. Great rounding there from the black jibs. They're sailing upwind hard. The boat behind obviously has got disadvantage. Okay, his teammates tacked out the way. That's a great way to do it. A split tack. That way you're covering both sides of the course here. Just to the left of your screen.
I think as you're calling this here, it's a 1-2 and it's a strong 1-2, and black certainly sailed it well. So we're going to assume that they're going to be able to hold that position all the way to finish, and we're going to jump pretty quickly. We're going to jump all the way to the youth course where Patrick has got another start underway.
Yeah, we've just started this race now. We're on the first beat still. It's RHS in the blue jibs versus Rise in the orange jibs. It's race 20. We're doing really well on the youth course. And it was a tight start. The boats paired off. And one pair went far left and got locked out to the left of the committee boat, of the bin end, sorry. So we'll see how this works out on the top reach. But at the minute, we've still got this pair here on the left that you can see in shot now. And then the rest of the fleet is making their way up the right-hand side of the race course. Still looking quite tight. I think early advantage RHS. The blue boat seems to be sailing really well over there. They've got good pace. Maybe Lee Barron, boat 30 there, that orange jib. They're just starting to struggle there. They've got dirty wind coming from on top of them, and they've got a lee bow underneath there. Where they go, they're tacking out, trying to get some clean air. RHS doesn't let them breathe, though. They go straight on top of them, trying to control this race as best they can. Looking good for RHS here. They're just sailing fast, sailing smoothly. They've worked their way up into what looks like a 1-3-4 position at the minute. So if things stay as they are, I think RHS will get this win. Boat 25 are really starting to extend away here on this first beat. They're sailing really well there. You can see both the helm and the crew sitting out, going for a tack. This time tack with orange there. Lovely tack, and they're approaching the top mark. He's just coming on the left of screen now. So 26 is on the starboard lay line, 25 is just protecting that, so they're just slowing down here. They'll head round in first. And it looks like their teammate in 26 is going to have starboard rights over 29. Port starboard situation, a big moment there. Oh, big collision. 29 broached away out of that position, so potentially a process. We'll see what happens. RHS looking like they're clean round and 1-2-3 for now. Umpire decision coming. See what they give. It's a green flag. No penalties for anyone. But RHS did a really nice job of cleaning out that top mark by protecting the starboard lay line. And as a result, they're through in a 1-2-3. Fantastic sailing by them. I think this race might be a bit of a walkover from now on. With a 1-2-3 like this and a bit of a lead, I'd be surprised if the orange boats managed to catch up and overtake RHS. So,
all right,
exciting's happening on the junior course. Feel free to.
We will leave it then, Patrick. I just enjoyed the way that the umpire kept the tension going until the last moment by unfurling the red flag and then hoisting the green flag as well. But we will leave you there. Thank you very much on that one. Let's jump straight over. We'll jump back to Jake here on the pre-juniors, who are getting another start underway. Take it away, Jake.
That is the start gun, and this is looking like a pretty spicy race We've definitely got some guys who know how to team race here. Early on, they were definitely pairing up. We've got the red boat and the blue boat. Now, the advantage currently is with the blue team because the red sailed boat right in front of us here. Now, they're at the back, which means they're in a losing position. But fear not, because right at the front of the fleet is their teammate. There's a little the jury boat there. We're going to get away a little bit, but that's okay. And again, we've got two pairs. Now, the red jibbed boat right at the front. Now, they've got the advantage. There they go. They're tacking in towards the mark. They're on starboard. They've got to pull something out of the bag here to get their teammate through the gap. Here we go. They've stopped. They're inside the zone. The blue boat cannot go on the inside, which means they're going to have to go around the outside. They've stopped. That's a good maneuver. It's all coming together now. The other blue jib boats coming to get in on the action. They're on port. They will have to keep clear. Now they're to leeward. They still keep clear. The red jib is doing pretty well. The other boat is just to the right of the screen. We'll try and get them in, but they're doing their absolute best. They're on starboard. This could be a deciding move here for the course. There's been a protest put in from the red jib there. They've got the advantage. This is absolutely cracking sailing here from the Reds, and they might have got a 1-2 out of this. The blue boat, I'm not sure whether they're just driving around or that's a turn, but we'll decide in a minute. Oh, it is a turn. Okay, well done there. Looks like ride school here in blue. It's a good decision, but it's not over yet. Look in the distance. We've got 1-2 with the red jibs, but right on their tail is a blue jibbed boat, desperately hunting them down, seeking out the weak gazelle in the herd. Which one are they going to pick on to slow them down and again let their teammate in? This is a really good fight here for the pre-juniors. Okay, there we go, going for a jibe. But the red jibs, they're doing a fantastic job there. They've really got good boat speed. You don't need to be good at tactics. If you've got good boat speed, it makes you look like a tactical genius. But some really good sailing here. It's going to make, they're making the blue sailed boat's job very difficult. Most importantly, there is still loads of sunshine here. We're having a fantastic time. I've cracked into my packet of polos. I'll let you know how that goes throughout the day. Currently, it's at a healthy supply limit. Round, we're on to leg 4 now. Both the red jibs holding out the blue-sailed boats. This is a really, really tough race. Again, we think it was won there at that first beat and the first mark, and absolutely cracking mark trap. Absolutely everything that team racing is about. The boat that was in first is now behind their teammate, but it doesn't matter because their team is off to the races. They are going to win this, but they do have to tack. Great decision there. You've got to tack away the blue boat. The red boat's protecting the right-hand side of the course. Excellent decision. One stays and one goes. It looks like this is pretty wrapped up here, Niall. That was a fantastic mark trap at the first mark there, and an absolutely textbook bit of team racing. So well done to these sailors. They've just got to hold it here now. The finish is just towards us. Wind's coming straight towards the camera. This should be fairly well wrapped up.
Oh, that was some pretty good racing. That was pretty nice and tense as they got down to the bottom there. All right, thank you very much, Jake. We will leave that one. We will let you guys continue making your way towards the finish, and we're going to be bringing you a little bit more action in just a minute as we get the racing and we keep ticking down these 196 races that are scheduled. A quick word here on the format just before we jump into our next bit of racing that gets underway. Everything here is basically, it's sort of like a round robin. All of our teams are racing each other. They're making sure they can tick off as many races, as many matches as possible. And depending on how many we get through is whether it's just the scores or the average percentages of wins and victories that then decide the rankings. From there, we go into a gold and a silver fleet. And from there, we start making our way through into semi-finals and going into those final last few matches before we decide which team ultimately comes out on top from 75 teams that are here competing at the moment. Now, I think we've got some action on the youth course. So let's see if we can bring in Patrick here and get an idea as to what's happening there. Patrick, a little bit of racing underway.
Yeah, we've just got into the 1 minute before the start. It's the red jibs against the blue jibs. We'll see what happens with this start. They look like they're very early to the start line to me, so Potentially some umpire decisions as boats get slow. Maybe some luffing decisions. Here we see the red jib just coming up behind boat 17 there. He's going to get lured overlap, so he's got right of way boat 14. We'll see if he manages to luff 17 at all. 17's very early to the start. We've got 30 seconds to go still. He's running out of room here. He's not got anywhere really to burn his time. So you can see the pin end, the orange flag there. That's the start line. 17's desperately trying to kill time, but they've run out of runway. They might be drifting onto the buoy here. The umpire's going to be watching that really closely. 14's doing a fantastic job of just pinning them out to that left-hand side. 10 seconds to go. 17 looks like they're over. They might have even hit the mark. 14 just better get out of there now. They've done their work. They just need to get the clean start themselves now. As the start gun goes, 17's tacked onto port. That will definitely be a penalty on them, I think. They've caused a bit of a collision there. And lots of, big crash. Big red flags everywhere. It's carnage down at the pin. 17 just tacked onto port and caused a big collision, so they're going to get a two-turn penalty from the umpires. And I think the other collisions will be forgiven because they didn't have a choice. They just had to avoid that boat that just randomly tacked onto port to get across the line. So it'll be interesting to see how this race shakes its way up. Green flag for the other decisions, but 17's still going to be doing their two-turn penalty here, and finally they get across the line 30 seconds after the start initially went. So fantastic job by boat 14 to pin them down left and early to the start, and they just ended up with no time to burn, no room to burn their time, sorry, and hit the mark, tapped onto port and copped a penalty. So early advantage for the red team, although having said that, the blue team do seem to be pulling it back. They seem to be in a 3 position at the minute, so 17 or 6 might be figuring if his teammates are getting out of trouble here. We definitely owe them a drink at the bar, non-alcoholic drink of course. But maybe the Reds are going to be able to get back into this. We'll see how this works out. They're sailing quick, they're sailing fast up the middle. With 14 and 15 here, you can see them absolutely high and hard. They're working really nicely up the middle. And if we pan left, you see 13 over there, holding 18 out left. They're doing a really nice job. Coming back towards the middle, I know they started 30 seconds late, but 17 has done an absolute worldie to get back into this race. They're fighting hard and sailing really well. So unfortunately we're going to be leaving this race, but we'll try and keep you updated and see if the Blues can get back into it after a delayed start, or if the Reds will be able to shut this down and take the win.
All right, thank you very much, Patrick. That was that was quite the moment that you managed to capture there at the pin end with boats, well, folding on top of each other. And I thought it was a very good point that you made there, Patrick, about the fact that one boat should have tacked out maybe a little bit earlier, because there was a collision, there was a wrapping up of boats, and it didn't need to happen. But either way, all the penalties given and taken, and the racing underway. So we'll have to wait and see as to exactly how that all folds out. Next couple of races about to get underway here. We're going to just take a very quick break, and then we are going to be back with a little bit more action here from Oxford Sailing. Versadock and their modular pontoon system help events like this run smoothly, giving every venue the chance to quickly build custom pontoons and docks for boats, whether it's drive-on docks for ribs and powercraft or floating bays for easy access to the water. The system can be shaped to just about any need. At the Eric Twiname Team Racing Championships, this allows quick transfers of crews, saving time, keeping sailors dry, and helping the event be a success. Okay, so we've got a little bit of action still on the water. Let's see if we can bring in Sophie on the junior course. Sophie, we can see the little bit of spinning going on in front of you here. A start coming up?
Yes, so we have got under a minute for the starts for the green and blue boats. I'll be following this start and then circling back to the start after this one. We've got a minute to go. We've got 2 blues out on the left of the course, and we've got 2 greens out on the right. So there's a bit of a separation here. It'll be interesting to see when we get to the start where everyone's settled down. Race picking up for this start. Let the gusts come down. We've got less than a minute to go. Bit of a port starboard here. Blue boat is tapped off. Coming on up. Another blue boat here. What are they going to do? They've gone above the green. Not seeing any protest being shouted there. That's okay. And that is go. We've got one great goal point through the line here. Two attacks over there and a blue capsize. Now the rules here are if both gunnels touch the water, they are out. Firmly both gunnels. The sailors are laughing, having a bit of a joke there. We've got the two greens here in the 1-2. And the other blue trying to cross the line. So looking like a pretty definitive race win for the Greens so far. However, if either of the Greens capsize, it then is dependent on out of the green and blue left who ends up winning this one. And it is pretty dusty, so the downwinds could be quite interesting.
Sophie, I think what we're going to do is we're going to leave that one. We are going to see what happens in terms of whether we get a capsize. Oh, well, there we go. I said whether we were going to get a capsize, and we do get a capsize. It is a blue boat, but we are going to leave that race. We're going to jump over to the youth and see whether we can dial in with the action there that Patrick is following.
It's all kicking off here now. We're on the top reach. The red jibs are in a 1-4-6, so currently losing, but they're trying to roll the dice here and see what happens. Boat number 23 luffing up really hard. 21's trying to avoid. We'll see here if there's an umpire decision. 21 just did enough to get out of the way, and 24's gone on the inside, the red jib there. So really nice conversion from boat 23 there. They're holding 21 high here. You see she taps around now, admits defeat, and she's lost some time there, but now she's around Mark 2 and can start heading down the run. So at the minute, 1-2 for the Reds after a brilliant conversion by boat 23 there. So fantastic work from them at the top. We'll see if the red team can solidify this. They're just driving across the front now. You see 24 trying to get to the left, looking downwind. As you come back from the left downwind on starboard, they're going for a luff there. You see 20 just breaking the overlap there, so that means 24 has to head back towards their proper course. So 23 and 24 are going to work together here to try and solidify that starboard ley line coming into the mark number 3. If you're controlling the starboard ley line, you're generally fairly happy on the downwinds. It means no one can get inside of you at the mark and get room at the mark, so they have to go the long way around. Boat 21 here in the green jib's just been sailing fast, sailing quietly, nothing kicking off there, but she's managed to close the gap a little bit. So it is a 1-2 at the minute, but it's far from secure because the red team still have 6. So any slip-ups from these boats in 1 and 2, and the race will be right back to being on the balance. So port starboard situation there. 24 is just going around the mark now. Still a 1-2 for the Reds. Was that a teammate collision there between the Greens? We'll see if the umpires picked up on that.
21!
It was. There we go.
21.
Red flag 21, so that's an unforced error from the green team. The teammates touch. See the red flag from the umpires there. Umpires are allowed to penalise you if you hit your teammates. So they'll have to take a 2-turn penalty now, and that might be the race-ending decision now. Now that the Reds have a 1-2 and they'll be in 5th after that penalty's taken, I don't see them losing it from here. I think it's going to be a fairly safe win. They're sailing well up the final beat now. They're in a controlling position. Heading to the right of the beat to gain that starboard advantage. And if they're sensible here, they'll just tack and cover. Yeah, there they go now. So tacking and covering. Their only hope for the green team is 20 can pull off a miracle here. They'll need to get to the right-hand side, sail fast, come back in at starboard, and just hope and pray that they can probably the last chance saloon for the green team here. 20 is sailing well though. They don't quite have room to tack, so they're going to go for the lee bow instead. See them luffing up, getting close to the wind here. I think 24 is just going to have enough pace just to roll over the top there. So looking good for the red team at the minute. If I just pan to the right slightly, you'll see the finish line, which is coming into shot now. They're on the ley line, as you can hear their teammates shouting to each other. Just trying to give it as much advice and support as possible. The red team take the 1, and it looks like they're going to take 2 as well. So a really good win for the red team there. It was completely at the balance at the top reach. A fantastic conversion at Mark 2, gave them the 1-2. They didn't look back from there.
Some nice sailing there, and interesting with that penalty that you were talking about there, Patrick. That, I mean, I almost wondered whether you were the one that actually tipped off the umpires there, because you seemed to see it before they came into action. But there we go, another race completed on the youth. We're going to jump over to the junior now, where Sophie is getting another race underway. Sophie, bring us up to date.
So this race is going to be the blacks versus the yellows. We are within the 3 minutes. There is 2 minutes something to go. I don't have a watch, so I can't tell the exact. But we have the 2 black boats on the right and 2 yellows on the left. the start here. They're just kind of milling around, getting ready. Maybe when we get within the minute, there might be a bit more team racing action on the go. So the sailors in the black boats were in the race last time. So they've had
Sophie, I'm just gonna quickly just interrupt, just very quickly. I'm just wondering whether it's possible for you to cut your microphone a little bit, because your view is great, but we put wind, we get quite a lot of that wind coming onto the microphone. Just see if you can shelter it a little bit.
Is this a little bit better?
I think it might
Hopefully.
be. Let's try that.
We'll go with it and see what happens. There was a gust coming down there as well, so that might not have helped too much. So we've got roughly a minute to go. We've got 2 black boats on the right, 2 yellows on the left. The wind's died down a wee bit now. We are in a bit of a lull for the start. That might make things a little bit more tame. We've got the yellow tacking underneath the black. I think that black boat is a little bit early. She's still got about half the length of the line to sail down for the start. So she looks like she's taking the pin end of the line. Yellow's taking the starboard. That's us. We're off to go. It looks like yellow is in a 1-4. Black is tacked on the line. Looks like one of the black boats is stuck head to wind. So that might allow the yellow that is in 4 currently to overtake. But they've tacked onto port. And yep, the other yellow has been able to get through. So it's now yellow 1-3 and black 2-4. So it's all on this black boat here to be able to hold their teammates. Quite hard to keep the boats flat in the gusts here for some of these smaller sailors who are doing some cranking hard there. I think the yellows in these gusts are just able to sail it and keep the boat a bit flatter and have pulled through into the 1-2. The first yellow has tacked off for the windward mark. I don't know if you can see it, but they are on the ley line. They're just shouting at their teammate to tack over with them. So we've got the 2 yellows on the port ley line heading over, some big gusts there. All to play for in these races, because if a boat capsize and both out, then obviously in last place. And in these 2 boats it is do not be last. So we have got the first yellow round over bar and the second yellow. There is a black catching up to the right here, coming round the bar. And that is the second yellow round onto the reach. Struggling a bit in these gusts, I think, bare ways, crew weight, and the sail controls are really important in these bare ways of wind. Black's now, black is zooming along. But is it enough to catch up with the yellows? The yellows are in the 1-2. The blacks, their teammate is in a quite large 4th place, as they're still halfway up the upwind, I think struggling in this breeze to get upwind. But still to play for if anyone capsizes. Oh, maybe not. Oh, are they going to hold it? No, I think that's black's maybe out of this race style. As long as just the 1-2s and the yellows can sail around the course.
Oh, what a pity.
Race on the junior fleet. It's all exciting here.
Oh, what a pity! What a pity! You just saw that gust rolling in and just powering up that boat on that Barroway and jibe. All right, brilliant. Sophie, what we might just do with you, because we have put you actually in quite a bit of the breeze, we might just see if we can get you on a different different microphone setup, just to try and improve some of the sound coming through. Hang on, what? Do we just go to a man overboard there? What are we watching now?
Yes, so they went for a jibe, and one of the sailors has fallen out of the boat. They have not capsized it, so they've just got straight back in the boat again. The helm has picked up the tiller. Still in the 1-2. And they're doing good. They're smiling. They're loving it. And they've headed down and started to go sailing on again. So they're now on the bottom reach, and they just need to be able to get upwinds finished. Their teammates are still in a big one. But yeah, all action on this course today. They're smiling. They're laughing, these sailors. They're loving it. Got that all on camera.
All on camera, but as you say, still in the 1-2, so that's pretty good. All right, Sophie, I'm going to let you just see if you can swap over to the other microphone, or just see if we can get rid of some of the noise, because we want to keep you out there in the elements. Thank you very much, Sophie. All right, brilliant. Now, we're going to jump over to the youth course again. Patrick's getting himself ready for another race, another start. So let's dial in here. We can see the committee boat here. Patrick, what's the current state of play?
At the minute we're AP now, we're just having to rearrange the course. There's been a bit of a wind shift here, so bear with us while we try and rearrange this course. You can see we're just picking up the mark now. All the umpires help rearrange the course when there's been quick wind changes like this, so hopefully we can get racing again in the next few minutes.
It's quite the thing, isn't it? When you're team racing and you get a bit of a wind shift and you need to adjust, it's not just one mark that you need to adjust. I mean, there's an awful lot of marks that go into these, sort of digital end courses.
Yeah, exactly. Moving all 4 marks can take a while, but with the fantastic race team we've got here, I think we'll only be delayed for a couple of minutes and then we'll be back on. So we'll let you know when we're racing again, but hopefully the delay shouldn't be too long here.
All right, brilliant. I like the fact that you say the fantastic race team that we have here while we're in their boat. A nice way to sort of garner a little bit of support and a little bit of some goodwill. All right, so while things get underway again on the youth course, we'll take another little breather here before we continue with the action here at Oxford Sailing Club.
Good morning and welcome.
We're here at the 2022 Southampton International Boat Show.
And welcome to the RYA Dinghy and Water Sports Show.
That was the RS Games. We've had an unbelievable 16 days.
We're here on day 1 of the World Championship of RS21.
Have we got some action for you? Let's get cracking.
There must be something special about the boats, and there's definitely something special about the people who sail them.
As soon as I saw them behind me, I dropped to the knot and fully sent it.
So RS is more than about selling boats. RS is about friends, family, racing on the water, brilliant socials, and this accumulates that perfectly.
We've had a little bit of a delay here at the Eric Twiname Championships at Oxford Sailing Club, just as a bit of a wind shift has come in and just meant that quite a few of the courses need to be rejigged. We've had a couple of capsizes as well, some on the racetrack while racing, some just milling around before the starts and after the finishes, but the boats are, well, largely upright and certainly underway, so we're going to be able to jump into one of our courses here. We see a little bit of action going on the youth and on the junior courses. So let's see if we can jump in here with Sophie on the junior course and get an idea as to the racing underway. Sophie, how are things looking where you are at the moment?
Yeah, so we're just gearing up. We're within 1 minute to the start between these green and blue boats. So we will be following these guys for the start and the first upwind. And yeah, it looks like green 1-2 off the line. There's quite a few sailors today getting stuck in irons quite a lot as the breeze picks up with these fevers. If the jib's not trimmed and the rudder isn't straight, then they just go sideways. So there's quite a few people off the line getting stuck in that. But green's managed to nicely get some speed on the line. Looks like we might have a boat drifting into the committee boat, or they might be able to get it okay. Looks like a pretty definitive green 1-2 at the moment, but all to play for as the race comes up. We've now gone into a bit of a delay. There was a capsized boat in the start due after these ones. We are meant to be on the next start, but I wonder how long we'll follow this one whilst it's delayed, so maybe we can get to see the racing a little bit. Here we are, the umpire's just picking up some speed, getting us closer to the action. Still got a green 1-2 here. Bit of a breeze down the course. Green sailing nicely. This blue boat here in 3, doing well. Keeping up. We're maybe about 3/4 of the way up the beat. Everyone's tacked over onto the, looks like they're aiming to get on the port ley line. Bit of a wind shift there. Here we are.
Quite a bit lighter than what the conditions were earlier on.
I know, it's so up and down. The sailors really need to be keeping an eye on that upwind to see when the gust comes down. There's been quite a few sailors get caught unaware, and that's what's causing a lot of these capsizes that we see. But we've got the green boats. Well, first one's round the windward mark, second one's round the windward mark. The blues are setting up to round. Breeze is picking up a little bit here, but it's still not quite as gusty as it was before. I'd say the perfect breeze for team racing at the moment.
Well, I tell you what, Sophie, as we got a 1-2 here, and as you were saying, you might need to reset in a minute. We're going to jump off your course. We're going to jump onto the youth course where we've got Patrick getting themselves ready for a start, which is about to begin any minute now. Patrick, take it away.
Absolutely no. We've got 10 seconds now, so we're coming in. All the boats approaching from port this time, so they've got taken out to the left of the start, pre-start, and now they're coming back on port just as their gun goes. So they're going to be early. That's very tight. Oh, it's too tight. They're OCS there, that boat on the pin, so they're cycling back round. Yellow jib there, just going back round past the pin, and now they're going to start about 10 seconds late there. The rest of the fleet look fairly evenly matched, so we'll follow this one for a little bit, and then we'll have to loop back. But at the minute, the yellow jibs look like they've done really well there. I think that's the Rutland Raiders in yellow. Right here on the right-hand side, just controlling the race nicely from there. At some point, they're going to tack back to the middle and try and see how things shake out and get more of a grip on the race as a whole. But at the minute, they're just sailing fast out to the right-hand side. They're covering a boat nicely. Here we see them tack. I'm just going to pan left so we can see the rest of the race course slowly. So these boats here are roughly in the middle of the course, and there's that one yellow boat that's just tacked far on the left. So they're looking quite nice at the minute, and the yellow boat on the right is looking quite nice at the minute. So definitely the Rutland Raiders looking good right now. I think they've got a 1-2 and maybe a 3 as well. So really nice start from them, pushing all the green boats left early in the pre-start, and then they recovered just in the nick of time. So much so that even though they had one boat early, they still managed to get a good start out of it and looking really good for this race. We're going to loop back now, so hopefully we'll catch that one later, but looking like the Rutland Raiders have done really well there.
All right, brilliant. Thank you very much, Patrick. We will we'll wait to see as to exactly what start you're going to be jumping in with now. We've got a little bit of action, just sort of like kicking back into gear here. Back on the on the junior course with Sophie. We're just swapping between courses. There's everything going on here. We're trying to keep an eye on as much of the racing as possible. So let's jump straight back in with Sophie and straight back into the junior course. And Sophie, what's happening where you are at the moment?
Yeah, so we're back on track now. The boats in the start have all had their changeovers. We've got the black versus yellow. They're all milling around at the port end of the line at the moment. We are within the 3 minutes, so there's still a fair amount of time to go in this pre-start. Here we are, you can see them. They're all starting to make their way back closer to the start line now. Boat yellow looking like they might be going for attack. That's the 2 minutes. So racing rules are now on. Could get a bit more exciting. There is one black coming over from the port end, so we'll see if this yellow boat will be doing anything or if they're just aiming for having a nice clean pre-start. Looks like nice and clean pre-starts. Not too much on the go. Just milling around. Looks like there's not too much planning with some of the yellows, just sailing around, and then maybe within the minute to go they might start getting a set up on the line. But nice clean racing so far. No protests or shouts or calls of starboard or anything's been going on. Just everyone focusing on themselves. But yeah, I think we've got about a minute something to go in this start. Wind is so up and down today and a bit shifty. That's the 1 minute. 1 minute to go. Looks like the yellows are coming back over and then maybe might be getting their final approach to the line. There is one black way off on the right that will be coming in for their final approach. Both the yellows are on the starboard end. Oh, we've got a couple of boats not in our start in between the umpires and the race course here. So just a friendly reminder, if it's not your start, please don't be in the starting area. Right, here we are. We've got both the yellows setting up both at the starboard end here. Looks like they're both trying to take the starboard end. And we've got the black getting in below them. And now, a lot of the boats seem to be having a bit of trouble with getting some good accelerations here. So out of these bunches, basically who can pull off the acceleration the best? Looks like I would say that's both the blacks had a great start. The yellow boat was sail number 3 at a fast start. They're currently covering their teammate, so their teammate might want to tack out. So let's see what they end up doing. Looks like blacks are in 1-3. All very close converged here. Very close. As you can see, they're all super close together. Black still in the 1-3. Yellow's in the 2-4. The yellow and 4 is just staying in the dirty air of all the other boats, of both their teammate and one of the black boats. So let's see if they do end up tacking off. We are getting close to the lee line for the first mark. So everyone might want to be tacking off soon. First boat's tacked off. Second boat's tacked off the blacks. Black has to keep clear here. Has to do a nice duck. All good, all clear. Bit of a breeze come down now. A lot of the teams having to do a bit of a hike. Yeah, some nice hiking going on there. Very exciting now. Breeze is right up. Lots of hiking, lots of actually having to dump some of the power with that main sheet here. So let's see, the barrelways might be a little bit interesting. First boat round the windward mark. Yellow is currently in 4th place, so it is on these pairs in the middle to kind of decide the race here. This black here is to the leeward of the yellow boat. She'll be looking to make sure she gets room around that second mark. We are midway down the reach. The black boat in first has gone round the reach mark and is on the downwind. So they're leaving it all to their teammate to be able to stay out of last place. Now we're all onto the downwind leg here. Wind's died off a little bit now. That gust just came through. Oh, looks like there might be a starboard end and a slight luff there. Looks like blacks might now be in 1-4. 1-4. Oh, bit of a interesting jibe there. Looked like they were about to capsize, but they saved it. Blacks are in 1-4. Their teammate in first place should be wanting to slow down and not go around the next mark so that they can help their teammate get out of last place, as the blacks are in 1-4. Are they going to hold it and not go round the leeward mark? Nope, they've gone round the leeward mark and just leaving their teammate to sort it out themselves. The yellows are in 2-3 and have come round. Looks like the yellows are going to get into the zoning and get round the mark first before the blacks. So it's still yellows 2-3, but very close in this back end here. Very tight. The boat in first has also gone round the last mark and is now on the upwind leg. So it's all to play for with these three boats here. We're now on the bottom reach. We've got one more mark to round before heading on the upwind. We also have a capsized boat slightly off, so they need to have a nice tight rounding here to not get in the way of the capsized boat. Nice. Looks like the black might have just been able to sneak into third place potentially on that rounding. So I think the blacks might be in a 1-3 now and the yellows in a 2-4. It all depends really when that yellow boat tacks round where they end up being. If they end up being able to cross in front and starboard the black boat, or if the black boat gets in front of them. So we've got blacks in first, yellow in second, and then it's a fight out for third and fourth place between the other black and yellow boat. Right, this yellow is tacked over. Let's see what happens with this black boat here. The call is starboard here. The crew in the yellow boat is having a bit of an issue with their jib and currently still got it sheeted on in the windward side, which isn't helping them. The black boat tacked off. Everyone's now on starboard tack coming up to the line. Oh, just need to get around the back of these umpires here. Sorry, guys. Here we are. Black. The boat in front has now decided that he is going to just help and make sure his teammate isn't in last. And is now slowing down to really get a cover on the yellow boat that's in second place. So they're really, see here, they're slowing down, they're covering them. The idea would be if they make sure that the yellow boats aren't able to tack off. But they've got it very close end on the line here. Depends if this black boat here, they won't make the line, so they've had to tack pull at the finish and tack back. Yellow boats have had to avoid. They're at the pin end off the line. There's lots of collisions there. Boats head to wind. I think a couple of people have crossed. It looks like this might be an umpire-initiated call. I'm not seeing any of the boats offering to spin here. There's a yellow boat asking the finish line if they've crossed. It looks like there was blue in 1-2, I can tell at least. I'm not too sure about the boats in 3-4. Looks like they are struggling to get out of irons here after that pile up. And now both drifting backwards. It might be a bit on who can get up to speed and get through that line first. Currently no spins have been initiated or happened. We have this black boat coming up to get third place. So I think that looks like black 1-3. Ooh, that was all a little bit exciting at the finish there.
Yeah, a little bit messy as well at the finish. I mean, it kind of got a little bit sort of do or die. Everyone just trying to luff themselves across the line and take their chances with the penalties later.
Yeah, and it seems to have worked out okay for the black team there. I mean, it's this two boat versus two boat team racing. It can just force a lot of condensation on the last condense oil on that last upwind as everyone's frantically trying to get their teammate through.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Sophie. We will leave you there on that course, and we will come back to you when we have a little bit more action ready to go. So we've seen quite a little bit of breeze changing at the moment. it hasn't dropped. I mean, there was a little bit of a dip maybe about 25 minutes ago or so, but it seems to have come back up nicely now. And at the moment, after that little swing and that little reset of the course, we're still getting a couple of capsizes, certainly getting more than enough power for our sailors trying to get themselves into the racetrack. Now, one of the courses that we haven't heard that much from is from the pre-juniors. And Jake is on that course. We've had a little bit of a delay at the moment. We've seen some capsizes. Let's see if we can get Jake in at the moment to give us an update as to what's been happening on that course. Jake, is racing underway here? How's things happening for you?
Racing is very soon to be back underway. We've had a little bit of a pause. It has all been happening. There we go. That's a 3-minute gun there. So we are in sequence again. Things that have been happening on the pre-juniors. That's a fantastic racing. Unfortunately, we couldn't cover it, but there was 2 boats which sailed each other what felt like a mile away from the finish line, and an unbelievable turn of events let that boat let their teammate through to a fantastic swing for victory at the last hurdle, which was fantastic. We do have a boat which unfortunately doesn't have a bung, and apparently that makes them go slower or something like that. You'll have to ask a very specific technical race expert to explain that to you. But we have now solved the problem. We've got the bung. We also had a medical emergency on the rib, which was that I got a boo-boo on my thumb. But I fixed that with a plaster, and we're very, very keen to get some excellent team racing here back on the pre-juniors course.
Oh, great to hear you're in the thick of it. And yeah, classic about the bug. I mean, you can kind of forgive the sailors for kind of getting that one wrong. You know, that one does happen an awful lot when you're jumping into boats and sort of jumping in and out of the action. All right, Jake, we're going to check back in with you when you get yourselves close to a start. But we're going to go over to the youth course now, because I'm getting the thumbs up from Patrick that another start is about to get underway. We are inside that 2-minute countdown, I believe. So let's bring in Patrick here, and we can listen to the racing on that course.
We've got 1 minute 30 to go here. It's the green jibs versus the yellow jibs. So that's first in what teams they are again now. There's a capsize in the distance there. One of the teams below, they've saved it. Just got a smash there. Got 1 minute 20 to go. We'll follow these teams into the start box, and then we'll follow them around the course as well. This is race 31 already, so like we said, the race management team here doing a fantastic job getting all these races off so quickly early in the day. We're down to just coming up to 1 minute now, 1 minute 5 to go. You see the green jibs getting quite low in the start box, they're quite early still, they've still got time to burn. We'll see how they manage to do that. They're getting quite close to the pin lay lights, they might be looking to tackle drive round there. We'll see what happens down there, but at the minute, no one right underneath the start line, they're all staying off to the right. You'll see them come in from the right hand side of the screen shortly. 40 seconds to go, they say. Not long to go at all now. You can see 2 yellow boats here on the right hand side. They're looking good, they've got no one around them at the minute. 1 green boat's going to try and push them in just a second. But at the minute, they're quite unpressured, so should be a fairly easy start for them at the minute with 30 seconds to go. There's a big breeze coming down from the top of the course, so they'll be aware of that. They'll have to work hard on this at the moment. The 2 green boats on the far left don't seem to be back, so they've only got 15 seconds. They may have left this too late to get back into this race with only 10 seconds to go now. Green team right here just double checking as this race is not actually short, so a little bit of confusion on the green team, but the yellows aren't going to take any chances. They're going for it. That's a go. You see them already in a tight cover position. Quickly. They're just going to go on this 1 green boat that started. His teammates are nowhere to be seen. So potentially a rule scenario here if they get close, but at the minute they're just going to tight cover. I'm sure they'll roll into attack straight away. There we go. And they'll be looking to try and convert this green down into so they get a 1, 2, 3 position. So really strong start from the yellows. The greens, quite a big mix-up. Again, we talked about this confusion about whose race is it. It can be hard when there's a lot of backlog on the course. Oh, we're getting quite close to this yellow boat here. Right in with the action there. But yeah, we've talked about this quite a lot today, where it can be really confusing, especially for some of the newer teams, with trying to work out when you're racing, when you're not. So all of the top teams here today will need to make sure that they stay on top of that and don't let any races pass them by just being late, because that's a rookie mistake, to be honest with you. And if you let races pass you by, then you're just throwing away points. And at the end of the day, the points can be really close and decide who gets into gold, silver, and bronze. So don't want to be giving away any easy wins there. yellow boats in 1 and 2, they've been and gone. They're nearly at the top already. It's got a bit lighter now, so the race might take a little bit longer, but it's going to be really hard for the greens to get anything from this now. The yellows have started so far in front, and they stretched away on this beat as well. So a tough one for the greens, but these check the race number they are and make sure they know which side they are this time. So definitely some learning points as well as some good sailing practice at least. At least they get to sail around the course and practice those speeds. So I don't think there's going to be any surprises in this race, unfortunately. We'll stick with it and we'll watch the yellows get around the course in a 1-2. See the top mark here coming in on the left. Breeze has got a little bit lighter, so chance to have a breather maybe. Don't have to hike as hard in this race now that you've got it blocked up, so the crews won't be taking that chance just to dial in their settings, get to grips with how the team's working, any calls they want to make. So they're just chatting amongst themselves here, just deciding who's going to go which side of the run. We've talked before about how they don't want to cover each other, so generally one boat will go left and one boat will go right down the run. Just panning right now to show you that the green boats are coming up to the top mark, but I'm afraid it's going to be too little too late. As on a 6-minute race, if you start 1 minute late, it's going to be difficult to fight your way back into the race. So they're coming around the top mark now, but the yellows are a leg ahead already, and on a 5-leg race, that's too much an advantage to give the opposite team. So a tough one for the greens to take, but the yellows showing how it's done, splitting the course really nicely, goose winging the jibs, sailing really well, so full credit to them.
That's some very, very, very nice sailing from those yellow boats, as you say there, Patrick. We will leave you there. We will leave that race happy in the knowledge that it is a 1-2 and a very solid 1-2, as you say. And we will go instead to the juniors, where Sophie is following the action there, and a race about to get underway. I think we can see the committee boat there. Sophie, bring us up to speed.
Yes, so the 2-minute gun has just gone, and again, it is yellows versus blacks, as I'm mostly going to follow as long as the umpires stay in the order. The yellows versus black fleet. So we have these 2 yellow boats off in the right. These girls in this boat before were competed not so long ago, so they had a quick changeover. And then we have 2 black boats off on the left. About a minute and a half to go. Looks like one of the yellow boats got its rudder up. So they've got to quickly be able to sort that and get their rudder back down before the race, I would say. Bit of an interesting pre-start there. Here we are, I'll just get nice and forward so we can see. And we've got the other 3 boats all over here, just gearing up for the start. Nice breeze, not too many big gusts at the moment. That's it, 1 minute to go. That looks like the yellow boat has been able to get their rudder down, but they're now quite far off to the right. So they've got just under a minute to get back to the line. Can they get back in time? We've got these black boat and another yellow boat off in the right. They will be doing a tack round for their final approach to the line soon, I would think. That's it. Black's tacked off. I expect the yellow to follow around and tack behind them. That's it all. Final approach to the line. Looks like the boat that did have its rudder up might actually be getting one of the best starts here. We've got 3 boats on starboard coming up to the line here. One of the black ones is on the line, on port. Looks like they might be going for a little tack in under everyone here. Yep, there we go. Going for a nice tack. Yellows ducks them. Looking for another tack. We'll be coming up, expecting the start gun to go any second now. There we go. Looks like blacks in a 1-3 and yellows in a 2-4. Nice start for 3 of these boats on the line. Yellow in 4th, just crossing the line now. The upwind pace in this first beat is very important, with the winds being up and down. If the helms can steer it for the shifts and the crews can help get that boat flat, keep it upright. Still 1-3 here. We've got a yellow boat kind of in between the 2 of the black boats. Their jib is flapping on the upwind. That's not going to help them too much with their pace. We're getting close to the lee line. for the windward mark. I'd actually say a couple of boats are tapped over the ley line. No one is tacked yet. Oh, we've gone for the first tack here on port. They're able to cross the yellow. The yellow's tacked under them. And this looks like this is going to be a 1-2 for the black into the windward mark. Blacks in 1-2, yellows in 3-4, all on the port ley line. Just a bit of a procession sailing up to this first mark. First boat is round the mark, now onto the reach. Second black boat is round the mark and onto the reach. That is a 1-2. Yellow's still fighting hard, getting round this first mark here. We are. Yellow's just rounding this mark, just trying to sail fast to catch up with the blacks. But it looks like, unless anything interesting happens here, it might just stay as this 1-2.
It's amazing how quickly you can get into those very strong 1-2s after, like you were saying, that decent upwind leg. It looks like black has got that one sewn up. So we're going to jump off the junior course. We're going to leave that racing there. Instead, we're going to jump straight over to the pre-junior course where we can join Jake here for the next race.
Yeah, yellow versus orange. We're in the final moments of the start here. Yellows have gone towards the pin. Both oranges are at the committee boat end. The other yellows had to do a bit of a turn. This is going to be a close one. These guys have been fighting it out in the pre-start. It's been absolutely brilliant to watch. And they've got port starboard here right at the beginning. Have they crossed them? Get a boat flat. Oh, what a tight call there from the yellow boat there. On the left of your screen, they were on port, but they managed to get in front. So that puts them in the dominant position on the course. They're ahead and they're off to the starboard side. Their teammate right in front of you. Now they've got some work to do. Currently, first position and fourth position is a losing race. So let's see how well they can do. Oh, a little bit of a gust there at the top of the course. Same for the orange boat. They've both managed to hold it out. The yellow boat has slipped over to the left. Now, that might be they see something that we don't. But the orange boat on the right-hand side there, I think they are in a very dominant position here to push the yellow boat away and get even closer to a 1-3 or a 1-2 positioning. The boat's coming back together now. The wind did actually change direction a little bit earlier on this course. It moved slightly to the left. The wind right now blowing straight towards the camera. So imagine it's slightly over to the left, and that's where it changed to. But the oranges have done well here. They've sailed fantastically up that beat. It was quite gusty, and I think they managed to maneuver themselves through the gusts, keeping the power on and the boat flat. And they've managed to pull out a 1-2, but this yellow boat is not giving up easy. That's the overlap. They're inside on the second leg. They've got some work to do. You can see the orange boat there. That's the other side. They've got to keep clear. Now, there could be a... Oh, okay, the orange boat's got away there. I'm not sure they've got an overlap anymore. This is super tight now. This really is sort of win or swim here for the yellow team. The orange boat's ahead. There's lots of calls coming from the orange boat in front. They're round, they're onto leg 3. This is downwind, so the wind is now moving from left to right on your screen. And that yellow boat, like a tiger in the savannah, they're just watching that orange boat, waiting for them to make a mistake, separate them from the herd, and then pick them off and let your teammate through. The other yellow boat is just about to round Mark 2 and come onto this leg. So they're over to the left-hand side of your screen. The yellow boat's on the inside, coming into the mark. Excellent work. They've got to keep clear, though. They've got to keep clear. They are the windward boat, but they do have an inside overlap. Oh, and they've jibed. They're now on starboard. Oh, I'm not sure they've still got the overlap there. That might have been, but they're not in the zone. They overlap. They are overlapped. And then now the leeward boat, the orange boat, must keep clear here. They must keep clear. This could be a massive position change here for the yellow boat. Excellently sailed, that other yellow boat. Not sure what they're doing. I know you want to join in, mate. Out of the way, son. Excellent work there by our yellow boat. They're ahead. They're now in second position. All they've got to do is push that orange boat one position further back. Slow them down if they can. Here comes their partner in crime, just about to round the mark, you can see. They've jibed already. Excellent work. Oh, they've jibed back and jibed back. Okay, good. And now they're off. Back to the front of the course. This is where it's going to be made or lost. Win or swim. The orange boat's tacked and the yellow boat's tacked on top. And so is the orange boat at the front. Excellent work here. Exactly what I would have done from all of those boats. The orange boat in the lead. They've got to keep clear. If the yellow boat can just hold off one of these guys, they could be enough to let their partner through. Their partner now rounding the mark. They've tacked and they've just dodged the mark. Excellent work. The umpire there, making sure everyone parks within inside the white lines, please. At the front of the course, this is close. Have they done enough to get through the yellow boat? Oh, that's brilliant tacking from the orange boat. They sailed underneath and ahead so that they could tack in front, cross the yellow boat, and that should be 2 orange boats. Excellently raced. That was nip and tuck there across the middle of the course. But that should be a 1-2 for the orange boats. They're on the leg to cross the line. That was a pretty exciting race, Niall.
Oh, yeah, it was. Thank you very much, Jake. Thank you very much indeed. Interesting to see just how much that breeze is coming into effect. If you can get yourself into that nice wind, it really does make a little bit of a difference. We seem to have a little bit of movement going on one of the courses. I'm just going to bring Patrick in at the moment. On Patrick's boat, you can see that they are moving, just tweaking the positions of those marks. We've had already some tweaks earlier on. So, Patrick, another wind shift?
Yeah, the wind's just going left and left at the minute here, Niall. So we're just adjusting the pin, making sure the bias isn't too much. Currently AP'd, but we do have races on the course, so it shouldn't be too much of a delay. Currently, I think it's the blue and the red boats who are going to be off next, so they're just biding their time. They're just waiting for the next start, but just waiting for a few more marks to be changed. Then we should be back up and rolling. So I'll let you know as soon as we get going with that start.
From where you are, Patrick, on that left-hand side of the reservoir, as you look out from the shore, from here, you're the furthest from the clubhouse. And I'm just struggling to see what the breeze is like where you are. I wonder whether is there a bit of a shadow on that left-hand side, or is it quite even?
I think if you got all the way to the far left-hand side of the reservoir, there might be some shadow from the trees at that far end. But to be honest, where we are, the wind is perfectly clean. It's coming right across the lake, so there are some big gusts and lulls, but in terms of direction, it tends to be fairly constant. We have just seen in the last 5 minutes a few little left shifts, so looks like the committee boat is getting ready to go here, so we might be on for 3 minutes in the next few seconds. Hold your horses, maybe not. But yeah, the wind is fairly clean here. I'd say it's still upwards of 10 to 12 knots with gusts up to 14 maybe. That's the 3 minutes now. I think we're going to be following this one and then looping back, so we'll continue watching this start. It's RHS in the blue boats, the blue sails and blue hulls. Not sure which team was in the red, but we'll follow it anyway and see how they both get on. So at 3 minutes, the racing rules aren't actually in force, so it's generally just everyone keep out of everyone else's way. So generally you'll see the teams maybe have a bit of a team talk, maybe just sort of chat amongst themselves, decide on the plan for the race in the first minute. And then as it gets down to 2 minutes, the racing rules come into play at 2 minutes on the 2 minute gun. So at that point, the teams will start to engage with each other. They'll generally want to be turning back for the line at about 1 minute 15, 1 minute 30, somewhere around there. And they want to time their final run in to be on starboard the whole time. So if you see teams cycling out because they're early, generally that won't be part of their plan, but sometimes the plan has to change. There's the 2 minute start sequence there, so you'll see the racing rules are now in play. The umpires will now be taking a keen eye on what's going on between these boats. See a bit of a port starboard situation between that blue boat there. It's just driving away. It's still a bit early to be coming in for their final approach, so they're just trying to get their distance and timing right, so that when they do turn back for the start, they'll be on starboard for the whole run in. So we've got one red boat here that looks very early to the line. I think this won't be their final approach, but they'll have to get back onto port to get away from the line. At that point, they might be vulnerable from the blue boat. So we'll see if anyone manages to hunt this red boat down. If they go to the left, you can see the pin there. As they come back, they've already got a blue boat aiming at them, so we thought they'd be vulnerable. Here comes the port starboard coming in now. Right, that's potentially a protest there from that blue boat. I think they got a piece of them there if they went for it, but they're going for a luff now. The red boat's just got enough pace to roll around the front. I didn't see a flag on that blue boat, which is quite surprising. I thought that was quite a stonewall port starboard, and I'd be surprised if they didn't get a penalty for that, the red boat. But blue boat just deciding that now's not the time to be going for penalties. They're just going for position rather than penalties, which might be the smart move here. We've got less than a minute now, so they're already in their final approach. You see them hunting this other red boat down now. They're pushing them as close to them as they can. So the advantage there shifts to the boat behind in this situation, which is the big approach, capsize. Oh, there's a big collision and a capsize on the boat. The sails just struck there. You see the helm gets onto the boat, but the crew's gone under the side. Disaster for the red team there, so the other teammate's going to have to pull an absolute worldie to get them out of trouble here. The other red boat going for a late dial out as well, so not looking good for the team in red here. RHS looking like they have a fairly safe start with all three boats on the line. That's go. So RHS with a really clean start there. One boat on port, crossing nicely. One boat on starboard, and then one boat just underneath, taking fourth place. So a 1-2-4 at the minute. I wouldn't be surprised if they can convert that to a 1-2-3 by the time, because that poor red boat, their teammates are nowhere to be seen. This red boat's got to try and take on 3 RHS sailors by themselves, so they're going to need all the good luck in the world. And you see them already struggling with the dirty air. They're having to go low mode to get out of the wind shadow. Not being allowed any room to breathe here. They're having bad air the whole way, and the RHS boat's just rubbing salt in the moon now. They're bearing away, flapping their jib, just going for a tight cover on this red boat, trying to get their teammates through to it. So it looks like it's going to be a fairly easy win for RHS, which is a big sailing school. They've got lots of teams here. The head coach Ed Simpson puts in absolutely hours and hours into the sailing program. It's a very successful team, so current radio champions from the BSDRA finals earlier this year. Fantastic event. You see why they've earned that title. They're sailing incredibly well there, really strong. All three boats sailing well. They're controlling the race course nicely. They've not made any silly mistakes. They've competed in every race. They've made it tricky for the opposition. So far, so we'll see how far they can take this run of form into the event. But I wouldn't be surprised to see these guys at the end of the competition later on this weekend. See them sailing nicely here. They're coming up to the ley line for the windward mark, which is just coming into the left of picture. They're completely dominating that one red boat that managed to get off the line cleanly. And the other 2 red boats, they're just nowhere to be seen, unfortunately. Actually, they have gained a little bit, that one that was a little bit late. They've managed to catch back up slightly, but I think it's not going to be anywhere near enough for them. So RHS now in a 1, 2 and 3. And we'll see that boat in third. They'll start slowing down, they'll sail extra distance, and they'll just let their teammates in 1 and 2 stretch out to a nice big lead. So don't be surprised to see the anchors come on. That boat in third, she's just telling her teammates to head round the course now. She's going to try and get to the 2 boat length zone, which is coming up very shortly. And then once she gets into that zone, I wouldn't be surprised to see her slow down. The red boats won't have room on her. They're into the zone now, so no room for the red boat. So here she goes, she slows down. Okay, she just sails around actually, so that's quite surprising. Giving the red team just a sniff of hope here. They are quite close on the back of these 2 RHS boats. If they sail quickly down this run, they might just be able to get back into it, but their teammate who capsized is still miles off the back and will have points added, so very tricky stuff there for the red team. Having said that, they may have just rolled that RHS sailor, so not completely over, and good time for a bit of a jibing battle maybe as they jibe onto starboard. I don't think they're going to get a piece of her, so no, they've crossed behind there. 3 now jibes onto starboard, but isn't able to get a tight cross there. RHS doing well to come over to the left-hand side, looking downwind, which means when the boats come together at Mark 3, here we go for a luff now. Up she comes. The red boats haven't seen her. I think that's going to be a protest. Here comes the flag. It's a really lovely move from the RHS sailing. We've seen the protest. I don't think anyone's taken a to return though, so her decision pending. I wouldn't be surprised to see a penalty here on the red boats. They didn't seem to do enough to get out of the way there, and there was contact. Not sure we've seen a protest flag from the RHS sailor again, so no protests as of yet. They've done well to protect their lead now. They're still in the 1-2-3. The red boat's just really struggling to get around the blockade that's being created by RHS now, so I wouldn't be surprised as we get onto the bottom reach. The RHS boat in third might head high and then set up a jibe back manoeuvre. That would force the red boats to either try and risk it and go inside and risk putting another penalty, or they'd have to take the loss and sail a long way around the outside. So a terrible choice, but I think they're just satisfied with just sailing around the course, so they're not trying anything special now. They're around Mark 4 in a 1-2-3. Unless something crazy happens, I wouldn't be surprised to see them put this race away now. So RHS sailing really well at the minute. We've seen them cover the red boats in the 5th. Splitting the course nicely. One boat in the middle, far left of the screen, one boat on the right. And then if we can left side, we'll see them also one boat on the left. So no matter which way the breeze shifts, they'll have one boat that gains. So it's a really nice way of covering your losses effectively as a team by splitting the course like this. So really good race management from RHS. They seem quite happy to sail this one. Final weeks quite it's come up a little bit on this course, so these sailors having to work on it. So most of the way, some good technique there. So the main is absolutely powering them along here. The crew's working really hard as well at the same time to trim the jibs and adequate flow over the mainsail, so wouldn't be surprised if they go for attack shortly. Looks like they're approaching the ley line. The red boats just seem to be following them at the minute, so it's an easy decision making for RHS. They're not making their lives too tricky. They go tack into the ley line, so only about a minute to go left for this race, and then they'll be through in what looks to be a fairly safe 1-2-3 position. Quite a big patch of water coming down now, so it's going to be
we're just getting quite a bit of wind noise on the microphone there, so we're just getting quite a bit of interference. We know that we put our commentators out on the heart of the course there with the umpires, so we're just trying to improve the audio as best as we can. But we're going to go over now to the pre-juniors. Jake is there with some of the action as that race gets underway. And Jake, I understand we are in that final countdown, coming up to 2 minutes.
Absolutely, yeah. With 2 minutes or less, the wind is definitely up a little bit here on the course. We've definitely got the yellow sails. That's the two sails in front of you. And I think they're versus the green sails. I'll be honest, it hasn't been clear yet. But we are on to race 15 here with the pre-juniors. So everyone is getting through some races. Everyone's having a pretty good time. And I think this is sort of going to be won or lost in the start and the first beat. So we'll take a look and we'll see how they get on. We'll keep you apprised of the time. Wind blowing straight towards the camera now, so we're looking upwind on the course. Coming up to 1 minute, we'll let you know when that happens. There's both the green boats. It is green versus yellow. That's 1 minute gone. So we're pretty close now. Both the green boats off on the starboard side. That'll give them a bit of control as they come back in towards the start line. They are quite far away. Maybe a bit too far. Maybe they left the gap open. They're in a controlling position. But perhaps they've let it go. One of the yellow boats off to chase the other one. Here comes the other yellow boat. Oh no, sorry, those are orange. I'm really good at colours. There's the yellow boat. Right, there they are in the distance. So this green boat's starting to slow down now, controlling their speed. Now the pin end is slightly closer to the wind, it looks like to me, so that's going to be the favoured end to start, although it is going to be tricky to get across the line, so they might want to start slightly more in the middle. That way if they do slow down or need to slow down, coming across the start line, and that's the go. On the left hand side of the course, the other green boat is across. That is a red flag there for the left of the green boats. They touched the pin end mark. It was a really light breeze. It's not their fault as such. It's a really tricky one. But they've got to do a double penalty now. That's going to let the other boats back in. The other yellow boats having a little bit of a tricky time. They're not across the start line yet. But there we go. I think one more tack and that's penalty. I think one more. I didn't watch, actually. There we go. There it is. That's penalty complete. Now it's race on. So green versus the yellow. The green's currently in a commanding position here. First and third position. But the other yellow boat is off to the right-hand side of the screen. And they are coming back. The green boat on my left. They were the ones with a penalty turn. Now they're coming back towards the first mark, the upwind mark. And they're going to have to compete against this yellow boat coming across. They're just out of sight, but they're going to come in from the right-hand side on starboard. It looks to me like the yellow boat at the front has actually taken the lead there. Fantastic work. So they're now inside. All they've got to do is slow down one of these green boats enough, get the yellow boat through, and that'll be a winning position. But currently, the greens have it here. The wind blowing directly towards your camera. So the boats are sailing across the wind now. The yellow boat is definitely starting to take a bit of a lead here. Oh, look, they're starting to stop. Maybe they're going for a mark trap. The green boat's sailing over the top. It's neck and neck stuff. The yellow boat holding them out. The green boat's got a little bit more wind, a little bit more speed, but the yellow boat's still keeping them there, keeping them there. This could be the moment of the race. This could be. They're not letting them out. They're not letting them go. As soon as that yellow boat wants to turn around, it has got a clear run down towards the next mark. Okay, they've decided to tack. The green boat has jibed. Maybe they were a bit quicker. Okay, you see the yellow boat there in the distance now, just coming around Mark 2. Not quite sure who's got an advantage here. The greens have definitely still got one boat in the lead. There it is, just behind the mainsail. Oh, that's definitely a windward leeward. They've got to keep clear here, the yellow boat. They've got to keep clear. It might be a first and second position for the greens, but both yellows are now back in the race. So great work there from the yellow teammate to slow down the green boat and get their teammate back into the action. And this could be an interesting move here from the yellows. They're definitely sort of pincering this green boat here. It's a 2-on-1, and that's going to be very tricky for the green boat to defend. They've both jibed. The yellow boat that was fourth is now in second, which is excellent sailing from the yellows. They're bringing it back. They've had a little bit of a tricky time there on the jibe, but they're round now. Umpire's just getting himself into the right position. Oh, that's a red flag. Not sure who for it. Might be for the green boat. We'll take a look. We'll let you know in a second. That could be the moment. The green boat is still in the lead. The other green boat that you can't see. So they're going to... Oh, here we go. A pawn starboard. But the yellow boat just tracks out of the way. That's the right call to make. So the other green boat is now doing a penalty turn. This is absolutely snakes and ladders here. They're trying to squeeze in the gap. Oh, not sure. The yellow boats are crashing into each other. The green boat's capsized. The other green boat over here, they're still doing their penalty turn, it looks like. The two yellow boats. The green boat's coming back upright. That's pretty good. That's a quick righting of the capsize there. The yellow boats just need to get underway and get moving. I think the yellow boat might drift onto the mark there. Can't quite see. Can't see. But absolutely, this is snakes and ladders. We don't have a clue who is winning this race. The yellow boat there, I think, has unmarked rounded themselves. Got a capsize in the distance. We've had it all. One boat, yellow boat still needs to tack. The green boat has finished their penalty turn, we think. And they're now coming around. This could be a 1-2 for the greens. Yellow boat still capsized there. This green boat. The umpires are discussing behind me. I'm not sure if you can hear them because I think there are some rules, and I'm not sure, the umpires are sure, but I'm not sure exactly what happens if your boat capsizes. But this green boat here doing well. They're off to the finish. The other yellow boat, they're back upright. They're pulling their mate into the boat. And the yellow boats are hot on their tail. They're both upright. We know that anything can happen in this race. The green boats need to keep this together. They need to hold on to finish this race. It is not over yet. There's a yellow boat here, right next to us. They got one more tack to make, and then they should be over the finish. One of the green boats has still got to tack. One green boat's about to finish. Now, that might have been the boat that capsized. I'm not sure what the rules are. We will get an update for you in just a second. But this could be both green boats.
You changing now?
1 and 2 is the finish. Finish team doing an excellent job as always. Well done, finish team. And they have coffee. Look at that. They've been well supplied. Here comes the other green boat. And that is the end of the race there. We're not sure. We'll give you an update in a minute as to what exactly that means for the results. But that's probably a win for the Greens now.
Oh, that's absolutely incredible race. I cannot believe how that finished, considering how it started and where everything ended up in the middle. That was really quite something. Nice work. I think with those capsizes, I think if it's 2 gunnels in the water, you've essentially turtled. And I think then you're out of that race. You've retired once you have turtled. But there seems to be a conversation going on behind you, Jake. Can you give us an update on that?
Yeah, I'm afraid it's not that exciting. It is about whether they're getting in or out of the feeder now.
So we're still unsure on that rule. Well, my understanding of that rule is 2 gunnels in the water, and then that's it. So we will leave you there to catch your breath again after what was quite an exciting race in terms of twists and turns and everything else. That certainly had a little bit of everything, didn't it? All right, so we're going to jump off that one. We're going to go straight over to the youth course. We've got Patrick there, and we have got another start countdown underway.
We're into the last minute now. We've got 42 seconds. It's the orange jibs against the blue jibs. We're up to race 40 already, so you might have to fill me in with who's racing who, but it looks like a fairly even start at the minute. We've got pairs that were forming already, so you can see the committee boat there. That's the 30-second sound signal now for the start. Very close on the umpire red these boats are getting, so you can see this pair here, luffing hard. Protest there. There's the flag. The umpires are discussing whether that's going to be a red flag or not. We'll see the decision shortly. Here comes the flag. We'll see what umpire is going to give. It's a red flag on boat 30. 2-turn penalty, and they're right in the middle of the line on port. That's not a good place to be. They're going to have to thread the needle. Oh, that was tight. Oh, they've made more contact. That could be a double penalty on boat 30. That was go for the rest of the fleet. We'll have to keep an eye on what 30 does. They've got about 3 turns to do. They're going to be getting dizzy, unfortunately. Meanwhile, the rest of their teammates in orange looking quite strong. They're on the right-hand side. So they'll at least have the starboard advantage when they come back together. The team working really hard on the left-hand side to try and get across in front. They've definitely got first. They've also got fifth. You should see that blue boat tack out in fifth now. Instantly covered by an orange boat. Good work to them. In this trio of boats on the left-hand side, we've got 2 blues and 1 orange. So it's a tough gig for the orange to get out of there unscathed. We'll see if the blue boats can put a bit of hurt on them as they come back across the middle of the course. You might be able to see that top mark just going into the middle of the pitch there. Blue boats look to have a nice lead at the minute. They've been giving bad air to that orange boat the whole way up the left-hand side of this course. So orange boat going a bit slowly at the minute. Not yet though. They've got a boat on the right just looking okay. Cut across. It's another penalty. 30 didn't do their penalty correctly, I think, or didn't do enough turns. So umpire Will giving another red flag. He's being the bad man today and dishing out the penalties, but 30's still spinning and still down the stand.
I tell you what, Patrick, I'll just come in at this point, just after you just talk about that double penalty, just to tell you, you tasked me with finding out who was who. So blue in this one is Tonbridge and orange is the top hat. So it's Tonbridge in blue, top hats in orange coming into the Windward mark.
So Tonbridge looking really, really strong at the minute. They've got a 1-2 around the top mark. You see them bear away onto the Tonbridge now. Top hats still aren't out of it though. They've got a 3-4 position. They still obviously have a big 6 and we mean a big 6 in this case because 30 is still spinning, I think. They're still getting dizzy down at the bottom of the course, so not ideal for them. We'll see if their teammates can pull off anything on this run. They will have the advantage of covering the boats in first and second on the run. We just get into position as we come around Mark 2. You can see it there in the middle of the screen. We're expecting these boats to split so they don't cover each other. We'll see which one goes which way. I think the first boat's going left and the second boat's going right as we look downwind. And we'll see what this orange boat does. Who are they going to cover? Where are they going to position themselves? Just seem to be in the middle of the course at the minute, not really picking a side as such. They're goose-winging the jib nicely there. Now they look to be moving across the right-hand side to try and cover boat 25. We'll see how that gap seems to close up as they come down the course. Gradually closing. I'm not sure if it'll be enough to get them an overlap or not. We'll keep an eye on that. In the background there, you can see boat 30 finally getting to the top mark after doing God knows how many turns. So a big 6 at the minute for the orange team and a 1-2 for Tunbridge in blue. So not looking great for the top hats at the minute. There might be some excitement down at the bottom if this boat 29 can catch up to the blue boat, but the gap seems to be fairly static at the minute with no real changes. So unless they can find a burst of speed, it looks like Tunbridge are going to have a fairly safe 1-2 here. Having said that, that gap does seem to be coming down now. I've just given it the commentator's curse. 25 starts to get a bit panicked and drives on support right in front of them, so dangerous manoeuvre there. Now he's coming across the left-hand side of the course. Room to get another jibe, and now he's on starboard. Now 22's got to keep out, 29's got to keep out of the way, sorry. They jibe into a windward position. They do try and avoid, but question marks over whether that was enough. There's no protest from 25 though. They're happy with the position rather than the penalty. There we go. They're around Mark 3 now in first and second. Still looking fairly secure for Tunbridge. We'll see how they manage to solidify this win with 29 still hot on their heels. 28, their teammate, comes around now. A bit of a gap to go, so they're going to be working hard to try and close up this distance. They're onto the bottom reach. You can see Mark 4 there in the distance. 2 Tunbridge boats in first and second are now just discussing amongst themselves. How are we going to get rid of this orange boat? Who's going to cover them? We're going left, we're going right. The orange boat has good speed underneath them. Top hat's sailing really well there. They've got an overlap, but it's not on the inside of the mark, so they won't have room. They'll still have to go the long way round. So they will still be in dirty air. The Tunbridge boats may be just getting in each other's way a little bit there. Not quite the cleanest rounding for the boat in second. Will they be able to capitalise? They've left it a bit wide around the mark, so still looking strong for Tunbridge. They're still in the covering position. The boat in first tacks off to take the left, leaving the boat in second to cover the boat in third. You see Top Hat's other boat coming around the bottom mark now. Meanwhile, Tunbridge also have 5th place here with boat number 27, so they're still not out of the playing. As we come back across the right-hand side, though, you can see the boat 25 is the Tunbridge 2nd place boat, just flipping their jib onto the orange boat, giving me more dirty air. They're really trying to aim the jib flappings. They're up to a low mode now. You see them cracking off the jib, sailing a lower angle, trying to get some speed into the boat. Tunbridge, meanwhile, just sailing off into a big 1-2, so I think this race is probably heading into a fairly convincing Tunbridge win now, especially after that triple penalty at the start from boat 30 that just left the Top Hats with too much work to do, and their teammates sadly weren't able to pull it back, despite some really good sailing there from boat 29. So mixed messages from the Top Hats, some really good sailing, but unforced penalty, giving them too much work to do. Tunbridge there just tacking onto the lower finish. You can see it far left of the picture. The boat in first has just extended their way nicely into the middle of the course, so a nice easy win for them. They're sailing really well, looking very fast, so good work from them. And then on the left of the course, 28 managed to hold 27 behind them, so well done to them. Unfortunately, it's going to be fruitless because their teammate 30 is just too far back to be of any help in this race. So a good win for Tunbridge, but some positives for the Top Hats as well.
Amazing how many of those penalties just started to stack up on top of each other, and as you say, it just kind of got the race won and lost at that point. All right, we're going to leave the youth course there, and we're going to jump over now to the pre-juniors once again. We've got Jake, and I think we've got a race that is already underway.
That is right. You join us on leg 3. You're looking downwind, the wind blowing the same way that we're looking, and Pink are currently in first and fourth. We've got 2 black boats here, hunting the boat down. We've already had a capsize, a near capsize, an overtake. It's all happening. The 4th boat there, the pink boat, just coming around the mark. They're desperately hoping that their teammates in first position can pull something out of the bag to slow these two black boats down, or even just one of them. One of them's enough. It was pretty gusty at the start. The capsize actually happened. The wind flicked very quickly. And it was actually one of the black boats that caught it first, and the jib almost backed that it changed direction that much. But they held it together, and unfortunately the pink boat not only got the wind change, but also the dirty air from the black boat that it was really close to, and unfortunately did capsize. The pink boat over to the left-hand side, sailing incredibly well. They are absolutely on a knife edge to try and catch up here. The pink boat at the front seems to be struggling. The black boats are doing very well to just not give that pink boat any opportunity to slow them down or to hold them out to the side of the course. The pink boat desperately, I can see them talking, desperately trying to work out what on earth they're going to do. The two black boats are quite confident, like a pride of lions, teaming up together, working hard, desperately making sure that they keep that pink boat. And I think what they're going to try and do here is they might try and sail that pink boat over the finish line. Once you finish the race, you still can't come back and help. You are finished. Actually, this is a fantastic move from the black boat here to not give the pink boat any room to maneuver and to make sure that they sail over the finish. There goes the pink boat. Unfortunately, they do have to keep clear of the blacks, and that's the pink boat over, and that's going to be a second and third for the black boats, which will be a win for the black. So pretty good defensive play there from the black boats, Niall.
Yeah, nice sailing. Really nice work around the course. Let's jump off the course, Jake. Thank you very much for that one. We're going to leave the pre-juniors and we're going to jump into Sophie on the junior course, because at that point, we can join it at the moment. We've still got potentially just a couple of minutes to go before that start, so we can join in for a full pre-start. What's happening next, Sophie?
Yes, so we are going to be following the start of the blue versus greens, which is imminent. Follow them a little bit to the upwind, and then we'll get to watch the rest of the start for the black and yellows. Looks like blue and green are having a very close start. Looks like blue might have hit the pin, maybe. I think they might have just got it close up to the umpire that was on the pin end of the line to make the call for that one. I didn't have as good a view there. It looks like there's split off into two pairs. The first pair, green is in the lead, and then the second pair, blue is in the lead. So it depends as well on those pairs who is in last place. I think at the moment it is green, but it's all to play for just at the start of this beat. They're both sailing upwind quite nicely here, starting to go for the tack. So the first pair of tacks, are they going to be able to cross the second pair? I don't know. It is close. There's a port starboard for one and for another. I think in the first pair, obviously a bit of a collision there. Second pair, the blue is able to cross. I see a red flag being flown, and it's been green flagged by the umpire. One green tacked round. I think it is green in 1-3 at the moment. They are now coming up on the port ley line for the mark. All to play for. I actually think it might be blue 1-2 as it comes in. Bit of a gust coming down in the course now. A couple of the crews having to get into some hiking. Boat just coming up to the mark. Might not make the pin. They're having to pinch, and they're just round. Looks like blue 1-2 or blue 1-3. And I think we're going to be heading back down to just watch the rest of the start for the black and yellows, which is looking fully underway. We've got about 1:30 left for the start of the black and yellows, so we'll get some good action in on there. Breeze has picked up a little bit for their start. Looks like the two blacks are leading in over to the line. One back's jibed around. I think they've got about 1:20 to the start. Let's see what action we get in this race. It's been very interesting on the juniors course today. Two boat team racing, I think, could make for some really aggressive pushing back to try to get their teammates through. So we've got two of the yellow boats here. Less than a minute to the start. Looks like the blacks are setting up on starboard, off to the starboard end of the line to maybe sail in when the time is right. We've got a yellow boat pretty close to us there. They might need to start heading upwind reasonably soon. Bit of a gust coming down just in the line, might be putting their time distance off. Got a red flag being flown. I think that black boat was luffing the yellow. All heading up now. Got a red flag. Red flag for 3. You could argue they were already spinning, but once the umpire puts up that red flag, you need to do 2 spins. Black here, oh, very close to that pin. We've got black in 1, 2, a yellow in 3, and a yellow in 4 that is spinning. That was an exciting start. It's all down on this yellow boat here that we see to sail fast, get that speed, and try and catch up with the black in the 1, 2, and then start the hard job of getting their teammate through. One black has gone way off to the right-hand side of the course, and one has gone left, so it'll be interesting to see when they come back together who's out in front. It might be yellow in 2 now, which means that they will have an option, a chance, to try and hold up that black boat in 3 to let their teammate through. These boats up on the port lay line now. Black in 1, yellow in 2. The black boat on the right is over. I think they've gone to the wrong windward mark. I think they've gone to the second mark, the reach mark. No, they've realised, no, they haven't. They've tacked as if they're going round boat mark number 2. Their teammate that was in first is frantically shouting at them, telling them to tack back round and get to the correct windward mark. Very important to know where you're going in these races, because that has now put the blacks in the 1, 3, potentially the 1, 4, which has opened this up. Oh, it's exciting stuff here, chaps. So the black boat in first is doing the right thing and slowing down a bit in the reach just to see where their teammate is. And not just sailing around the course. They're doing the right thing. They are holding up the boat in second, around the second mark. That's nice. They're forcing them up. The yellow boat's like, I want to bear away down that mark, but they can't. Oh, they've gone for the tack. They've gone for a tack. And now bearing away to try around that second mark. They are still in second, but the black boat in third is catching up. This has condensed the race. That was a great play from the black boat in first there. Now we're all onto the downwind. Black is currently in 1, 2 or 1, 3. They are luffing this yellow boat here. So yellow is currently in last place, so we're wanting to condense. But if any spins happen here, that will put someone in last place and will change the result. Looks to be though, we're just playing nice on this downwind. No luffing is happening so far between the yellow and the black boat. They're both just sailing downwind, both on port, both the crews doing a fantastic job goose swinging. That is making such an important job in the speed on the downwinds, on how well the crews can keep that jib filling. Boat number 1 here, we're at the zone, has decided, doing great team racing here, decided that they are not just going to sail around the course, they're going to be ready in case their crew needs it. The umpires are trying to decide if these boats here had room, had an overlap or not. Boat number 1 is round. What's happening at the mark here? Boat number 2 is trying to tell yellow that they didn't have room. I think there was a bit of contact with the boom in the shroud there. Yellow has snuck in. Both the yellows have snuck in. There's a screaming of protesting there. I'm not seeing any flags though. You must also display your red flag. So at the moment, looks to be yellows are in 2, 4, black are in 1, 3. Black number 1 is come back for a drive back at mark 4. So they're trying to keep the yellows out of the way whilst letting their teammate through. Beautifully executed. Yellow boat number 4 does not have room right now, but they've managed to sneak themselves in. There's been no contact here though, so not sure there's any protest. Blacks have just drive back themselves into the 3, 4. Yellows have snuck through into the 1, 2. So it's all to play for in this final upwind. One black is separated and gone off onto the left-hand side of the course, possibly just to separate and give themselves a chance to catch up. This black here is tacked. Both the yellows have carried on to the right. No one is tacked back to cover the other black. Well, one of the yellows is tacked now. So we have one yellow basically banging the starboard ley line, another yellow at the middle of the course, and two black boats off on the left. The black boat that's gone far left seems to be paying out well for them. They're looking like they're coming in. Some great speed, some great boat speed up there. Looks like they might actually be back in the one if they manage to cross. It's hard to tell from these angles. Looking like it's going to be close. Some calls of starboard there, pretty aggressive. Oh, they've had to do a duck, but it's still quite close. Might have to duck the second boat as well. But if this boat gets into the one, it doesn't do much if their teammate is still in last place, which they are. Black has gone for a tack. Now on starboard, yellow's tacked over. At this current place, they are below the ley line for the pin end. So if they manage to hold this yellow boat out and let their teammate through, they might have saved it for themselves, which looks like what they're currently doing. This yellow boat here on leeward cannot tack out there. The only option would be to jibe, but if they just go for the jibe, the black boat will just tack. So black boat's looking over their shoulder, checking if their teammate looks like they might get to the line. They've realised that their teammate in black is now in front of the yellow boat. So it looks like black might be able to get 1-2 or at least 1-3 and finish. Looks like black have won that race. Oh, that was exciting. Bit of snakes and ladders there. Dropping down and putting themselves into 3-4 around the leeward mark and finishing the 1-3. That was fantastic racing.
Yeah, that was an incredible race. Amazingly aggressive team racing work. Really, really, really interesting. Thank you very much for that race, Sophie. We're going to leave that one course. We're going to jump straight over to the pre-juniors. We have got Jake, who is getting ready for a next start, and I believe that start is coming up pretty soon. Jake, the committee boat there in your shot, and I think the countdown is underway.
Race 21 here for the pre-juniors. You're right, we are imminently about to start. Less than a minute, obviously. We got the yellows versus the oranges. Off to my right, we got the other three boats. They're all jostling for position. They've got to get up to the mark quickly, otherwise they are going to struggle. The wind coming directly towards you now. It's still a solid breeze. The gusts have died down a little bit, so hopefully it won't be... He says that just as the orange catches a gust. But it is a little bit more steady. That's the go gun. Orange in a fantastic position there in the center of the line. Yellow and orange off to my right. They're already in a duel there. Yellow's got the better of it. The other yellow boat coming across on port. They're going to have to tack off. Excellent decision. But this orange boat looks like they're going to get squeezed out the back here. And that will probably put the oranges into a 1-4 position. Bit of a luck there from the yellow boat. Forced them to tack off, and they've tacked back to cover them. That is brilliant move there from the yellows. They've let them macy it out. Just a lapse of concentration there, but they're back on it. Good racing. Their teammate looks like they're not on the ley line. So the boat on the left of your screen, they're not on the ley, but they are coming in. The opposition coming in on starboard now. This is absolutely fraught here at the windward mark. Oh, that is tricky. That's a last-minute change of direction there from the boat on starboard. I'm not sure how that's going to go down. We'll have to wait for the jury's decision. Michael? There is a red flag. We're trying to work out who it's for. Oranges are a 1-2 now. That was a super tricky maneuver there. The yellow boat, they've done their penalty. I think they've done the penalty anyway, not sure, didn't see. But they've tacked, they're back onto the course. Their teammate is out ahead. They are hunting down the orange boats. That was absolutely fraught there for a moment, but I think these are starting to calm down. We'll be able to follow this next little bit. The wind blowing from left to right on your screen. The three boats in front of you on the third leg of the course coming downwind. And when they reach the mark, they're going to turn left. The two orange boats, they don't want to get too close together. They might get in each other's way. The yellow boat behind. Now they're in a commanding position. They can turn left, they can turn right. If they get directly behind one of the orange boats, they'll steal some of their wind. They'll slow them down. And they'll be able to get some sort of tactical advantage. But the orange boats are going round now. They're looking in a... The yellow boats, oh, they had an unfortunate jibe there just before the mark. They've got to jibe back. There they go. They're still doing well. And now the wind is coming directly towards us, so the boats are sailing sideways to the wind. This is normally a pretty fast and furious part of the race course. As the lead boat rounds the last mark onto leg 5. That's the final leg. Now, we know how this can go. We've seen it before. These guys have got to hold on. They cannot let it up. They cannot capsize, because all it takes is for one of these yellow boats to get in front, and they'll have all sorts of trouble. The yellow boat is just behind them. Hanging, waiting, in the wings, ready for their call. Capsize in the orange boat. Yellow boat come through. But the orange boats are holding them off very well. They're going right to the lay. That's the first tack. They're probably going to have to do one tack just across the line, but that is pretty much it. Anything can happen. You can see there's a good breeze here. Nothing like a good silhouette. Here comes the yellow boat, still sailing well, still doing their bit as much as they can do. It's one orange boat across and the other orange boat. That's a great race there for the oranges. Well sailed, well done. And the two yellow boats here, one finishing and the other one just coming up. So that was pretty busy there, right at that first mark, Niall. But you can see, get it right at the first mark, and then it's plain sailing, reasonably speaking, from there on. Good racing from the oranges.
Yeah, really nice racing, as you say. Well, I wouldn't say it's plain sailing. As we've seen, there has been quite a bit of shuffling of the pack, but you can certainly do a lot of the hard work. You can complete a lot of that if you can get it done in that first little bit. Getting off that line, getting up to that windward mark certainly lines you up quite nicely for the rest of the race. Right, thank you very much, Jake. Now, we do have a little bit of sailing going on with the junior course. Let's check in with Sophie and see whether we are lining ourselves up for a race. Sophie, we're looking at a committee boat. Looks like yellows and blacks, maybe. What's going on where you are?
Yellows and blacks again. That's my favourite colour today, it seems. We have got less than 2 minutes till the start gun. The boats are still a little bit spread out at the moment, but that is now the 1 minute mark. So I am expecting them to, you know, kind of start getting a bit closer together again. Some exciting action happening within the next minute. So we've got both the blacks on port sailing away on starboard end. One yellow setting up here. Looks like they're on the starboard ley line for the committee boat end. And the other yellow almost looks like they're setting up for port end flyer. So let's see if I've assessed that situation correctly and what happens at the goal. Probably around 30 seconds left. We've got a big gust coming down the course now. This bow on port is just zooming along. Little bit of action, tack down. We've got boats not in our start in the way of the race course. Just a reminder, if it's not your start, do not be there. Oh, black is luffing. I think there's contacts there. Some serious luffing. No calls of protest though. That is the start gun. We've got black and yellow there, and then a yellow in third, and a black in fourth behind them, just off the camera shot there. But these two boats at the front are really the interesting ones at the moment. Some big gusts coming down, some big hikes. Looks like we might nearly capsize from that yellow there. That's been just enough to probably let the black, who was in fourth place, nip through into third. So the yellows now look to be in 1-4, maybe 1-3. And we've basically split off into two pairs. We've got one pair of a black and yellow boat off on the right, one pair off on the left-hand side. Looks like one of the yellows might be able to be on the port ley line if they just keep that boat nice and flat and sail it well. I think the other black boat that's just underneath them might need to do a little double tack to get round the mark. Yellows are in 1-4. It looks like the pair behind are the yellows in last place. So that means there's going to be a lot of work to do on this yellow boat that has just rounded the windward mark. So I think they're looking down to suss out where their other team member is. The helm has spotted that their team member is in last place. So they've decided now that they're going to slow down, not sail around the course, and try and condense the fleet to let their teammate through. Because remember, in this 2 versus 2, If you're last, you're not winning. So, nope, she's just headed round the mark. She's gone on to the downwind. She condensed it ever so slightly. The other yellow has just gotten round the windward mark. So the blacks are currently in 2-3. This yellow boat here is going quite far left in the downwind, so it looks like she's setting up so she's got space to jibe back round. And she has jibed, heading at the other boat. They've just got some wake from a rib there. Call starboard. Their other boat is jibed and luffed. Their jib has hit the boom of the black boat. There is a lot of shouting, but I'm not hearing any words of protest. Not hearing anything. They've jibed back round onto port. Just a reminder, sailors, we need to see red flag, green flag. We're about halfway down the run. Yellow is still in last place. So this boat here has got a lot to do. There is no overlap at that zone, so the black boat cannot push themselves in. So the yellow boat is just sailing around it slowly, just to kind of condense it a little bit. They're now on to the final reach, the last reaching leg. Yellows are still in 1-4. The first boat is about halfway along the reach, and the last boat, the last yellow, is just jibing round the reach mark now. There's a lot of work to do for the boat number 1, and they're leaving it to the last upwind to have to do all their hard work. Black boat has tacked as they round the mark. The yellow is tacked on top of them to follow. And the final yellow is just rounding the mark now. Still 1-4. One of the blacks has gone off to the right-hand side of the course, and another black and yellow have gone to the left. Let's see what happens this upwind. As it has been in other races, there's been teams where they've been in the 3-4 around the last mark, and they've finished in the 1-2. So there's all to play for in the final upwind, especially when these pairs have separated. We've got two boats way off, banging the right-hand side, and two boats way off, banging the left-hand side. So it really depends how those pairs end up coming back together. Here we are. They've tacked off. They are on the starboard end, the starboard ley line for the starboard end of the line. Oh, and they have tacked back round to port, perhaps just to loosely cover the yellow. We have another pair coming in. They are above the port ley line of the pin end. So I think it's all going to come together on the line here. Basically just be, this is exciting. On one pair, you have the blacks winning, and on the other pair, you have the yellows winning. So it really depends which pair reaches the line first. If the pair on the left reach the line first, it will likely be the blacks winning. Oh, it looks like this boat in the yellow here is trying to hold the black one out. Nope. Looks like black's able to get in. Actually, looks like might be a blacks 1-3. Blacks 1-3. And that is the end of a race on the junior fleet. We're getting some good team racing going on here in these last couple of races.
You're getting some incredibly good team racing going on in there. Some really, really, really nice reshuffles of the deck and everything kind of moving around. It's looking pretty fantastic. Thank you very much for that one, Sophie. That looked like a pretty good race. We're going to jump straight over to the pre-juniors. We've got Jake on the water at the moment, and it looks like we've got a race already underway.
Absolutely. You join us on leg 3, boat sailing downwind. The wind coming diagonally from sort of behind me on the left to forwards on the right. Now, this has already been snakes and ladders, so don't underestimate any one of these boats. You can see they're so tightly packed. They crossed the line with the two blue boats, 1 and 2, and we thought this was all over, but somehow the Reds brought it back before the first mark, and they've held this 1-2 position ever since. But you can see there's barely a boat length between them here. And at any lapse of concentration from the Reds, and I'm sure these blue boats are going to absolutely pounce all over them and not let them forget it. So we're watching closely. The Reds are very close together. They're on the same team. They probably don't need to be quite that close together. The Blues are right behind, very closely packed, very tight. As we go up the beat here, we should see a split. There we go. Red boat's tacked, and the other one's kept going. Guys! There's some other boats on the course. That's okay. They're trying to keep out of the way. Now the two blue boats have come with us over to the right-hand side. They're going to try and hold this red boat out. All they need to do is get one of these red boats to come behind them, and they might snatch a victory from the draws of defeat here. The red boat forced them to attack. Now these three boats, all on starboard, all coming back across the race course towards the other red-sailed boat. Now if these blue guys, if they can get even close to the red boat and force it to attack, that is their best chance. One of the blue boats stuck in the dirty air of its partner there. Good choice to tack out there from the blue boat. There's nothing good happening from that. This is the key pair. The other red boat, they're off to the right of the screen. They're about to finish. Here comes the tack. Now, have they judged this correctly from the red boat? The blue boat's tacked as well. The finish is just coming into view now. There you go. They are on the lay. The blue boat, they might be able to pull something out here, but it's going to be super tight. The red boats have actually done a fantastic job in this race to be dominant. They've had to work hard to maintain that 1-2. The blue boats, you can see, have followed them round so closely for the whole race. That is the red boats across the line, and a good finish for the red team. Well fought and well held, Niall.
Yeah, really, really, really nice sailing, and all the way to the finish there. Thank you very much for that one, Jake. So in terms of racing at the moment, we are well on our way through this incredibly thick, mammoth list of races that we need to get through in that round robin stage. Then we go into a gold and silver league, and we go through into those semis and quarters and finals and all sorts of kind of knockout competitions before we get to that final point where one of our teams is being able to say that they won either the youth, the junior, or the pre-junior competition. And at the moment, the breeze is certainly staying up and staying really good. It is swinging around quite a bit, and I think we're just having a little bit of a chance to reset some of the courses. So while we get that underway, we're going to take a little bit of a breather here before our coverage will continue.
(1965), the reservoir, the treatment works are still under construction as work begins on the sailing club. The members themselves did most of the work. Everyone lent a hand in some way. And of course the ladies were in the thick of it, showing their usual ingenuity and solving the problems. And this was a time when chivalry still existed. Finally, the buildings were complete, including the brand new starter hut overlooking Farmore 1, and we were ready to start sailing on the reservoir. This was a different age. Life jackets were not compulsory, and some members even went sailing wearing their ties. The old bass boat did sterling service for the club and was still in use in 1979 when I arrived. In fact, in 1965, life jackets were just coming in, and children in particular were made to wear these wonderful modern inventions. So with everything in place, the boats could be rigged and we could get onto the water ready for the regatta. Great spectator interest. No sign of the second reservoir yet, you will notice. Competition, however, was probably even fiercer than it is today. Told that after sailing the social life was much better than today. Early classes included the Enterprise and there was a very strong OK fleet at Oxford. Not all sailing was without mishap. However, Oxford Sailing Club now had some of the most modern facilities in the area, with the new safety boats and everything, and young people were attracted to the new facility, particularly because of the close association with the School Sailing Association, which continues to this day.
Use the RYA SafeTracks app. You can track your journey on your phone, you can add an emergency contact, and call for help if you need it. So the Coast Guard and the RNLI know exactly where to find you. Download the app now. It's free, easy to use. rya.org.uk/go/safetracks.
VersaDock and their modular pontoon system help events like this run smoothly, giving every venue the chance to quickly build custom pontoons and docks for boats, whether it's drive-on docks for ribs and powercraft or floating bays for easy access to the water. The system can be shaped to just about any need. At the Eric Twiname Team Racing Championships, this allows quick transfers of crews, saving time, keeping sailors dry, and helping the event be a success. Well, we are waiting to get ourselves back underway in terms of coverage, back on the water to see what exactly is happening. The breeze is still really nice out there at the moment. We've got some good steady wind. It's been flicking to the left, to the right, and the courses look set to the best of the breeze and everything getting underway. So we're just getting a little bit of a chance to get our cameras back in the right position where we're going to be able to get racing underway. There's a little bit of a delay right now on the junior course, just due to a little bit of a problem with one or two of the boats in terms of rigging, but we're just trying to solve that problem and then we can get everything back up to speed as fast as we can. We're already well through the schedule here, 196 races on that first schedule for that first stage of competition. It doesn't mean that we have to complete all of them, but it does mean that we need to get as far through them as possible so that the averages can be worked out with the best possible confidence that we've seen. So while we're just waiting for those little chances for the junior course to get themselves back underway and everything to get back onto the race course, just having a little bit of a look, you can see with the results on the event website. Obviously, we've got 3 events. We've got the youth, we've got the junior, and then we've got the pre-junior competition. But there is a chance to have a look at all of the results as they are coming in. And the way that the results are worked out is it's percentage victory. So you don't necessarily have to sail against everybody in that round robin stage. You don't necessarily have to face off against all the other competitors. there's a relatively inventive but quite complicated series of mathematics that goes into certain tie breaks, whether you've beaten very talented teams who have been able to put in some strong performances in this competition, whether you've beaten somebody that beat another boat that you're tied with, but it all comes down to a system that breaks any eventual tie, and ultimately we end up with the boats ranked in an order at the end of today. So that is what we're looking for. And at the moment, I think we are about to get some racing underway. We can jump into Jake on the pre-junior course. Let's bring Jake in at the moment. So Jake, it looks to be that you guys are coming up to the start.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good here, pre-juniors. Wind is still pumping down the course. It's nice and even, but it is a little bit strong. We've got the blacks versus the pinks here. The blacks are already on the line. They're on the line early, but the gun is about to go. The pinks obviously on the committee boat end. They're pulling the trigger. Here go all the sailors. Waiting for the gun. I think the gun must have gone. I must have missed it. Okay, so the pinks have split. Good decision from the pinks there. The blacks have split as well. There's some serious breeze now. It looks like the blacks did come off the line slightly better, so maybe they are 1-2, but we know that it can all change in a drop of a hat. So that's across there for the blacks, bringing you across the course. Everyone's sailing upwind. There's the windward mark. The black boat here is ahead of the pink boat. They're going to tack on top of them. That's a good move from the blacks. Well played. Tricky for the pinks. Not much they can do there. And it looks like we're going to have blacks going 1-2 into the first mark. But the wind is strong, so do not miss this for a second. All it will take is one capsize, one boat hitting a mark, and this could all change. Pinks just rounding now, just out of screen. The blacks sailing across the wind here, the wind blowing from left to right on the streets. As the first black boat is about to bear away around Mark 2, which will be onto leg 3 of the course. Pink boats following on. The downwind, I think this is where we might see it get a little bit fruity. With this wind, we could get a little bit of rocking. That's the boats rolling from side to side. Perhaps if the sails don't quite have the right controls on. They look like the boats are under a good amount of control here, but the pinks are also doing well. They're holding the jibs out. That's excellent work there from the pinks. They are doing everything they can to try and catch these two. There's good communication between the two black boats. Talking about where the others are, what they're going to do, what's the next move that they're going to execute. They're working hard to maintain this position. Obviously a 1-2, that's a clear win. Very simply in the Fevers, if your team crosses last, that's unfortunately a loss. So just make sure that you put one of the opposition boats between you and the finish. Good rounding there from the pinks. Sending across the wind now. Wind blowing from left to right. The two blacks, they're looking pretty solid. First boat rounding up. Some good sheeting in. And they've gone straight for the tack. The other boat stayed straight ahead. That's a good maneuver. You want to split the boats. If you go one way, I would definitely be going the other. So for the black boats to split, that's an excellent tactical move. You're covering the whole course then. Now the pinks have done the same behind me. One's gone left, one's gone right, but they've got a lot of work to do here. There's nothing really that the pinks are doing wrong. It's just that I think the guys sailing the black jibbed boats, they are doing a fantastic job. First boat's tacked in towards the finish. The other black boat just to the right of the screen. They're going to come in a minute. Looks like they've tacked towards the finish as well. But all it takes at this point is one capsize. First boat sailing across the line. That's a good, strong finish for them. Here's the other black boat. They're going to be nice and close to the committee boat. I can't see anything that's going to stop this now. There's the whistle and a good finish for the blacks there. That was a pretty windy race, actually, that one. Getting the boat flat, just getting the boat speed seemed to be the way to win it. But a good finish for the pinks, not that far behind. So it's all going pretty well with some windy conditions here on the pre-junior course, Niall.
Yeah, thank you very much for that one, Jake. There's a nice amount of breeze out there at the moment, and I'm really enjoying seeing that SV20 being used as a finish boat. I think that's just a rather nice touch there in terms of the, keeping things versatile and keeping boats on the water and keeping them going. Okay, so that is all the action that we have seen at the moment from the junior course. We're just waiting to see whether we can jump onto the junior course and see if we can get a little bit of action from that racing area as well. There was a little bit of a delay on that course while they had a bit of a technical issue with a couple of the boats, but they seem to have sorted that one out. So we're just waiting to see whether we can jump on for that one. Meanwhile, at the moment with the Fireflies on the youth course, there's quite a bit going on right now, but we have just needing to change over some of the umpires, some of the ribs, some of the equipment as well. So we're going to be bringing you some of the action from that course just as soon as we can. So for the moment, our commentators are staying on the juniors and on the pre-juniors and just waiting to see whether we can just dial into that junior course, just seeing whether they are getting themselves into sequence. From where we are at the moment, just looking out of the office, got a perfect view of the 3 race courses. Of course, a little bit far away to see precisely what's going on, and there's boats and courses above and ones that are close down to us, so things can be a little bit difficult to decipher. So the best thing to do is to see if we can jump in on board the ribs with our commentators, and let's do that now. We've got Sophie on the junior course, and let's see whether we can hear from her now. Sophie, racing underway or about to get underway?
Hopefully underway. We've had some sailors that were taking a little bit longer to change over as they didn't know to go to the orange changeover ribs, but the boats have now changed over, so I'm hoping that the 3-minute sequence will start anytime soon as the sailors have changed over, but they're still quite far away from the line. It looks like everyone else is here as rain to go. The wind's picked up a little bit, but we have got 47 races underway today, Niall. 47, yeah. So not too bad for 12:30.
No, not too bad. And of course, let's just remember that's 47 races on your race course, right? That's not 47 races during the entire day. I mean, you could probably times that by 3 and it would give you an idea as to how many races we've been through. The thing is if you've ever had to input data into an Excel spreadsheet, scribble down notes on a piece of paper, that's 47 times 3 worth of finishing scores to record. So, we're not even halfway through the day at the moment, which is pretty good. But one thing for me, Sophie, it does seem as if the standard of team racing has got a little bit higher throughout the day. I'm guessing people have kind of blown off the cobwebs and got themselves in gear.
Yeah, and it also looks like it might be that some of these sailors are not used to FIBAs. They might be used to single-handed boats, not necessarily crewing. So I think there's been a bit of a mix. There's been the components of the sailors getting used to the boats, and I'm especially noticing that different on the start lines, on if they're able to accelerate off the line. And then you've also got the component of, are they getting a bit better at the team racing? And I'm certainly seeing throughout the day that we're having some really good team racing going on in the juniors fleet. They do maybe still need to remember that when you shout protest, you need to show your flag. But other than that, it's going pretty good. I think over here we're actually having we've gone up to the black team here and we found them and just trying to figure out if they are meant to be in this next race or not. Because they're hanging around. I don't think they've had their changeover team come to collect them. So you might actually be a little bit longer here, Niall, if there's any good racing going on in any of the other courses.
Oh, well, at the moment, I think we're waiting in a similar position on some of the other courses to get underway. So I'm enjoying the fact that you're working doubly hard here, Sophie. You're not just trying to provide us with an update as to what's happened, but you're also trying to keep the sailors on an even keel and keep them going. I wonder, while we're in a little bit of a delay, you talk about some of the sailors not necessarily being used to the fever and being used to double-handed. But what have you seen that has been good? What have you seen that has impressed you?
Oh, well, I especially like there's been a lot of the times where the crew is actually telling the helm what's happening with the other boats. I've seen that for a few teams. And those are definitely the teams that are doing really well when they're getting that crew utilised as well. One thing I would say I'm noticing quite a lot, which is being a bit of an issue in the upwinds, is a lot of the crews are accidentally keeping the jib cleated on the windward side after they do attack. And that's actually been a cause of a couple of the capsizes we've seen. And some of those have been pretty definitive for the race outcome. Obviously, once you have a capsize, it's pretty slow, or you get disqualified. So I think just making sure that once you've tacked, you don't accidentally keep your jib cleated on the wrong side. And it ends up being pretty good other than that, but we're just having a bit of issues with really boats getting stuck in irons, and with the Fevas, really, they just start drifting downwind so quickly if the sails and the steering isn't right. But yeah, downwind, I would say that there's a couple of crews that have been goose swinging downwind, so having the jib on the opposite side of the main, and those ones have been really picking up the pace downwind compared to their competitors that just have the jib just flapping, really.
Yeah, there are definitely ways to make the Fever go fast, and there are definitely, as you say, ways that the Fever will trip you up. And that issue of having the jib cleated on the wrong side, my hunch is, and it's a classic one in the Fever, because the jib actually generates a reasonable amount of power. If you not get it uncleated on the way into the tack, if it starts to back, it takes a lot of force. And sometimes when you're crewing on a boat like that, you go into it thinking, oh, I'll just uncleat it, and you give it 50% energy, and if you don't manage to uncleat it in that particular moment, then it's loaded up, and then suddenly you need a really big pull to get it through. So if anybody is getting themselves ready to get out in the Fevers and can hear this and they're sort of thinking about it, certainly from what Sophie's observed, and definitely my understanding of the boat as well, is when you are crewing in these boats, don't leave it a chance. When you uncleat that jib going into attack, just assume it's going to be fully loaded and give it a really big pull. Because, as you say, Sophie, yeah, you come out of attack in this breeze with that jib powered on or with that jib backed, and that's going to be more than enough to capsize you. And we've seen quite a few capsizes, but we have also seen, I've been quite impressed, Sophie, some pretty quick capsize recoveries as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We've seen some where they've been capsized and they've done the textbook, helm does a dry capsize, crew gets scooped in. Because again, here these races is you only get disqualified for a capsize when both gunnels touch the water. So really helpful if you can quickly get that boat up before both gunnels touch the water. Don't be dangling on the high side and pulling that boat fully turtle, because then you've just lost any chance getting back in the race. One thing I have seen is if the cleated jib causes the capsize, is make sure you uncleat that jib before you right the boat again. As I have seen that a few times, the boat just keeps recapsizing. But we are actually now in the start here for the red and greys. We are within 2 minutes to go to a start. So we now have a race underway, which is exciting.
Well, in which case, what we'll do is we'll stay with you and you can talk us through this start and we will get that race underway.
Yeah, so it is the red versus the grey or black, depending on how you see it. We've got some interesting jibes here. Port and starboard got a collision. Jibing round. Red flag is waving. That's good. The crew actually flying the red flag, so the umpires can see it. That means that we will have an outcome decided. It has been green flagged. Green flag, so no spins. And we've got the 2 red boats off onto the right. We've got more than a minute left to go. Wind has died down a little bit, so they've got to be really thinking about their acceleration off the line here. We've got another port starboard coming up. Grey is getting out the way of the red boat. 1 minute to go, 1 minute. There's another red boat flying a protest flag here, but I missed that. I'm not sure what that's on about. And, oh, they weren't looking where they were going, and there's been a bit of a collision. The red boat on port, the grey boat was trying to get out of the way by tacking. Looks like that red boat is going for a spin. That's good. Remember, if you decide to do your own spins, you only need to do 1 tack and 1 jibe. If you wait for the umpire to decide, you need to do 2. So it takes twice as long. So we've got a grey boat here and a grey boat there. This one's quite far downwind for less than a minute to go. They've got to be sailing up pretty quick. We've got the 2 red boats setting up nicely for their start up here. Both going for the starboard end of the line, both red boats. Black sailing as fast as they can to try and get up to that start line in time for the goal gun. Looks like we've got a few seconds left. That is the goal. And it looks like a pretty definitive 1-2 for red. got the blacks sailing up on port here, but they've got to work pretty hard to catch up with the reds. But as we've seen before, it can change in a matter of seconds in these races with the junior fleet. But something would have to quite catastrophically happen for the red boats to drop their 1-2. They seem to have split. One red boat's gone off far to the right, one red boat's gone far off to the left, and one black has followed the boat off on the left. The red boat on the right has now tacked round onto the ley line. Boat on the left that was in first has overstood the ley line and having to bear off a bit to get to that first windward mark. Still looks like they will be a pretty definitive 1-2 at the windward mark. If anything, I think the red team have extended their lead here. Again, we've got another boat in starboard, not in our race course, in the way of the windward mark for the reds. Again, if it is not your race, please stay out the way of the other boats that are racing. Red still in a 1-2 on the top reach. One black boat is about halfway up the beat, and the other one is about 3 boat lengths from the windward mark. I think this is looking pretty set for the red boats, as long as they can just sail a clean course, not hit the marks as they go around, not capsize, not hit each other. They should be okay, and I say should because you never know. Again, looking at those, that's like goose swinging that jib there, got some good pace downwinds there. These red boats obviously know what they are doing. Black boats just rounded. Black boats are not goose swinging, so they might find it a bit hard to catch up with the reds in the 1-2. Blacks have now picked up the pace a little bit. There's a big gust come down. Big gust come down here and hitting the boats on the downwind legs, so we'll see how well they hold that as they round. Reds are just rounding the bottom reach. Still in the 1-2. Nice jibe and round, very smooth. Reds on the bottom reach. Blacks in third has managed to catch up a little bit, but again his teammate in fourth is still quite far downwind, so would be very optimistic for the other black boat to catch up. The reds just playing it safe. Boat round in first is tacked off, probably to go and cover the left-hand side of the final upwind, and the boat in second, red, has carried on off to the right. You can tell these teams know what they are doing. Bit less wind out on the right, so we shall see how they come back together. Got black boat in third that is rounded here. Got some waves coming up. And they'll have a little gust coming down and hitting them in just a second, so it'll be interesting to see how they handle that. There are. Both the red boats have now tacked and are now heading back to the line. I think they're both on the ley line for the finish line. So I don't really envision anything changing in this race. It's pretty set for the red team. Red team close to the finish line, got some boats. Oh, some sailors hanging around from the pre-junior race in the way of the finish line that they're having to weave in and out of. The umpires are shouting at them to get out of the way, but I think it's okay. The red boats in our team, they can cope with anything. And they have finished in the 1-2. That concludes race number 48 for the junior fleet.
That is an enormous lead as well. I'm just looking up from the window here, Sophie, and I'm just looking at the black. Yeah, just pan around and show us. That's one of the black boats there. Is the other one all the way? Yeah, all the way down there. That lead just seemed to kind of stretch and stretch.
Yeah, it just goes to show that there's not too much point doing too much team racing. If you can sail the boat quickly and just get round the course, there's not as much that you have to do if you can just sail upwind, get a good clean start and just stay in the lead.
Yeah, something to be a good reminder for everybody in terms of, you know, smart play on the racetrack, get a good start, get some good speed, and then if you need to, click into that team racing gear. Thank you very much, Sophie. Well, we've just got some images coming in now from the pre-junior course. That was the boats that, as Sophie was saying, were weaving onto the other course, getting themselves ready here as Jake is getting himself out to that course. So we can dial in with Jake now. Jake, a little bit of movement in terms of the umpire fleet, people coming in, people going out, but you're back out on the water at the moment. And what's the latest from your course?
The latest is that things are going very well. We've got the lime green here versus the yellow. Less than a minute to go now on this start. There's a port starboard call behind me. And it looks like these guys know what they're doing. This could be a pretty good race. Some excellent holding there by one of the yellow boats. Just behind the committee boat, protecting that position. As we've just heard from the juniors course, it is always about doing the simple things well. Stick to basics. Don't worry too much about the, you know, triple high, double flip. That will come later. Just get a good start. Sail the boat fast. So, coming into the start now, the yellow boat is definitely to windward. That's go. The other yellow boat is just coming into screen. They've got a good start. The final green boat is just to the right. And it looks like they should cross the line there, but obviously they are a little bit behind. So the yellows have the advantage. The yellow's also on the right-hand side of the course. So I'd say that's looking pretty good for them. That means they're going to be on starboard or on the starboard side as these boats all come into the windward mark. I say that's if they tack. Obviously, if they keep going like this, they'll be on port into the windward mark. But as the green boats are on the left, that's a good defensive position from the yellow boats. They're tacking now. Should be on the ley line there. Looks like we should have a 1-2 yellow. Green boats have also tacked. They're coming in. They are on the ley. Some good ley line judgment there, I think, by the green boats. But they're, or maybe the wind is going to be unfortunate on them here. They have had to bear away. That's a little bit of a head for the greens. That is a bit unfortunate. Working that boat hard, trying their hardest to catch up to the yellow boats, which are ahead of us over to the left of our screen. We're now looking downwind, so we're looking the same direction that the wind is coming. Both the green boats are just about around the first mark onto leg 2. I'll come across now. You're going to see there the blue skies. There's a wonderful atmosphere here on the course. I've had to derobe my jumper. I've changed out to a wonderful body warmer. I'm feeling very toasty with a sun hat. Did have a woolly hat earlier. Excellent sailing there from the yellow boats. Look at that. Goose winging the jib. That's bringing the jib over to the other side, to the mainsail, and that will just give it a little bit more wind. For those of you who are really geeky, that might actually be reverse flow over the mainsail, which is actually forcing the jib out to the windward side. That's why the jib moves. But these guys are sailing fantastically well. Definitely going to need to put some sun cream on in a minute. I'm nice and warm here, sat in the rib. It's a pretty good place to be. Excellent work there from the crew of the front yellow boat, pointing out the next mark. You definitely took a face full of water there, but welcome to sailing. Apparently the water is wet. For those of you who are looking for an update, the polo packet is about half empty now. Hopefully, I've got some fresh breath, but we're running a bit low. That's some good racing by the yellows. They're off to the finish. Here's the other yellow boat. They're doing well. It's an excellent rounding, hiking out. Here's the last mark, and here come the greens. Hot on the tails. There's always something to play for. You never know what's going to happen in sailing. The yellow boats are ahead, but they could capsize. They could hit a mark. Something could go wrong. Some good stuff. Yellow umpire. One of the yellow boats has passed out quite far over to the right-hand side of the course. I'm not sure they needed to do that. Have they given a little bit of a gap here to the greens? The other yellow boat is actually waiting around, hanging for their partner. That's some good moves there from the yellow. Even though they're ahead, they're not just in it to finish. They were hanging on. We've had a capsize from the greens. Unfortunately, that probably puts the And in fact, they've even inverted, which is, we found out, the rule. So if the boat capsizes, that's 90 degrees. That's fine. You can carry on. But as Niall said, if it inverts so that it's totally upside down, both gunnels, that's the side of the boat, the edge, if they both touch the water, that is unfortunately that boat out of the racing. So well done to the yellow. Some fantastic racing and some great speed on that downwind, Niall.
Yeah, thank you very much for that one, Jake. Yeah, those capsizes is interesting. We're getting quite a few capsizes, but I think the breeze is up. And as Sophie was saying, these boats, maybe not the boats that people normally sail. Plus, people are trying to tack it. People are trying to jibe it, and they're throwing those maneuvers in pretty quickly. So, in a sense, it's pretty good to see how hard everybody is pushing things. Let's move away from Jake on the pre-juniors, and let's jump straight back into Sophie on the junior course, because I think a start is about to get underway there, Sophie.
Yes, we have got under 2 minutes to the start. We are again red and grey. We have a pair off on the left. That is the 1 minute horn, if you could hear it. So we're getting straight into this racing. There's these two boats going quite far off the left here. I think this red boat is trying to stop the grey boat from tacking over and getting to the line. Because if they hold them off so long that that grey boat comes in last, then that would be the red team winning off the line. So I think there's some tactics going on here. And they're bearing away, bearing down. Looks like that grey boat is trying to tack over. Here we are, heading over. That is the start gun, and we are probably a good 30 seconds away from the line, but the red boat is leading in to the start. Oh no, I've got the time wrong. I think that's actually just 1 minute to go. I misread the battens.
You're not the first person to have done that today, and I think for the sailors' point of view, they'll be quite relieved as well. So we got a little bit of a chance to recycle the start.
That is the start. They have gone, so they were still late to the start. Red, one red in first. This red rounding, having to duck the grey boat, which is kind of reduce the amount of impact that them holding the other grey boat out is done, but this grey boat is still in force. So that red boat did do a really good job at preventing that grey boat tacking over and forcing them to be late for the start. So you have that pair off onto the right here, and then out of shot we have another pair off on the left with the red winning and the grey in second. We're about halfway up the beat now. This grey boat here is on the port lay line of the first mark. Looks like it might actually be a red 1-2 or 1-3 if it's close, but I think pretty definitive 1-2. Got the grey boats here. Might be some friendly fire here. Don't think they saw each other there. Woo! Not sure if there was contact or not. Obviously, these guys will not be shouting protest on themselves, but it can still be up to the umpires to do something. Looks like one of them is decided to take a spin. So that is a pretty definitive 1-2 for these reds here. Both the reds, that's it, they're splitting themselves on the downwind so as not to cover each other. Even if you are on the 1-2, on the downwind, don't sail too close to your teammate and steal their wind. Separate a bit so you've both got some clean air so you continue to extend that lead. We've got this boat, the black boat, in 3 here. What you might have heard from the umpires out the side was actually them giving a penalty to the black boat, which is currently in 4th, from not completing a spin properly. So we got the red team just rounding the leeward mark and onto the final reach. I can't remember if it's the same sailors as the last one. Oh, boat number 9 has just been given a penalty again for not doing 2 turns. Just a reminder for any sailors on the shore. In team racing, if you shout the word spinning and decide to take the turns yourself, you only have to do 1 turn, which is 1 tack and 1 jibe. If an umpire waves the flag at you, you have to do 2 turns. So that's a tack, jibe, tack, jibe. And if you do not complete the turn, if you only do half of it or 3/4 of it, the umpires will give you another penalty. So you have to do even more spins, which is fortunately what the black boat in last place in this race has fallen foul to twice. So they are now on the downwind leg while the rest of the fleet are on the upwind. And I'm pretty sure nothing's going to change by the time these red boats get to the finish line. I think they're a pretty definitive 1-2 here.
All right,
Some
well,
of the
listen,
races have been pretty snakes and ladders, but this one has been one off the line.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for that one, Sophie. Like you say, one off the line and with a few penalties there, and with action now getting underway on the pre-junior course. Let's go back to Jake and let's dial in with that one with a start, I believe, under 1 minute to go, Jake.
Under 1 minute, we have champagne conditions here. I'm sorry to say that at some points, I'm sure the boats are going to be silhouetted behind the sun, but I actually want to retract that apology. Couldn't care less. It's fantastic sailing here on the course. You can see blue jibs and red jibs. They're lining up. The blue jib there are doing a fantastic job holding out the red boat. The other blue boat, the teammate, is circling around. They're coming in. Here they go. They're pulling the trigger. That was the whistle, and off they go. So it looks like we've got a red and a blue pair off. Then we've got a blue boat just crossing the line, and a red boat you can see straight in front of me. Looks like Royal Lymington in the red boats from their bibs. All the boats have gone over to the left-hand side of the course. The smart money might say for you to split, but it looks like we've actually got maybe both of the blue boats in a commanding position. This is really tough to call here. They're all gone to the port lay line. The red boat's tacked. They're going to be under the lay. The blue boat is tacking to cover. Good decision from the blues. The reds have got the better of the tack there. A little bit more of a squeeze. That's a green flag. Nothing to worry about. A protest has been made by one of the boats. And the umpires is just saying no foul. So here we go. The red boat. This is where the action is right now. They're going to be coming in on starboard into the mark. The mark's just there, bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That was a port starboard call there. The blue boat kept clear. The red boat is in command here, although they do have to keep clear. The blue boat is to leeward. That means they can sail where they like. Both boats tacking now. Okay, so it looks like we've got red, blue, red, blue. So this is all to play for. Here's the second pair. They're quite wide on the mark. So they're absolutely scrapping it out. So the boat in the lead is a red boat. They are going to have to slow down the boat behind them to try and get their teammate ahead. But obviously it's the blues that are technically losing. You can see them there working hard, but they are at the back of the pack. Desperately trying to get an overlap. An overlap is effectively when the boats are side by side. The blue boat in front is going to have to do something here as we're halfway through the course now onto leg 3. This is downwind. The wind is blowing from right to left as you see it. And the boat's just a little bit more tepid now as everyone's on the run, desperately trying to get that boat to move as fast as you possibly can. The blue boat just in front of us doing a fantastic work here to go nice and low. Now they're going to be on the inside. The red boat's going for an attack. Here they come. It's a windward leeward. The blue boat is taking avoiding action. That's good from the blues. They've got to hold them out. And the red boat sailing back. Is that the maneuver that they wanted? The blue boat is still on the inside, but I'm not sure that they're going to get an overlap. Ahead of them, the other pair, I'm not sure what's going on there. And they must have an overlap on the inside. I didn't see it. But this is still a windward leeward. Is the blue boat in front? Look at this, fantastic work. The blue boat is round on the inside. The second blue boat is in there. I'm not sure they had room. This is going to be a little bit of a bum fight here. There's lots of shouting, lots of protesting. I think the umpires are saying, Jake, shut up. We're trying to do some umpiring here. One boat has taken a penalty. The blue boat is taking a penalty, but we're still red, blue, red, blue. This is fantastic team racing. When one of your teammates gets into trouble, the other one is there backing them up, making sure that there's something here to fight for. The blue boat slowing itself down, trying to trap that red boat. Excellent work. The other blue boat has continued its penalty because they chose to take the penalty. It's only a one turn, so they're straight back in it. There they are, right behind the red boat. The pressure's on here, but the red boats have got maybe a 1-2 advantage here. This could be down to the finish line. No one knows how this is going to play. The blue boat in front of me, they're on port. If they tack, they'll be on starboard. Will they be able to call a Rule 10 opposite tacks? Here they go. Let's see how it goes for them. Oh, the red boat's tacked in front of them. This is so close. The other red boat, they're leaning over quite a lot. Have they lost control? They're regaining control. They're trying to bear away. Their sails are just too tight. Are they going to throw it away at the last minute? They've kept the boat upright, but the blue boat is coming in. The red boat is going to have to keep clear. They are to windward, but they're probably just inside the zone now with the mark. That is super close there. And the red boats, they're crossing the line. That to me looks like a 1-2 for the Reds. Excellently fought by all 4 boats, all 8 sailors. What a cracking job. Oh no, that was a good one.
Yeah, that was a great one. That was really, really, really good. That one was all the way down to the wire. Well, I tell you what we can do now, Jake. We will leave you motoring down towards the start for the next one, and we will jump now to the youth course who are underway, and we have got Patrick out there with the umpires having a look at the racetrack. And Patrick, well inside the countdown, and the start line is approaching.
That's right, Noel. We're inside the final minute now, coming into the final seconds. You just see the committee boat in the right-hand picture there. Coming up to the start, that's go. It's a good start for the red jibs. The green jibs are just a little bit further back, but they've got a cluster of boats on the right-hand side, which is always strong, so we'll see how that works out for them. One boat tacks away straight away out of the dirty air. Another green boat carries on just a little bit further. It's just starting to get affected by the red boat in front of them, maybe, I think now, so wouldn't be surprised to see them tack away. If we look left slightly, we've got one more green boat in the middle and then 2 red boats further out on the left. So they've got good starts, but it's going to be tricky to get back in from the port-hand side of the race course. They won't have any rights, and they'll have to either cross in front or behind of this green boat. Port starboard, here we go. First red boat ducks behind, so taking the transfer of those 2 green boats in the middle. So not looking as strong as we thought maybe off the start line for those red boats. We'll see what happens with this port starboard. The green boat tacks away before it gets to the situation. Maybe they're on the ley line already. We'll have a look for mark number 1. There you can just see it in the distance. Yeah, all these boats are on ley line for the top mark, so no more tacks needed. We're going to zoom up around to the top. This is a very, very tight race. So the green boats seem to be winning 2 out of the 3 pairs, but they do have a big 6. There's a big port starboard incident there. Contact made between those boats. Red flag flying on the red boat. Umpire decision pending. I think it's going to be a green flag. Green flag, so no one has to do a penalty turn. Red now move into a 1-2 position. There's another protest on the green. It's another green flag though, so all good, all clear. Really good work by the team in the red jibs. They've moved into a 1-2 position. They've also got 4th, so green have got a lot on now. They need to not only convert this, but they need to catch up to 1-2 before they can try anything. Another green flag decision by the umpires there. Alright, we're around the mark 2, so now we're heading downwind. The red boat's split. 22 heading left, 23 heading right. We'll see what the green boat behind does. Looks like they're covering the left-hand boat, so they're actually looking behind them. They've got a red boat just behind them, so they're thinking defensively, but if they want any chance of winning this race, they need to catch up, so maybe they need to start looking in front. About halfway down the run, though, and no progress made by the green team, so got another race coming upwind at the same time, which makes everything a bit confusing. But it looks like the red team are just extending away into a 1-2 at the minute, so really tough work for the green team right now. I think it's ride school with the green jibs. And I can't read the bibs of the... It might be Seven Oaks with the red jibs. They're going for a luff here. This last red jib boat just trying to disrupt the green team as much as possible. They don't care where they finish. They can finish in last and still win. They're just trying to slow down the green team as much as possible. So probably jibing again here or just going very slowly. That's nice work from them. Meanwhile, the opposition in the green boats haven't managed to make any progress into the lead at all. The red team are halfway to Mark 4 by now, but they're yet to round Mark 3. Here we come now. There's the Mark 3. They turn onto the reach. That red boat seems to have shoved the nose in there at the mark. I don't know if they had room. They're getting instantly luffed by the green boat, so we'll see if there's a protest there. No flags as of yet. The red boat's still going very high around the marks, still trying to lure the green boats high. Leaving it all to do for green number 20, who's in third. The red boat's trying to get down to the mark. They're bearing down, they're in the wind position, so they're at risk here. Now they're in the zone, so they didn't have room at the start. I wouldn't... It might be an umpire decision here. I can't see any flags though. We'll see what happens out of this. Looks like they got away with that there. I wouldn't have been shocked if they got a penalty for bearing down from the windward position a bit. They've got away with that there, and they're through into a 1-2-4 position, so looking fairly comfortable for the red team now. Well done to them. Yet again, it was one of those races that was won off the start line with two pairs under control, and then really good work up the beat to solidify that position. One little team racing move at the top with a penalty to kick out the opposition, and then just safely through into a 1-2, and they haven't looked back once. They've just sailed away with a nice big lead, so really impressive stuff from the team in red. The boats are now about halfway up the final beat. The wind's nice and strong here. It's about 14, 15 knots, I would say. We're approaching the starboard ley line for the finish. It looks like this team with the red jibs are going to have a nice, easy win to close out this race. Here we go now, so the two red boats there just finishing now. You can see them about to cross the finish line. They'll take first, they'll take second, they'll take the win. Really good work by that team with the red jibs. Now Ryder crossing the finish line, they come through in a third. Unfortunately, it's not going to be useful for anything. They've also got fifth and sixth, so unfortunate for them to take the loss, but I'm sure they'll bounce back stronger next time.
Oh, thank you very much, Patrick. Yeah, always a little bit tricky when those races finish, well, on that final beat where you don't really get much of a chance to kind of push yourself forward. Just waiting for that last few boats to come across the finish line there on that race, and then we're going to jump into the next one. So in the meanwhile, we'll just take a little bit of a breather.
Good morning and welcome. We're here at the 2022 Southampton International Boat Show.
And welcome to the RYA Dinghy and Water Sports Show. That was the RS Games. We've had an unbelievable 16 days.
We're here on day one of the World Championship RS21.
Have we got some action for you? Let's get cracking.
There must be something special about the boats, and there's definitely something special about the people who sail them.
As soon as I saw them behind me, I dropped to the knot and fully sent it.
So RS is more than about selling boats. RS is about friends, family, racing on the water, brilliant socials, and this accumulates that perfectly.
Well, great brand, great bunch of boats, and they are out there at the moment being put through their paces on the pre-junior and the junior course. The RS Fever is out there, and we've also got the Fireflies, 3 courses, 196 races scheduled for today, and we are well on our way to completing that. We're about halfway through the day, and we have had about 65, I believe, races completed there or thereabouts over the 3 racetracks. So plenty of action already under our belt. We don't need to get through the full schedule. That's just everybody racing everyone and they're kind of a wish list. We don't need to do that. We just need to get enough races through that we can start to rank everybody in a nice order that puts us through to those gold silvers, that puts us through to those final races in that knockout stage, all the way through to that final. And we've got some racing underway at the moment on the pre-junior course. Let's see if we can dial in now to Jake Ellsbury, who is out there right now. And Jake, just give us an update as to the racing on your racetrack.
Absolutely. We've got 2 minutes on the committee boat just in front of you. I'll be honest and say I don't have a clue who's in this race, but we think it is the pink jibs. They're doing a pretty good job to my left of sort of hovering around the race course, which means that it's one of the other plain white sails and coloured jib boats that is going to be opposing them. And so it could be red, could be black, could be blue, but we really don't know. That's the 1 minute whistle. So we're assuming that some other boats are going to turn up for this race at some point. Otherwise, the pinks will have a fairly easy time of it. But the sun is still shining. The wind has picked up a little bit. It is going up and down now on the course. So I think we're getting gusts around sort of, the 15 knots, 16 knots. And that's pretty tasty for some of these young sailors. And they're doing pretty well. Off on my right, the black jibs do seem to be doing something that looks like it might be sailing. There's a pink jib behind them. The other pink boat is off behind the camera, behind the pin end of the line. These boats are all well over to the committee boat, the starboard end. Less than a minute. Here come the black boats. The other black boat is watching the pink boat behind them. I think they're going to try and trap them out. This is all very deliberate. They camouflage themselves in and amongst the fleet. They must have the countdown. And there they go, they're off. Okay, so it looks like the pink boat coming in on port. They're doing quite well. They're not gonna be able to cross, so they're gonna have to tack. The 2 black boats, they're doing well. One's tacked off. We know that's a good move. Split the fleet. Their partner in crime in the pink boat, they've tacked to join them. Oh, and it's a capsize. Both sailors look okay. We've got a pink boat in front of us here. They're very deliberately sailing upwind, but they're keeping their eyes over their shoulders. You can see starboard, sailing on starboard is the favoured tack. Second boat over. So we've got 1 pink capsize, 1 black capsize, and the other 2 boats sailing up to windward. This really is going to put the cat amongst the pigeons. The black boat was upright, and it's over again. The pink boat is really struggling now. Both sailors are fine, but the boat is desperately trying to invert and go upside down. And as you know, if it goes upside down, that could be curtains for that boat. Black boat coming in on starboard now. Both the boats off to windward. They're deliberately slowing themselves down. They've seen their teammates are struggling. Both boats seem to be inverting now. All the sailors are okay. They're on top of the boats. But unfortunately, it looks like this might end up being a one-on-one. Both boats behind me. So we think one of the boats is inverted. You can see in the distance now, the black boat's on starboard. It looks like they're crossing behind the pink boat. Obviously, the umpires are just hanging around the inverted boats just to make sure that everyone's safe. We can see all the sailors. They're absolutely fine. But we're just hovering in the locale to make sure it's all okay. I'm just going to tilt my camera up. Look at this. Look at this sky here. Isn't it incredible? The sun's out, the wind's blowing. And we've got the world's biggest team racing event to keep us occupied. The other umpire there heading off to make sure that those 2 boats behave themselves. All boats must be parked inside the white lines, otherwise you will get a penalty. Take the boat round there onto leg 3 now. The other 2 boats are still capsized or inverted behind me. We're not sure what's going to happen with those. As the black boat tries to catch the pink. Sailing downwind, the wind blowing from left to right on your screen. You can see the boats in the distance. They're the changeover boats, making sure that all the sailors get in and out of the right boat so they're in the right place at the right time. Those ribs, the volunteers, doing a fantastic job. big thanks to all the volunteers here at the event. Pink coming down, they're about to round the mark now, and they're going to sail away from us, which is sideways to the wind blowing from left to right. Unfortunately, we're still staying with the one capsized boat, so they are a little bit in the distance, but I can call it out to you. The pink boat's still in the lead, the black boat's slightly to windward. We've got a green boat here as well, getting in on the action. I think this is their start, unfortunately. The capsized boat is on the start line, but that's okay. Welcome to sailing, everybody. This is what happens. We roll with the punches. We just get on with life. So the pink boat is now onto the final leg of the course. So is the other black boat in the distance there. It's a bit far away now, but I'm probably going to have to call this a win for the pinks unless something goes drastically wrong.
I think absolutely incredible that not one but two boats capsize on opposite teams, and we go from a team race to pretty much a match race. All right, we will let that one sail off into the distance. Obviously, the umpire's doing of course, the absolutely right thing, and them staying with the boats that are upside down, at least, and just to give them a little bit of a reassurance as to exactly what is going on in the course there. So we are going to leave those boats getting themselves back up and leave that course just getting themselves reset before racing continues underway here at Oxford Sailing Club for the Eric Twiname team racing.
Hi, I'm going to show you how to put on a buoyancy aid correctly. Before you put it on, check with an adult that you have the right size. This information can usually be found in the inside of the buoyancy aid. Now put it on like a waistcoat, or you might have one that you have to put over your head. Do up all the fittings nice and tight. Check it fits correctly by lifting it up by the shoulder straps. If it's on right, it shouldn't rise up past your ears.
A bit of swimming today, a little bit of capsizing, everybody pushing themselves pretty hard around the racetrack, trying to find those maneuvers that are going to put them tactically ahead. But the racing is going to continue. It doesn't wait for anybody, really. And things are already underway on several of the other courses. We're going to jump in a minute to the junior course where their start is coming up in a few minutes' time. We're just getting a camera boat into position to bring ourselves that racing. So as soon as we get that one online, we'll be able to dial in to Sophie, who's out there on the racetrack at the moment. Let's see if we can bring her in at the moment. Sophie, just seeing you moving around now, just getting yourself into position, and understand that there's a start in a few moments' time.
Yes, so we have the orange and the blue sails. They've got 2 minutes something to go to their start of race 58 of the junior fleet. I think we're the wing boat for the start of this one, so we'll follow them for the start and a little bit the upwind, and then we'll be splitting off to do the start after. So about a minute and a half to go to the start. Both the orange boats are off on the right, the blue boats are both off on the left. Orange boat has gone for a drive round. The wind really has picked up a bit for this race. So good crew work, good boat handling skills to get off the line, not capsize, get some good roundings, good hiking on the upwind might be a definitive contender in this race. 1 minute to go. Both the orange are up on the start. Blue is hanging around. And we've got a mini boat that's not in the race in the way of the starting area. These boats in the pre-start are getting very close to Mark 3 as the yellow boats are turning around Mark 3 from another race, but they're managing to stay out the way. We've got less than a minute to go. The orange boats are gearing up for, looks like they're planning on coming in with speed on the line at go. Managed to get to leeward of one of the blue boats that was trying to set up for a starboard end, and is looking like planning on luffing them so that they can't get round the committee boat to start. Expecting a start anytime soon. Orange boat has managed to come back. The luff has not gone to plan as both boats got slightly stuck in iron and started drifting backwards. The orange boat has managed to get going up to speed quicker. This blue boat's just gone up to speed now. Looks like it is blue 1-4 off the line and orange 2-3. So I'm expecting some good team racing in this upwind. This blue here is staying in the dirty wind of the orange. All boats are heading off on starboard tack off to the left-hand side of the course looking upwind. Wind has died down a little bit now. First boat, second boat going for their tacks, third boat's going for the tack. They started a trend, they're all going over. All coming in on port tack, I think. Oh, and two have gone back onto starboard tacks, cutting off in their pairs. I think we are leaving this race here to now join in with the pre-start of the next race, which is the Reds versus the Greys. We've been seeing some good team racing from these guys in their last race, so hopefully a sign of things to come. That was their 2 minutes just gone. So Reds versus Grey.
I was going to say, if you've got 2 minutes, we will stay with this race then, if that's good. I'm just getting a little bit of a thumbs up from Jake on the pre-juniors course, but we haven't seen too much from the juniors over the last little bit. So we'll stay with you, and you can talk us through this next race here for the junior course as we get in underneath the 2 minute gun. We'll let you fill in the details.
Yeah, well, it looks like there's some good team racing happening off here. Red Bull, as they did last time, holding the Greys out to the left-hand side of the finish line. So the Grey boat cannot tack out because the Red boat's doing a good job. It looks like the Red boat got a little bit stuck in irons and has had to tack out themselves to save it. Grey boat, seeing that, has decided to tack back over, but the Reds is still hanging them out. So they have just over a minute to go. They're perhaps about 15 boats from the pin end of the line. Looks like the Red has lost the control of holding that boat out on the left and has just decided to head back to the start line. The 1 minute gun has gone, so they're in their final approaches. We have another pair off on the starboard end of the start line. One boat in red, set up about a boat length below the committee boat on starboard, just hovering, holding their position. This works quite well in fleet racing often, but in team racing you have a lot more people coming in trying to steal your space. And it's now all of a sudden got very crowded at the starboard end. All four of the boats are all gunning for a starboard end start. Got a red boat luffing both the black boats here. Looks like they might be quite close to being over. Again, with the Fivas, it's quite hard once you get stuck in irons to just drift backwards and make the acceleration super slow. We've got one of these boats here going backwards. Oh, and we've just had a second horn indicating that someone is OCS. I don't think anyone's going back at the moment. Nope, 12 is now coming back. Oh, they looked like they were first, but that's why they looked like they were first, because they were over. So now it's set up. Looks like Reds are in the 1-4. However, this red that is in the 1 isn't able to necessarily tack out with the black boat being there. If they do, it would be a very quick duck. Big gust has just come for this upwind, so it's all about the hiking and controlling the power in those sails. Red, looks like Red's looking to see if he can tack. He's trying to decide if he can or not. Glancing over his shoulder, realising he's past the ley line. This grey boat doing what they should be doing and just holding this red boat way out past the ley line to ensure that that red boat is in last place. Because remember, if you're last, you're not winning. They are miles past the ley line, literally upwind of the first mark, just waiting. His teammates now seen him, going to pan round. That the other two boats have just passed where the windward mark is, but the red boat is actually trying to stop the other grey boat from going around the mark. So they're both stopping each other round. These boats here have decided to tack back round. Grey boat in last place. The first pair is red boat in first place, grey in second, red in third, and grey in fourth. There is a massive gap between these pairs. Grey in second place is doing what he should be doing and slowing down on the reach. Slowing down so that he's ready to go back and help his teammate if he can. So we have starting to condense here. Grey in second is trying to luff red in two, but they might have slowed down too much. Red has got a lot of pace and is just trying to push over the top, but no, Grey has managed to pick up speed and is managing to luff red. We're actually past the second mark on the reach, and they're letting their teammate Yeah, they've put their teammate of grey into second. So it's now red 1-4, grey 2-3. There's going to be a lot of jibing here. That's port starboard. Red flag. Got a jibe straight into a luff, maybe. Unsure. He's going for his own spins. The smart move is if you do your own once, you only need to do it once. So the reds are now in 1-3 with the greys in 2-4. The grey in second, you can tell they're looking back at the red boat in third place and deciding that, my teammate's in last. I maybe have to do something here. The other red boat in first has not gone round the leeward mark, so he's hanging around to wait. It's basically 2 versus 1 for this poor grey boat. They've jibed. They're now in the zone. The red boat does not have room. They've condensed a little bit, but ultimately they've had to go round the mark. The reds are now in 1-2, and the blacks in 3-4. Big gust coming up here for this reach. Big gust. Both crews fully hiking, getting very wet spray. Reds have rounded in 1, about to round in 2, and the greys are in 3-4 here. Not over because they're still reasonably closing and will be able to catch it on the upwind if they play their cards right. The reds have both gone off to the right hand side. Boat number 1 has tacked. One grey has tacked, gone off left, and one is split, gone off right. We're about a third of the way up the upwind. Red perhaps got a little bit better boat speed than the grey that's in 3. The other 2 boats have gone quite far off into distance there, split way far left. I would say they'll be tacking back soon for the ley line for the finish. The other boats have just gone quite far right. One of the boats on the left has tacked. The other one is tacked. So we have 1 grey and 1 red on the left-hand side of the course, and the other 2 on the right-hand side of the course. So it will be interesting to see how they come back together. However, in both pairs, red is winning. So it looks like it might be a red 1-2. I'm just going to pan round so you can see red nicely coming in there in the starboard ley line for the finish. And the first red has finished. Looks like that is another 1-2 for red.
That's a very nice race and very well sailed in breeze that looks like it's kind of coming up a little bit. Thank you very much, Sophie. We will leave that one with you just following the last few boats coming across that line. And we'll let those boats get themselves back up, get everybody changed over and get themselves sorted out for the next few races before we get ourselves back on the water and following the action out there. We are lined up for another one from the pre-juniors, and that's going to be coming up in just a moment.
There's something in all of us that's looking to the horizon. A voice that says, go on, get out there. Make the most of the world around you. Find out what you're capable of. Go as far as you can, and then come back home again, brimming with all the things you've seen and done and felt and found. Out here on the water, you can find what you're looking for. The right place, the right time, with great people around you. With the sea, the sun, the sky, and sometimes a bit of rain, the feeling of the flow, the rush of the waves, and it belongs to all of us. At the RYA, we live to bring more people onto the water, to make them and you feel confident, inspired, and welcome in our amazing community. We've got the knowledge and connections. We'll help you learn and gain the skills you need, and we're here for you wherever you are on your journey. We're ready. The water's open, so let's go together. RYA. Together on water.
Hi, I'm going to show you how to put on a life jacket correctly.
First, check with an adult that you have the right size.
Put it on like you're putting on a waistcoat. Fasten the buckle and check your straps. Fasten the crotch strap and check it's secure.
This will prevent the inflated life jacket from riding up.
Check it fits correctly by placing a fist between yourself and the buckle.
You should only be able to fit your fist under the buckle of a correctly fitted life jacket.
Let's continue with the action here at Oxford Sailing Club. 3 race courses providing a lot of racing and a lot of scores on offer for our 75 teams here at the Eric Twiname Team Racing Championships. We've already ticked off a long way through the schedule, but there's still plenty more to get through, and we're just over halfway through the day in terms of daylight. So let's dial straight back into the pre-juniors course where Jake is out there at the moment and have a little bit of a listen into that racetrack. And Jake, couple of minutes to go before the next sequence.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just moving the pin. You can see the rib there on the left, just done it, in fact. So it looks like they're measuring it, making sure that it's absolutely square. And then I'm pretty sure we'll be going into sequence any moment now. I think this is race 39. So absolutely slamming through the races here for the pre-juniors. Everyone's doing very well. And the wind is up and down, but at the moment it's down a little bit. So no great stress. Some of the sailors having a little relax before their next start. In the background, obviously, that's the Fireflies. Bring you around. We've got the club, and we got the junior fleet of Fevers. King umpire must be obeyed at all times, without question. And then obviously the rest of the pre-juniors here just lining up, being very patient. They've been very well behaved today. I've seen lots of thumbs up, lots of thank yous to the finish boat. Obviously, they were a bit busy at the beginning, I think, to give a thumbs up and a thank you to the start boat. But yeah, I'm sure they mean it all the same.
It seems like the breeze-wise that we've got today, it seems like just at the moment, it seems to be a little bit down, but it's definitely still swinging left and right, isn't it? I mean, it's a day for being quite tactical.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sometimes people get the impression that right now there's a bit of a gust going through, and when the gust goes through, sort of team racing goes out the window, but it's absolutely not the case. It's very tricky here. As the wind moves left and right, all that does is it puts a bias on one side of the course. So again, all you got to do is get on that side and protect it for your team member. It's all still team racing. The guys are still doing very well, and I can just see them writing down a few things on the committee boat, which hopefully will lead to a... sorry, there was a boat behind me. There we go, 3 minutes. Okay, we're into the next race. So here we go. Here comes the man with the power, the battery man. Thank you.
Can you ask him not to give that to you? Can you ask him to give that to Patrick on the youth course?
Yeah, can you give this to Patrick on the Fireflies? Here he goes. In the Firefly course.
On a boat?
Yeah.
That was the Patrick.
That's right. Can you give that one to Fireflies?
He's on that course.
There we go. He has the power.
There we go. Hopefully that'll end up with the right person. So Jake, you can dial us into this start. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, let's get zoned in, team. The polos are halfway through the packet, but they're still going strong. We've got the yellows, we've got the greens. We've got 3 minutes, probably coming up to 2 minutes very soon. The sun is still shining. We're getting the weather that we were promised. Champagne conditions and some excellent little racers here. Absolutely showing us what they're made of. 2 minutes now on the start. Let's see what they're up to. Yellow boat there just chasing across the start line to the green boat. Here's the other two. There's a lot of sailing around. Not sure who's chasing who here, but it looks like the yellows are hunting the greens down. It's a long time before the start, so either they're probably hoping for a penalty. No, they've let the greens bear away. That's fine. Maybe they're just sailing up and down the start, trying to work out which is the biased end. Green's coming back towards the starboard. The wind has moved slightly to the right. So I reckon as these boats come off the line on starboard, starboard's going to be the biased tack, as the wind is right now. So what you don't want to be doing is sailing all the way up without tacking. I'd put a tack in early and then bring it back. But we'll see what the sailors do. They've been sailing this whole time, 1 minute or less. But it looks like everyone's nice and close to the start. So this should be a pretty good team race here. Got one yellow and one green. The other yellow and green are off to the right. Let's bring it back round. Going to be very close to the start now. Greens trying to squeeze out the yellows. They're just behind them. You can't see them, but trust me, they're there. Here come the other yellow boat and the other green boat from the left-hand side of the start line. The greens doing an excellent job there to squeeze out that yellow boat. The yellow boat's coming down, it's diving in. Oh, they've had to go behind. Good decision from the yellows. I think that would have resulted in a penalty. Good decision from the yellows. Both the yellow boats powering up now. They're going for the trigger. The green boat's got to keep clear here. All clear. So they're off. We've got the green boat right in front of us. A lot of passion on board that boat. Green boat 6 has been given a red flag. So that's bad news for the greens. One of their boats is lagging behind. The other one's got a penalty. But they're still ahead of one of the other boats. So it could all be to play for. As always, this is it. So you can see the port tack now. They're almost going sideways to where they want to go. So it is the starboard tack that is going to be king for this beat. I think, unfortunately, the greens have only done one turn there, so they might get another penalty in a second.
Go do one more!
The umpire is lurking with intent. Oh, okay, all right, with a bit of help. No, that's just how they're gonna. This is unfortunate. Let's look at the rest of the course. Oh. Okay, so we got the yellow boat and the green boat in the distance.
2 times if it's an umpire. Now complete.
Here on the pre-juniors course, the umpires are the nicest umpires I have ever seen. Okay, so it looks like yellows are coming in strong. It looks like they're going to have a 1-2 into the windward mark here.
Small jib at it. Small jib at it. Just need more jib at it.
Both green boats still fighting. They're still in this.
No tension at all. Yeah, I think more jib at it. Big thing. Do you reckon? Yeah.
First yellow boat is round the windward mark. They're sailing sideways across the wind now on leg 2. The other yellow boat has done their final tack on the beat, so they're off. The first of the green boats is round as well, but the green boat is not that far behind the yellow boat. And that's good news for the greens, because all they need to do is capture one of the yellows, slow them down, let his teammate through, and that's it. All of a sudden, you turn defeat into a win. The first yellow boat has rounded the second mark. They're on leg 3 now. That's the downwind leg. This is going to be the key point here. If this green boat can catch the yellow boat, or the yellow boat perhaps makes a mistake, capsizes, could be anything, then the yellow boat can take advantage. The other green boat has now completed the beat, so they're still in this. The other start with the blue and the red jibs, they're just behind us. I'll just give you a shot of those in a minute. They're just starting. So as we said earlier, many of the courses on, many races on the same course. There they go. That looks like a pretty good start. You've got the reds got a split there. One of the blues tacks to join. Good decision. But all boats in the mix. It looks like the blues have probably got the advantage. But it is red, blue across the start line, which is a pretty good sight if you're into your team racing. Red boat tacks. Blue boat, far blue boat tacks as well. Just to let you know, the yellows and the greens are still going. The yellows still have the advantage. The greens are still trying to hunt them down. But in front of us, we've got the reds versus the blues. Here comes the first cross. The red boat sailing away from us and the blue boat sailing from left to right. They've ducked, so that's an advantage to the reds. Here comes another cross, so the blue's going to get in front. Oh, it's going to be a tight one. Okay, they decided to tack. But they've got to get that boat flat. Well done to the blues. Okay, so an excellent lee bow position. That's just in front, but not to the windward, to the lee side, the leeward side. So it's a great, oh, look at that. It's forced the red boat to tack. Excellent tacking from the blue team there. So it still looks like this is all to play for. We've got red, blue by my count. Sailing upwind. The wind is coming directly towards your camera now. Red, blue ahead of us. And it looks like the reds have just scraped in front. Obviously, the red boat on port there. They've got to keep clear, but it looks like they did. So, as we come into the mark, we've got the 2 red boats here. The red boat on your right-hand side. This is the boat that's going to do the red-blue cross as the blue boat got in front. Oh, my goodness. That is the closest cross I think we've seen today. And the blues have got it. So the blues are in first position, followed by 2 red boats. And then the final blue boat coming in now. There they are, tacking around. And we're on the second leg of the course. So the wind coming directly towards you. The boat sailing sideways to the wind. You see the red boat here hunting down the blue opposition. The reds are currently winning this because the blue boat is in 4th position. That's a losing place for the blues. So the reds are okay, but the blue boat has got 2 boats behind him, and it's only one of them that he needs to slow down. Okay, he's watching all the time to see what those red boats have got to do. He's got to slow himself down a little bit, I think. Try and get a little bit more engaged into one of those red boats, stitch them up, see if maybe he can force an error, force a penalty. As you can see in the distance, the yellow and greens have finished. That was a 1-2 for the yellows. Well done for them. It looks like we're heading off to another course now. But the blue boat's still in the lead here.
Thank you very much, Jake. Thank you very much. Like you say, yeah, some close crosses. Everybody's starting to push things pretty tight to the limit, which is pretty good to see. Let's dial straight into the youth course. We haven't been able to bring you too much from the youth course this afternoon because we've been having some little power issues. But as you can see, there's some battery packs floating around on the water, and we've been able to get one to Patrick out there on the youth track. So let's see if we can get Patrick in there now. And this race clearly underway.
Yeah, that's right. Now we're back underway on the youth course. Got 3 red boats and a nice safe 1, 2, 3. Blue boats following behind in a 4, 5, 6. Unfortunately, not the most exciting race going on at the minute, but we are in a jibing battle right here. So, as the umpire boat, we're keeping quite a close eye on this. Blue boat there, just trying to break the overlap on the red boat. That is rule 17. So once the overlap's broken, the red boat then has to sail their proper course. They have to aim back at the mark, and they cannot keep luffing the blue boat past their proper course. So the red boat now is just going to try and slow down this bunch of 3 blue boats. You can see here. So we're going to watch to see if they luff. They're currently holding their course. Blue boats are very vulnerable if they do luff because they're in the windward position. It looks like they're trying to go all the way around the outside now, so maybe not the quickest, but it looks like they're getting... Oh, no, they bailed out of the jibe. There we go. Now the red boat starts to luff. They're saying no room behind. I think they're entering the zone, so no one's got room. And they're forcing all three blue boats into a bit of a pack all the way around the outside, so very slow for the blue team. Meanwhile, the red team teammates are just extending away in a 1-2, so really well done to them to extend their way into a 1-2-3. Now the red boat sets off down the reach. Quite windy at the minute, so they're sailing pretty fast, riding on a bow wave. And the blue team are all just stuck getting in each other's way, unfortunately, so can't really make much progress. There we go, they're around the bottom mark now, so they're heading back up to the top, the finish at the top. And you can see here how crowded it is for the blue team. They just can't find any space because they're all just being choked into the same part of the race course. If I pan left slightly, you'll see the red team come into picture. They're already nearly home and dry. They're halfway up the beat. They're sailing really well, to be fair to them. And if we look back on the right-hand side, the blue team are all the way down still at the bottom of the beat. So a lot of work to do if they want to get any hope of winning this one. But I fear it might be too late for them already, unfortunately.
Amazing how strong the red team seem to have set themselves up for that final beat, splitting. You know, even though they've kind of got a lead and they've got that 1-2-3, they're not leaving anything to chance.
Absolutely, yeah. They're splitting the course really well. We talked about it quite a lot today, how you've got to minimise the risk by covering all three sides of the beat, the left, the right and the middle. We're focusing on the right-hand pair at the minute. You can see the red boat's got a loose cover on the blue boat on the right. And then if we look across the left-hand side, unfortunately for the blue team, it's a similar story. The red team in a loose cover position and covering the course really nicely there. So any wind shift shouldn't upset them. They should manage to get the win from here. And it looks like a nice stable 1-2-3 from the Reds. So yeah, a really solid race from them. There was one on the start line, as many team races are. And then they sailed really conservatively after that, really smart. And managed to get it into a solid combination. I haven't really looked at it since then.
I think that shot that you've got us there gives us just about everything that we need to see, isn't it? 1-2-3, the red sails firmly out in front for anyone else is getting close. Patrick, we're going to leave you there. Let us know when the next start is starting for the youth course. In the meantime, we're going to jump over to the juniors, where Sophie is lining herself up for the next start. And I believe we are coming up to a minute to go.
Hi now, we are on the juniors. We are seeing the Reds versus the Greys, and we're in the final minute. We are in the approach to the line. There's a big breeze that's just come down here, so a lot of it's on the boat handling of the sailors. A few of them are finding it a bit tricky to bear away. But yeah, less than a minute to go. We have two Greys that are nice and early on the line, got some space. Two Reds on the starboard side. That's looking like they're getting ready to go. Expecting the horn any second now. There we go. We have a red in 1-2, a grey boat in third off the line, and a fourth one that was stuck in irons for a little bit, but now seems to be getting going again and about to cross the line. Oh, I've immediately tacked again. See if they can get across the line. We have Reds in a very, very clear 1-2 here. The Reds have separated. One's taken the left-hand side and one has taken the right-hand side of the beat. They've both gone to the extreme corners. The Greys seem to be taking the approach of going up the middle, not banging a corner like their opponents in the Reds. One Red's tacked over onto the starboard lee. The other Red has decided to overstand the port ley line to the windward mark by miles. But I think they will still be able to come in to the windward mark in the 1-2. The very clear 1-2 at that as well. There might not be too much team racing in this race, but it just goes to show if you get a good start with speed on the line and you come out in front and you just manage to sail a good upwind and extend that gap, you don't have to do too much of the team racing.
I think we're going to
1-2,
leave that.
red
We're
on
going
the
to leave
reach.
that race there, Sophie, just because we've got some more action coming up on the youth and on the pre-junior course. So I'm just going to dial you on out of that one. Thank you very much for that. We will let these boats continue around, like you say. They are already in a pretty strong position. So we'll see exactly how they manage to get themselves around. Now, just before we bring up the next race, just to let you know that the results are available on the event website. At ksail.co.uk for the Eric Twiname Team Racing Championships. And because we're in that round robin situation, pretty much at the moment, it's all about the percentage of wins. And we've got a number of boats doing some really impressive scores. In the youth competition, in this stage 1 that we're in at the moment, and just scrolling down the list right now, we have got one team, the Rutland Exiles. They've raced 5 and they've won 5. They are on 100% of their wins. Nobody else has been able to hold that perfect 100%. We've got a couple in the 80s, got a few good performances in the 70s, some in the 60s, but at the moment, my eyes deceive me. I think we might have one more else there as well. Who have we got? We have got RSH, Royal Hospital School Blue, that right now is also on the 100%. So between those two boats, they've both raced 5 and they have both won 5, the Rutland Exiles and the Royal Hospital School Blue. Both of those two teams in the youth doing pretty well at the moment in terms of their performance. Going over to the junior team racing, and again, looking at those percentage wins. So looking at that strong percentage, just scrolling down and a quick glance, nobody has been able to keep that perfect score. Everybody at the moment has gone less than 100. We've got 90% though. Very strong is the Royal Leamington Yacht Club Danger Bear. I think that was the team that won this category the last time around. They have raced 10 races and won 9 of them. So they're on a very strong 90%. The rest of the field behind them, 80%. We have got an awful lot of teams that are doing nicely, nipping at the heels of the Leamington team, but not being able to keep up just that strong percentage at the moment. And then before we get into the next few races, and where we're going to jump onto the youth course in just a moment, just looking at the pre-junior, we have got 5 teams on 100%. So at the moment for the pre-juniors, no one able to stretch out and claim a lead right now, but still with plenty more races to go. So what we can do is we can jump in now with Patrick on the youth course, and we can take a look as we are getting set for that, coming up to that final minute, Patrick.
Yeah, we've currently got 1 minute 42 seconds to go, so the teams are still staying fairly far apart. We've got the blue jibs here, which you can see 2 of them near the committee boat. And then I think it's the orange jibs, which are still staying quite far away at the minute. I think they should know it's their start, but they're not coming across to the start box just yet. So we'll see how this one shapes up. Coming up to 1 minute 20, so not long to go now. Usually by this point we'd see the teams on their final approach, but the blue jibs seem to be cycling away. They're not under any pressure at the minute. Now the orange jibs, these blue boats, they're just getting in the way. They're not actually racing. But now the orange jibs seem to be coming across for their start. I hope they've not left this too late, because they seem to be getting boxed out a little bit. That's 1 minute to go right now, so those 2 orange boats far in the distance. They've got a lot of distance to make up in this final minute. We'll see if they start to get over this way. If they are, they're definitely leaving it late. Just for context, the start line is all the way over here, so quite a way to go for those orange jibs. They've only got 30 seconds to go and they don't look like they're going to be starting, so maybe another mix-up on this course. More 3 points going for any team that can stay organised and know which race they're on, because we're currently on race 80, so you might be able to fill me in now with who's meant to be racing in the orange jibs, but maybe a little bit of a miscommunication or a mix-up on their part.
I'm just scrolling down to race 80 now. It's amazing how many pages I need to scroll through, how many races that we have gone through. And this should be Tonbridge Red in the light blue jibs, and it should be Embley Red in the orange jibs. So keep your eyes open for light blue jibs and orange jibs.
There we go. That was the start, and I think Embley just got the message right at the death there. They managed to squeeze across the line, and somehow they come out of this start not looking too bad, despite only getting involved in the pre-start with about 5 seconds to go. They've somehow come out of that committee boat, and they look all right. So 2 of their boats are heading left. One of them we just saw tack out right early. And Tunbridge haven't really been able to capitalise on that unforced error from Embley. They've got one boat in a nice position there in the middle. You can see that light blue jib. But one of their other boats was late, and one of their other boats didn't get a brilliant start off the pin end. So probably unforced errors from both teams there, I would say, but they seem to be quite matched at the minute. There's a nice puff coming down the middle of the course, so we'll see how that shakes things up. There you go, the orange jib just tacking over on top of the blue jib on the left-hand side, so Emily winning that pair for sure. But then this pair here, the blue boat just tacking and the orange boat sailing behind them, definitely Tunbridge winning that one. So probably Emily just about winning at the minute, depending on how the pair on the right comes out, but a very close race at the minute. Got another puff coming down, about to hit these front boats now. That blue boat doing a really nice job of hanging on underneath the orange boat. They're not getting covered just yet, but they can't afford to slip any further back. Hiking hard, trying to get the lee bow going on. They will have room at the mark. You can see the mark one just approaching now. I think they're entering the zone now, so they've got room. They're overlapped inside. Will they be able to force the orange boat up high, or will they get rolled over the top? It looks like they're sailing past the mark now. The orange boat's slowing down, so really good work from that blue boat there. Going to get crossed by an orange boat here. So Tunbridge managed to convert that into a 1-2 at the top mark. Really good work from boat number 27, sorry. Not sure who that sailor is, but well done to them. So Embley now in a 2-3-6. Tunbridge in a Embley in a 3-4-6. And Tunbridge in a 1-2-5. So a fairly secure win because of that 1-2. The 1-2 combination is just so strong because you need to, even if you overtake one of them, a 1-3 still wins. So you need to perform 2 overtakes before you can break into a 1-2 combination. So Tunbridge extending away in the 1-2 at the minute. We'll see if Embley can match them and reply with any quick boat speed down the run. The chase is on, but they're still quite far back at the minute. I would say that's probably 20 or 30 metres they've got to make up, and the runs aren't exactly long here. They've not got long left already. So coming into Mark 3, could always be the chance of a bit of carnage at Mark 3. I'd be surprised if Tunbridge try anything here. They've got the 1-2. They're probably just sailing around the course as fast as they can. Emily boat on the far side jibes. There might be a port starboard coming up with boat number 25 here. We'll see what situation develops right now. So the Emily boat does have the inside overlap and starboard, or leeward rights now. They can force the Tunbridge boat off the course, but they choose not to because they need to hurry up and catch up to the first and second boat. So there's no point pushing the other boat off the course. We'll scroll back to the front of the race. There we go. They're heading around Mark 4 now. So the final leg now for the Tunbridge sailors. Fighting hard there. Look at that gust. They're really working to keep these Fireflies flat. Quite powerful boats, Fireflies, especially for our lighter crews. You've got a lot of mainsail that needs to move in and out really quickly, so it can be tiring for the helms, like working in that sheet hard all day. And the crews need to be really accurate with the jib sheets. Any flat bottom is going to be slowing the boat down, so still race on here. It's not over yet. Tunbridge definitely look like they've got the upper hand, so Emily do have work to do. That Tunbridge boat on the far left doesn't look like they've got the best pressure at the minute, so they might be getting a bit nervous. Sweaty palm time over there. We scroll back to the right-hand side. The boats over here seem to be going quite nicely. I'd still give the lead to the Tunbridge boats, but Emily do seem to have a little puff over there, so we'll see if they manage to make anything come of that. That boat 27 doing a fabulous job of just staying on top of them and blocking any wind that they can get. Got a big gust down the course now, so it's any wind noise. You can see the finish line there, so not long to go with this race now. Tunbridge still in a 1 and a 2. Emily's struggling to make any inroads after their poor start. It might be a case for them of going back to the drawing board and working out how they organise themselves pre-start. I know lots of teams don't have a pre-start plan, and I think that's one area where lots of these teams could potentially upgrade their team racing game by coming up with a pre-start plan and trying to stick to it as much as possible. The old adage, failing to plan is planning to fail, so maybe let's come back to bite Emily. There we go, Tunbridge crossed the line in first, and they're about to get second too. A really well controlled race from Tunbridge.
Yeah, very clean, very, very nicely sailed. And as you say, didn't really give them much of an opportunity for those boats behind to get themselves back into that race. Thank you, Patrick. That's the action on the youth course. We're going to dip out of that one for a moment and we're going to go over to the pre-juniors where we are about to come up to, I think, a minute to go for this start. And Jake is there ready to guide us through the race.
Absolutely. We've got the lime green versus the yellows, the lime versus the yellows. That's the 1 minute gun. So pretty close now. That pink jib needs to get out of there. These teams have been hurtling up and down the start line. They mean business. They're clearly trying to figure something out. We've had a few repairs on this course, so sorry for the delay, but we are back up and running now. The other yellow boat that you can't see is off to the left-hand side of the screen. The other green boat is to the right. The other green boat's quite low. They're going to struggle to get up from there. They probably need to get going pretty quickly, I think. But you can see the yellow boat here doing some good slow speed, tight maneuvering. They are loving that spot right next to the committee boat. The green boat's come underneath them. I think the gun's imminently about to go. All four boats nice and close to the start. The yellow boat's right there. They are the windward boat. And there goes the gun. All boats clear. So we are off to the races. That looked like a pretty stonewall port starboard there in front of us. There goes the protest, the red flag from the yellows. Unfortunately, the green boat has now been penalised by the umpires. That's a double turn for the green boats. That could spell trouble for the greens. One of the yellows out of shot. They're off to the right-hand side of the course, splitting the field, which is great work from the yellows. The green boat right in front of you. They're off, chasing them down. The wind blowing straight towards us. We are sailing upwind. So we've got one green boat behind me doing a turn, one yellow boat off to the left. They're probably going to come in on the port lay. And then we've got the green boat here and the yellow boat in the distance. The yellow boat, they must be on the lay line by now. Although they might be sailing to the wrong mark. That would be a real shame. The marks are numbered 1 to 4, so it should be hopefully quite easy for the sailors, the competitors, to work out where they're going. But no, I think we're good. The yellow boat's coming back across now to mark 1, the windward mark. The green boat behind me still got to do another turn. They're still doing. The green boat there, they've gone quite far as well. See the yellow boat now bearing away down towards the mark. That's a good sign that they might have overlaid. So they went a little bit further than they needed to, but it doesn't matter. Their first round. And as you can see, sailing from left to right, that's the other yellow boat. So the yellows are in a commanding 1-2 lead now. As they let their sails out slightly, they're sailing across the wind coming directly towards us. So they're sailing across the wind, which is a much faster point of sail, as they extend this lead. So well done to the yellows. That's the first green boat there coming around the mark. They've had to dodge the mark, but I think they've done okay. First yellow boat onto the run. This is going to be a pretty good win, I think, for the yellows. Just behind me, there's another race about to start. It's the Reds versus the Blues. We'll keep you apprised of what's going on there. That's the green boat. Well done. They did their penalty turn. So here's the start. We're going downwind now. That pink jib boat is still in the way. Whee, which over the waves. Haven't had a polo in at least 20 minutes now, so I might have to open the packet again in a minute. Imminent about to start. The red boat's coming in. The red and the blue boat coming in here. Coming in at the committee boat. The whistle's about to go. There it goes. Okay, and we're off. This looks like a pretty good start. The Blues have got an excellent start right down there at the pin, followed by the red boat, followed by the blue boat in the middle of the line. Then we've got the fourth boat there, the red boat. They're slightly behind, but they're doing pretty well. This one looks like it could be a nice, close race. I'm pretty sure all the boats are clear off the line. Just to update you, the Arthur, my umpire, was absolutely elated in an earlier race. He got to use his green flag 3 times. For those of you who might be unsure, if you protest and the umpires put up a green flag, that means there is no foul. Please keep racing. And it's the first time we got to do it, and he got to do it 3 times. So all is well here in the pre-juniors course. Our rib is now waiting for the next start, which is in sequence. It's 3 minutes away. Just to give you the final update, those 4 boats in the distance, that looks like it's going to be a cracking race. They're all bunched up together. 2 minutes to go on this race, which is orange versus green, and the line versus the yellows is just finishing, and it looks like a 1-2 for the yellows now.
Oh, lovely. Thank you very much, Jake. We're going to jump straight off the pre-juniors. We're going to go straight into the youth course at the moment, where we are probably inside of that final minute. Let's check in with Patrick.
We've got less than a minute to go now. Yeah, we're down to 45 seconds. It's red jibs against green jibs. And this red jib has sailed this green jib boat all the way down to the left-hand side of the freestart. In match racing, we call this coffin corner because it's hard to escape with your life. So watch them try and get out of there with the last minute. Now the red boat tacks back with 30 seconds to go after sailing them all the way over to the left. They're going to come back across to the right, try and get back onto starboard. We're going to get out of the way. We're hard in reverse. There's a green boat stuck on dead downwind on port there. That's not where you want to be. Potential for a penalty there. Don't see any flags. 10 seconds to go. Everyone needs to get up to speed. They may have focused too much on getting the penalty. Now they're late for the line. There we go, that's go. So a little bit late to the line there, maybe too focused on getting the penalty and not focused enough on the line. They're going to cross back over and then go through the start line. You can see the committee boat there. So good start for this red boat, number 24. It's crossing back over to the right. And a good start for a green boat far on the left. So fairly even between the 2 teams at the minute. I'd give a slight advantage to the team in red. One of their boats just tacking back to the middle now, so looking fairly strong on the right-hand side. A green boat's still extending far out on the left-hand side. They've just tacked now, and they look like they've got good pressure, so watch for them to be a surprise first at the top mark. I'm not sure about that. That's a bold prediction. But the other green boats are struggling. You can see one down there getting absolutely boxed in by 3 red boats, and one of them was really late to the start because they got caught facing downwind with only 10 seconds to go, so a tough gig for the green boat who might be doing well, we're not sure. Meanwhile, the Reds continue to gang up on that one poor green boat on the right-hand side of the course. One's in a tight cover situation, the other's just letting him go for now. We're just going to come across the left-hand side of the course, see how this green boat's getting on. It looks like they're sailing really well, but it's nice and flat, tight really hard here. Doing a really good job now. We're going to zoom on up to the top to see who gets to the zone first. You see a capsized boat in the background, but it's not in our race, luckily. All right, so it looks like my bold prediction might be coming true. This green boat now tacks onto port. They're not on ley line though, so they're going to still have to cross red 23 when they get to the mark. Maybe they've left it too late. Maybe they should have crossed when they had the chance. This is going to be a heart-in-mouth situation. Looks like they've lost out of it. And Reds go through into a 1, 2, and probably even 3 scenarios. The green boat just doesn't tack. They had no options there because they weren't quite on the ley line. So an interesting point there that they should have got across the starboard ley line earlier when they had the opportunity. They missed their chance, and now the team in red sail through to a really nice and easy 1, 2, 3. And I'd be surprised if they lose it from here. They're looking really strong. Interesting how another race was won on the start line by one team being a bit late and a bit slow, and one team being 2 out of 3 boats on time. So quite a few races we've seen today have been 1, 2, 3s off the line. So definitely areas for improvement. But definitely some really strong teams who are taking advantage of that as well. As we head downwind, there's a capsized boat on the middle of the run, so we'll make sure all our teams keep well away from that. This boat in third, boat number 22, we've seen them do what we call tiger tactics before, where they slow down the opposition and sacrifice themselves, so maybe we'll see that again from them at Mark 3. They're currently heading out left, which is indicative of someone who's going to come back on starboard with right of way. Just going to get out of the way of this flight coming upwind. Speedy manoeuvre from the umpires there. And then we'll go and catch up our race once we're free of this race. Still in reverse, just trying to get out of the way of this race.
It's a really good
Now we'll
example
go
of just
for
how chaotic the water is at the moment and just how many races that we've got going on that sometimes not even you are able to stay close enough to the boats.
Exactly. It's hard to stay focused on what's going on when you've got 3 different races on the same course at the same time. But most of the time, our sailors do a fantastic job, and you can just see in the distance now that red boat doing exactly what we talked about, slowing himself down at the mark, pulling his sail all the way in on the downwind, wiggling the tiller as much as possible to try and park on the mark and slow these green boats down as much as possible. Meanwhile, his teammates are long gone. They're around the mark in a 1-2. If they were pirates, they'd be long gone silver. And he's still flapping the jib, still heading high, main all the way in, jib all the way out, trying to slow down. Going to do some big turns on the mark, using lots of rudder. There we go, look at that turn. Lots of spray being picked up from the rudder. Green boats have no choice. They have to go around the outside into the dirty air. 1, 2, 3, all in a line. Slam dunk, goodbye. I think that's good night for the green team, unfortunately. Fantastic work by that red boat in third.
Really nice aggressive sailing, and obviously a scenario that they practiced before and knew when to slow down, when to sacrifice, and when to make a strong situation a bit more certain.
Exactly. It's all about knowing when you need to be sailing fast and when you need to be sailing slow, and that red boat did a fantastic job of picking their time, picking their opportunity, throwing the anchor out the side and parking the brake right on the mark, and the green team just had no other option but to slow down. And I think that's decided the race, to be honest with you. No, there's no going back from here. Red boats are already nearly at the finish, and the green boats are still struggling to get any speed because they are trying to accelerate in the dirty air. So, fantastic job by the sailor in boat 22 and their crew. They both look like they're sailing really well, hiking hard. Using the rudder to slow the boat down is a really good tip that we saw there. Saw them use really effectively. We also saw them pull the main all the way in and let the jib all the way out, which creates really disturbed air for the boats behind. So that was a really nice little tip as well from them. We'll see them probably leave out this green boat on the right-hand side just to rub a bit more salt in the wound and really seal the deal. But to be honest, I don't think it's even necessary at this point. I think they're home and dry now. So there we go, another tap on the cover. So really not letting the green team have a sniff here.
Yeah, like you say, it's not really necessary. It's almost cruel. It's almost evil at that point. But when you've worked it all out and you've trained really hard to know what the right moves are, I guess the thing is you can't help but pull off the right moves, and you're always on it in attack mode. So some great sailing, Patrick. We're gonna leave that one there. As you say, that race, a really nice conclusion and a nice won and lost there. And we're going to jump back now with Jake in the pre-juniors and check in with him with the racing just about to get underway. At the moment, we see the committee boats in the middle of your picture there, Jake, and some signals underway.
Absolutely, less than a minute to go here. We've got the lime green versus the yellows again. These guys zipping up and down, looking very good, trying to work out which end of the line is going to be best to start. The green boats looking like they're in a slightly more positive position. Coming up onto the line now. Might be a bit low. Yellow boat's repositioning. Here comes the whistle. The green boat might even be a bit early. There goes the whistle. That is one of the boats is over the line. That might be one of the green boats, I think. So there's a protest there by the yellow boat on the left.
I got green. I think green.
Got the green flag there by the umpire. Bit of communication trying to go on between the two green boats.
Yes, flag is still up.
There's an incredible amount of communication going up. I mean, I can hear the umpires as well, but it's amazing to hear how loud the sailors are from the other side of the start line trying to communicate their plan.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like the yellow boats are going to have this one again. They're looking pretty good coming into the first mark. Green boat number 5 just coming into shot here. They are doing their best to keep up. Their fellow partner is going back to the start line, we think. That they're OCS at the moment. But the two yellow boats here, they're doing well. They're sailing one in front and one on top, so the poor green boat is being absolutely sandwiched. There's nothing they can do to get any clean air. They're just having a very, very tough time with these two good sailors, these very good boats in yellow ahead of them at the moment.
It's incredible to see just how difficult the breeze is making it for those sailors who maybe aren't too used to the fever. You know, 1 minute you're underpowered and the next minute you're overpowered. You need to be reacting pretty quickly to everything there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the boats are all so tightly packed that, you know, one boat in front of you, then it tacks off. That will change the wind enough to, make the boats lean over a little bit, maybe upset the sailors. So, yeah, it's absolutely nip and tuck here. The two yellow boats side by side. They're probably discussing what they're going to have for dinner. They've done a very good job to get that much of a good lead. And I think that, you know, largely they're probably set now for most of the race. They're bearing away. Wind moving from left to right on our screens as they let their sails out to go downwind. Boat behind me. I was panning. I've got to stand up. Oh, goodness. Tough life at the top. Here we go. Here's the green boat. They're sailing across the top of the course.
Wow, that's an enormous stretch ahead for 1 and 2 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, the green, he got so, the yellow boats were just so good. The yellow boats pinned him in, one directly to windward, one directly in front of him, and just absolutely stuffed up their wind. They had no chance. It really, there was nothing they could do. And the yellow boats just took advantage of the fact that, unfortunately, one of the green boats was just over the line. It was so close and had to pop back, and that gave them the advantage now.
Yeah, and as you say, I mean, that pretty much does it really from there. Once you've got that good strong start off the line, once the other team hasn't quite been able to hold your pace upwind, you can turn a good position into a very strong position. And I think, let's be honest here, that should pretty much hold for the line. So Jake, we're gonna dive out of your race. That looks to be set with a very confident 1-2 on that 2v2 race. And we're going to go to Patrick on the youth course, and we're going to dial in there. Then we're going to jump to Sophie on the juniors when she is lining up for a full race. So in the meanwhile, we will say goodbye to Jake, and we're going to jump in with Patrick. And Patrick, I understand we are coming up to around about 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, we're just inside 2 minutes, so the racing rules are turned on. We've got the red jibs, as you can see here, and then there's 3 boats of blue jibs off to my right-hand side. They're leaving it a bit later to come back into the start box. These red boats seem a little bit early to me, so just see them cycling around there, going for a tack, probably a bear away and a jibe, I would assume. We'll see as the blue boats start to come across now. You can see the start line there, and if I just pan right, the blue boats are all lined up on starboard there, so lined up ready for their start. They look nice and high in the box, not too short on any ley lines. Bit early to build speed at the minute, so they're all just sat with their sails flapping. The first boat might start to get some speed on now. That's 1 minute signal you just heard there. Looks like the red team are happy to follow them into the box this time, so they're tacking into that gap there. That first blue boat's just cycled around. I'm not sure how intentional it was. That looked a bit out of control, maybe a bit of a broach. They're all
very out of control. I was quite pleased to see that they managed to get that one back in control.
Yeah, it was good control there. It was a bit of tummy hiking, never goes amiss, but managed to get it back under control. Now we're going to pan back left to the start line. You see this pair of boats up down on the left-hand side. They'll be aiming for the pin. That's 30 seconds to go. Slightly early still, so with a little bit of time to kill. So heading up into attack behind. Now the red boat's going to be early. Can the blue boat push them into the line? We'll see. Still a bit early, 15 seconds. They look about 10 seconds away from the line, if flat. 5 seconds to kill here still. The blue boat's going to start building speed here. You see them bear off, get flow over the mainsail. Still killing time here. Baby wings get going now. 3, 2, 1, go. Now they're hiking, now they're out. Mains in, jibs in. Really good work there. Really tight start on the line. We've got 2 pairs down at the pin, the left 2, and in the middle, this 2. The 2 boats on the right-hand side are both taps, and the blue boat on the right seems to have a small advantage. I'd say this red boat in the middle seems to be getting the lead now. There we go, that blue boat's kind of tapped out, so small advantage to red in the middle. And then on the left-hand side, I think that blue boat's got a small advantage over their pair as well. So a very tight race, all the boats within touching distance at the minute. Most of the fleet seems to have tapped onto port now. Nice pressure coming down this middle left-hand side of the course. This blue boat really making the most of it. You can see them piping really hard, using that fleet really well. So top work from this blue boat. I think they'll probably pick out and first at the top mark. As we pan right, you'll see the red boat from the middle, and then the 2 blue boats that went right as well. So red's definitely not out of this yet. They've got a strong right-hand ley line as well, the starboard ley line coming into the mark. I don't know if they'll be able to use it or if they'll be too far back, but 13 on that far side will have rights coming into the net. 14, unfortunately, just having to dip the light behind the transom of boat number 16 there, so possibly conceding second place. We'll see if they come back together at the top, whether they manage to gain any distance at all. If they have, 14 will have right of way as they'll be on starboard when the boats come back together. So crucial times here for boat 16, who seems to have gone out of the pressure. So Red's definitely not out of this yet. Their boat from the far left has come back in a really strong position now. So I think the blue team has it looks like a 1 for 5. Here comes a big port starboard situation. 14 clearing out of the top mark, but he's overshot the other boats. So I'm not entirely sure if that was an effective move or not. He's cleared out one boat, but let the 17 go round in third, which is a winning combination. So maybe a shot in the foot there for the red team. I think they need to focus on keeping the 2-3, because if you don't have first, you need 2-3 to win. So 14 did a really good job of converting 16 down into 6, but they maybe let 17 through into third, which could be the race deciding move there. So that'll be really interesting to see how this one plays out. Now the pressure's on 15. If they can convert 17 down, red team will have a 2-2-4, which is a win. So it's very much still on. We've got a boat with a yellow jib getting involved in another race. That's not going to help matters, but it's all on boat 15 here. If they can do a really nice takeout on 17, the red team could be on for a historic win here. Here we go. Now they're lapping up. They're on 4. They lure 17 into a jibe. Now they go for the jibe themselves. They try and shut the door. They're up on starboard. They come up for the luff. Here comes the luff. Up goes 17. Up goes 15. Overlap broken. Was the overlap broken? That's a big call to make. 15 doesn't think so. They're keeping on luffing. 17 still avoiding. But they're sailing extra distance all this time. They're sailing away from the mark right now. 17 thinks that the overlap was broken and 15 is staying with the mark. 15 thinks that they can luff as hard as they want, so they're staying high. Still sailing away from the mark. Boat 18 has not gone around the mark yet. They're waiting to see what happens. They might try and luff 15, but if they do that, they'll end up taking their teammate out as well. 15 jives out of there. Last minute jive. They don't have room on 18. They're going to have to go all the way around the back. 17's come back on port. They don't have rights. They're going to have to jive out again. All action at the bottom. Carnage and Mark 3. We love a bit of Mark 3 mayhem. I'm going to have to do a little spin there to get round to watch the racing. Here we go. So nothing changed after all that action. It's still 2, 4, 5 for Reds. A slight loss. A 1-3-6 for Blues. A slight win. But if anything changes here, it could be absolute pandemonium. 17 go all the way around the outside of 15. They've got to give them room at the mark. They're entering the zone. Mark 4 is just there. They've got to give room. They're going to be in dirty air. Have they just shot themselves in the foot again? The red team will be able to give them dirty air as they come round. I wouldn't be surprised to see 15 flap the jib here. Now they've got all 3 boats on the inside. 1 boat tacks away onto starboard. 16 follows straight away. Will they be able to pin them out on the left, or will they get lee bowed? Now the red team need to work together to cast their wind shadow onto the blue team. This boat here sitting in the wind shadow of boat 18 isn't going to go very fast. They need to tack out of this situation, I think. The action's all happening on the left-hand side of the beat, where 2 blue boats and 2 red boats are battling it out. Whoever wins that middle pair might well win this race. So we'll see how that comes back together when they rejoin in the middle. Boat 16 on the blue team seems to be just holding that position there. Their red teammates come to help them out though, so that might all change. It's just whether they give up enough distance to let the blue team get back into a 1-3 or not. So I think we're going to head over to that side of the course, because that's where it looks like it's happening now. Yeah, we're zooming over there now to see what happens. Now the red boat taps out. The blue boat looks like they've stalled. They've been lee bowed and covered, so a bit of a pincer manoeuvre there from the red team. The soap dish, as it's called. One person squeezes from above, one person squeezes from below. That blue boat now looks like they're in a world of hurt. If we look back on the right-hand side, though, that red boat's having to deal with 2 blue boats. So I think the red team may have left it a little bit too late on the left-hand side to come back and get anything from this. It looks like, having said that, I think there's just been a little bit of a left shift. So this is all going to come down to the finish. I really don't know which way this one's going to go. That red boat seems to be getting a really nice little gust underneath that blue boat on the top there. So this is going to be right on the finish line. The finish line is just there in the middle. We've got 2 sets of 3 boats coming across. 3 on the left, 3 on the right. Looks like the red team are winning the right-hand side pair. And maybe the left-hand side pair. This is going to be super tight. The finish is just there. You see them all come into picture at the same time. Reds get first. They've had to tap there. Blue get second. No one's crossed the finish line yet. Big incident there. I genuinely don't know who's crossed the line and who hasn't now. It's a green flag from the umpires. You might have to get confirmation from the finish boat about who won that, because I genuinely don't know who won that.
I think you're going to have
close.
to. I think you're going to have to go to the finish boat, and you're going to have to try and listen in, because that was when they were blowing the whistles and they were coming across the finish line. That was boom, boom, boom. That was split second.
It was instantaneous, wasn't it? Yeah, they all crossed the finish line within seconds of each other.
I'm sure. I don't even think the sailors will know who won, really.
I think they're trying to work out. I can see them having a chat between themselves and the opposition. They're trying to work out who's won. I don't think
that was
knows.
an amazing race. That was really, I mean, that was so good how many times that changed in terms of the leeward marks and everything. Some people making some incredibly strong moves, and let's be honest as well, some people making some moves that didn't quite come off.
Yeah, just thinking back to that top mark where that red boat cleared out one blue boat from the top mark, but then seemed to sail too far and let another blue boat through into third. So
yeah,
potentially a good move in theory, but maybe just need to tap back a little bit sooner than they did and secure the position. Because you can put your opposition down into sixth, but if you end up in fifth, you're not really doing much good there. So a bit of a balancing act, I think.
The other thing for me that was really interesting was what happened on that first beat. And I think it was the red boat when they ducked and they sailed off to the right-hand side. And I just think that in sailing, I always think it's something that's worth praising, having the courage and the knowledge to go, let's duck. Let's not tack. Let's duck. We'll give away something to get a right advantage if that is indeed what we want to do. And actually, ducking that boat on that first beat and then coming in from the right-hand side, they managed to push one boat. They might have, if things had been different, they might have been able to push two. But that just goes to show a good tactical mindset.
Absolutely. And I think if you manage to execute the duck well, you're only giving away like a metre, if that. So all you need to do is gain back 1 metre on the next cross, and then suddenly you're in the controlling position. So, like you say, a really smart tactical play to duck if you're on port, and then come back at the top on starboard, because the team that controls that starboard ley line at the top mark often comes out on top. So, really good work by that red boat.
Yeah, really strong, really strong. All right, Patrick, thank you very much for that race, and thank you very much to the sailors as well for putting on an incredible show. Let's jump into the pre-juniors. Let's bring Jake in now. And Jake, we are getting ourselves into sequence. I think this is the start of a new race.
Race 50 Nile, so we're doing very well here in the pre-juniors. We got the pinks versus the blacks. It looks like it's going to be a good race. These guys, I've overheard some of the conversation about tactics, about who's going to take on who. One of the teams is going for like a man-on-man defense. They're identifying which boat they are going to tackle. The others, the other team are actually discussing which end of the line they were going to try and start. So instantly I'm thinking, this could be a good one. On a sadder note, some of the clouds are blocking out my sunshine, and that's only going to make me a little bit grumpy. So hopefully we will keep the sunshine. There's a little bit of blue sky just over there. We're 2 minutes away from the start now. These guys, you can see they're sort of developing into two pairs. I don't want to over-egg it. I'll pretend it's going to be rubbish, and then when it's brilliant, we'll all be super excited rather than going the other way around. But you can see the black boat there. They're tracing down that pink boat. At one point, one of them's going to have to move. The black jib is just forcing them out. The pink boat can't move. The pink boat is windward. Has right of way, as the black boat is the windward boat. Oh, there we go. Okay, the black boat's tacked. They're coming back. Or maybe they're going to get in front of them again. Nah, they're a bit too. The pink boat can bear away there. Oh, no. Okay, fine. Listen, they're still fighting. This is it. They're getting into it. The umpire's getting in for some of the action. Positioning himself so that he can get a good view of what's going to happen here. We've got 1 minute left on the committee boat. The other two boats, they're also fighting it out. Bit more of a gap between them. Here we go. We finally got the split. This is it. They're going to rush down to the start now and make sure they get a good start. The boats over here, they're still chasing each other. The black boats are chasing the pink boats. This is it. This could be the man-on-man defense that we were talking about coming into play. Both pink boats are together now. It cannot be very long until the start. We've really got to get these boats close to the start line. Black boat on starboard. That's the one in the distance from us. So loads of hiking there from the black boat on the left side of the screen. It's about to come across the finish. Sorry, the start. That'll be a short race. I'm listening for the whistle. There's the whistle. Okay, and we're off. So it looks like both of the black boats have got an excellent start now, but the pink boats are not far behind. The black boat on my left, they've had to tack, obviously. Being on port, they don't want to get mixed up in that. It's a good decision. Get out of there. This pink boat in the middle, they're doing well. They've got a good speed. They're probably going to roll this black boat underneath them. The black boat does have right of way. They are to leeward, and if they head up, the pink boat has to keep clear. But the pink boat's got excellent boat speed. The other pink boat over to the right-hand side of the course. They've tacked. They've split the course. That's a great move from the pinks. The umpire's right in here. They really want to make sure that there's no foul play. Make sure you park your car between the white lines. All rules must be obeyed. Here we go. So the black boat tacks, the pink boat tacks on top. Good move from the pinks. The blacks had to do something. They couldn't stay there. All three boats are tacked now. Obviously, the lead boat there tacking on top of the opponent, trying to slow them down. The last thing that he wants is for the other black boat, the boat on the right-hand side of the screen, to get stuck. Oh, they've tacked out. Good decision there. Okay, the other pink boat is starting to come back into play. They're going to be on starboard as they come in to the windward mark, which is just over to the left. The wind is blowing from left to right now. We've got these three boats. You see them coming in. This is looking pretty good. Okay, the black boat thinks he's on the lay. He might be. That's going to be tight. If not, he's slightly under. The black boat there, they're at the front. They're going around the mark. Okay, now I think this is going to be a crucial cross here for the pink and the black. I think the pink's ahead. They're definitely on starboard. The black boat's going to have to move. What's going to... Oh, look at that. They've had to tag. Oh, and then there's a protest there. We're not sure we're going to see the flag. We're going to wait to see how this develops. But it looks like the black boat is off in front, followed by two pinks, and that is a foul, unfortunately, for the black boat next to us here. But don't worry, your pal is out in front. Look at him. He's starting to slow down already. You can see him just in the distance. He means business. He is going to stop one of these boats, and he is going to make space for his friend to appear. Okay, here he comes. He's on starboard. He's on the attack. He's coming towards us. The pink boat closest to us is unfortunately about to cop it. Ah, they've ducked behind. That's a good move from the pink boat. The black boat there, they're still in this. They've got to capture one of these. Unfortunately, he's on the wrong side now. If he wants to try and get some advantage, he's jibed onto port, sorry. It's a no foul there from the other committee boat. I'm not sure what the protest was, but there was no foul. The other black boat is just rounding Mark 2, so they're coming downwind onto the same leg. The wind blowing from left to right here. This is exciting stuff for the pinks and the blacks. The blacks jibe. They've gone wide. First pink boat is just about to round the mark. Off they go. This is 1-2 for the pinks, but this boat here absolutely not giving the pink boat an inch. Here they go. They're going round. He's gone a little bit deeper. Now he's bringing it up. And I thought, oh, that's excellently sailed by the pink boats there. They went nice and tight. And I think they gained just half a boat length there, which might be all they need. The first pink boat up onto the beat. Second pink boat up onto the beat. These guys have definitely got the advantage. The black boat has got all the hard work. They've tacked off, so's the lead pink boat. Good decision. A loose cover, just gently follow them. They're probably not going to come out of nowhere if you're on the same tack as they are. So this has been a good race, this one. We've got the pink boat near me. This is the one that should be slightly further behind. There we go, putting in attack, coming back towards the finish. You can see the finish boat just in the background. These guys are definitely on the lay for the finish, so they should be able to just sail, hold this line, hold this course, and they'll finish. But the second black boat is already round that the wing mark, and they're sailing upwind. So all boats are on the same leg here. There's a good breeze. A capsize can happen at any moment. If something goes wrong, it's going to be absolute carnage, but it looks like the pinks have got it nailed. That's the first pink boat across the line. Well played. Well played.
Fantastic. Fantastic. All right, brilliant. Listen, Jake, we're going to have to dial straight out of that one. That was a really great race, and that was really well done for Black for catching up. The reason we're going to go straight out is because we're going to go straight into the junior course where Sophie is there as another start gets underway.
Right, we are on the juniors. We've just had the start gun go. We've got the Blacks versus the Reds. It looks like the Blacks are in 1-2, possibly 1-3 if the Reds can pick up the speed. Some big gusts coming down this juniors race course at the moment. How are the boats going to cope when the gusts hit them? Looks like on the left hand side out of my vision of the screen, there is a red boat. It's trying to cross on port. Are they making the cross? Are they going to thread the needle? No, they're going to tack right in between the windward black boat and the leeward black boat. The windward black boat is now tacked off because they are on the ley line, nearly. They have this red boat sailing nicely now after their tack. I do not think the black boat in front of them is going to be able to tack and cross out, but they're going to go for it anyway, and they made it! Black boat is in on the port lay. Red boat is tacked, now coming in on the port lay. There might be another port starboard cross here. Is the red boat going to have to tack out the way? They went for the tack, but they left it too late. I could hear the black boat shouting protest. They did have to avoid a collision. Looks like he's going for his own spin. So remember, if you decide to initiate the spin yourself, you can do just one turn. If you wait for the umpires, it's 2. So this now leaves the Blacks in a 1-2 with the Reds spinning in last place. So the first black is on the downwind. The second black is coming up for the downwind leg. The third red following close behind. The red in 4th place is doing all they can to get their boat speed along in that reach, so I won't discount them. Red trying to get the goose wing in the downwind, but perhaps a little bit high. Managed to go down a bit, get it now. They're doing a good job at covering the grey boat in seconds. All it does take in the downwind is for a little gust to come up behind for the boat further behind to get it first and appropriately cover the boat head. The gap is closing, but only marginal. I don't think it will be enough to be able to get an overlap at Mark 3. So what Black's going to do now is just try and keep the race going, do a really nice rounding, and this red boat will just continue trying to catch up and let their teammate who's in last place through, because currently it is Black's 1-2 winning on the junior fleet. Red perhaps sailing a little bit low on the reach and just giving some more ground to the black boat in 2nd place. Looks like a definitive 1-2 going in final leg. And a boat not on the race team just starboard and nearly took out a boat on the final leg. Kind reminder, if you are not racing, keep out the way of the racing boats. And here we have the third red now going on the upwind. Black still in the 1-2. Blacks have split off, one going to the starboard side of the upwind, one going to the port side. About a third of the way up the beat now. If Reds do want to claw back, they need to be sailing at super speed. Black's just sailing very conservatively. I think they've got the 1-2 in the bag at this point, unless something drastic happens, which you never know. We have seen it. Both boats gone for attack.
We have seen it, but you can also forgive those teams for thinking that this stage is pretty much won and lost. However, it is always worth fighting all the way to that line, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if there's a bit of a shift or a gust comes down one side of the course and your teammates decided to bang a corner. It can be pretty win or lost in those situations. But here it looks like the first black is about to cross the line, and I would say that black has won this race.
Yeah, and won it well, won it nice and smooth. But like you say, there are times where competitors get onto the race course that are not actually anything to do with that race. It does happen. It happens in all forms of sailing. But please, if you are out there, try and keep yourself out of the way. And we'll try and keep ourselves clean. We're going to jump off your course, Sophie. Thank you very much for guiding us through that race. And we're going to go now. We're going to go back to the youth course where Patrick is there getting himself ready for another race. And I think we're into those final few seconds.
Yeah, we're down to 20 seconds here to go now. We've got this race. We're going to loop back after the start. So we'll try and keep you the start and then we'll try and give you a full race as well. So The minute we've got the orange jibs controlling the run in and the blue jibs trying to push them into the line early. 5 seconds to go. Will there be room for that final blue jib? Or are they going to be a little bit late there? A little bit late, but nothing major. And as we look left, a fairly even start across the fleet, except for this bottom pair down here aren't making the start line. So that blue boat's doing a fantastic job of controlling that orange boat down below the start line. They're going to have to double tap. Oh, they've dropped the main sheet. That's not gone well for them. Slow manoeuvre there. They're going to really struggle to get back up to speed. They're nearly drifting onto the pin as well. Oh, that was tight. They've just avoided the pin there.
Oh,
so they're gonna really struggle to get back up to speed. They're really slow now.
They've almost lost everything that they gained from controlling that boat out to the left.
Yeah, I think when they tapped, they didn't expect to see the 2 orange boats right there. They should have tried to duck, but they just dropped the main and went for a double tap, maybe out of panic. Lost all their speed, lost all their flow, and nearly drifted onto the pin. So disaster for 26. But his teammates are still looking quite strong. We've got, I think it's top hats in orange. They're looking quite good in the middle. You've got this orange boat in the middle of the screen now who's looking really strong on the middle left. And then the blue boats are further on the right. There's a pair over there on the right. And as we look left, this orange boat on the left is looking really strong too. So currently looking good for the orange team, but we'll see. We've seen the blue team come back from worse positions before. We'll see if they manage to pull anything out of the bag here. I think slight change of plans. We're staying with this race now, so we'll be able to see it through to the end, hopefully. I think the oranges have got a 1-2 at the minute. It all depends on where these ley lines come out. Boat 27, the blue boat, looking quite strong on the right-hand side. It's whether they can get a piece of boat 30. This is going to be quite a key port-starboard interaction here. If boat 30 can cross, they'll have the right of way at the top mark. And it looks like they're coming across the floor. They're deciding to tack anyway. Could that be costly? Now they're going to try and soak this 27. If 27 can hang on in there just a little bit longer. No, I think they're going slow there. They can't hang on with a lead out and a cover, but they have tacked inside there. 30 went past the ley line. So 27 is just trying to hang on, just with a tooth and nail, just trying to hang on the inside and push 30 high if they can to try and get their teammates a chance to catch back up. Watch them try and build some speed.
I mean, they're not out of this.
Not out of this
that
at all.
blue jib, if they think, a little bit of a flag there.
It's a green flag. It's a green flag. No penalty, but I think 30's just managed to roll across the top and break the overlap. But we're going to be watching this overlap really closely as they approach the zone. Now 30 goes to the left. Positions change. More people out of the way. It's 30 on the left as hard as he likes. That's a really good move from both 30 down. His teammate 29 is going to sneak round in third. So it looked like blue was hanging on in there. Get a fantastic move by boat 30. And now orange have a 1-2-3. It's not a safe 1-2-3, but it is a 1-2-3. 30 just getting some really bad bow waves there. A bit unlucky to get out there. They've completely stopped dead in the water. They do have the starboard advantage, but they're currently going slow. And boat 26, who got the bad start, is right back in this now. He's back up to third. So still a 1-2 for the orange, but they had a chance to shut this down and didn't quite manage to take it. So race on at the minute. 29 looks like she's got some good speed coming down here. She's just communicating with her teammates, telling them to go round. She thinks she's confident. She's going to have the starboard advantage as she comes back. Here she comes now, driving onto starboard into the mark. We're about halfway down the run now. Boat 25 on the far side, that blue boat all the way over there, looks quite quick. She's got a nice little puff out there. Hasn't been involved in any of the luffing battles, just quietly sailed around the outside. Looks like she's driving. Oh, no, she's just got the inside track on boat 30 as well. She's going for a luff there, big luff now. Maybe that's the tactic. Stay quiet and out of trouble until you get the chance and then go for a big luff. So really well controlled from 25 there. However, the orange team still have a 1-2. They've not been able to break into this 1-2 at all. So we'll see what 26 can do on the reach. He's going to have to go around the outside. He doesn't have room here. I'm going to do my little spin around to get the new leg. Here we go. So now 26 goes for the inside. But that's quite risky on a reach. He can get luffed as hard as 29 wants to luff. So they're going up. They're heading well above where the mark is. So 26 bails out of that. Gets back so he can swing back behind the transom. Now 29 is going to have a tight rounding. They're very high of the mark. You can see it down here. So they're going to have to do a really sharp turn with 26 hot on their heels. That's another green flag from the umpires. 26 tries to dive the nose to the inside. That's risky, but they're throwing caution to the wind here. They've got to get the inside track, and I think he's managed it. 29 can't luff because she's going to get rolled if she tries to luff there. So 26, fantastic job to throw the nose in around the inside and not get a penalty. It's now about whether he can hang on there despite being lee bound. He looks like he's doing a really good job sailing the boat very flat. might be starting to struggle, so now he goes for the tack out. This is where the battle is between second and third. Whoever wins this battle is going to win the race, I think. 26 comes back for another tack. I think he's going to have to duck. He goes for a big roll, building speed. He's going to have to duck here. Definitely not got across. There we go. And now the attacking duel starts. Watching the top of the sails, looking for any contact. Goes for a tight left. He tries to avoid contact between the boats. Flags coming out. Keep sailing fast. Don't forget about the sailing. Here we go. Going to be an umpire decision. It's a green. It's a green. So apparently no infringements there. So when the boats come back together, there'll be another tight port starboard cross. We'll see who gets the better. While these boats have been fighting, the boats on the left have been making good progress. They've got good breeze. And that blue boat over there has got a really nice puff on the left-hand side, and maybe they're into second. So a turnaround from the Blues, but not where we thought it would come from. So really good sailing from 27. They're looking fast at the minute. And 26 isn't looking too bad either. So now 27 is going to try and help out their team. Tacking on top of the orange boats. Is this just slipping away from the orange team now? They've got first, but they've not got much else. They look like they might be in 5 and 6 if this blue boat 25 can get a good inside line here. They're looking really fast. She's sailing well, sailing flat. And 27 goes for the cover as well. We'll see 26 come in from the right-hand side, so all 3 blue boats combining nicely to try and put a big barrier of wind in front of the orange boats. Here comes the starboard advantage. The orange boat ducks, and 26 will surely slam attack. There we go, right on the wind of 29, sorry. I think the blue boats have converted this really nicely right at the deck to a 2-3-4, so fantastic work from them. That's 2. That's 3. And that's going to be 4 for the blue. So a 2-3-4. Not a very stable win. It looks a bit on edge at times, but really good recovery from an initial bad start from the blue team. And a really good win there. Really nice conversion. Fantastic job by them.
That was a great race. I mean, that was a perfect example of how a 1-2 isn't 100%, and even from a bad start, it isn't 100% that you're going to be trailing the entire fleet. All it takes is somebody to engage, slow. Somebody happened to get on the defence, as you saw in that attacking battle on that final beat, and then all of a sudden, someone can come through. That was a great race. Thank you very much for that one, Patrick. We'll let you head off and get yourself set up for the next one. We're going to jump over to Sophie on the junior course because we are getting ourselves ready to go. I think we've got about 2 minutes, maybe inside the 2 minutes to go for this next start. So, Sophie, bring us up to date.
Yeah, I'm expecting the 1 minute gun to go any moment now. We are reds versus grey. You can see the 2 red boats. One of them is over at the pin. The other one's just working hard at getting a bit upwind with this wind having died to get close to the line. That horn that you heard there was the 1 minute signal. So we've got these 2 greys setting off onto the right-hand side of the course, looking like they're going to aim to come in on the starboard end of the line. They're both on the starboard late. Wind has died off a little bit, so the time and distances might be a little different from any of these sailors' previous races. So let's see who's got that dialed down. We've got these 2 red boats here. One of them's tacked over. Both of them have tacked over. You've got the 2 greys next to each other and the 2 reds next to each other. The teammates obviously like each other very much. Here we are within the 1 minute sequence. Final approach to the line. Some of the greys have started accelerating. One of the reds is stuck in irons and going backwards. They've got their tiller stuck in between their main sheets. Oh, will they be able to fix this? The start is going at any moment. They've been able to fix it. The start gun is gone. Greys 1-2. Reds yet to cross the line. Reds boat in 3 is now crossed the line. Both the greys have gone out to the left-hand side. Reds have tacked out to separate off. Greys shouting to their teammates to tack with them. So you do want to be able to cover the boats if you can. You don't want both of you to be sailing off to the left if the other team's going off to the right. So we've now got a pair splitting off to the right. The boat leading has basically gone to the port ley line of the windward mark. And the red boat in 4 is sailing quite nicely actually and starting to catch up. Boats have gone for attack here. Reds were able to get some speed and basically tack around the grey boat and get to windward of them.
They say at a much faster tack than their grey competitor. So it looks like greys are going to be in a 1-3, which means it could be back in the game with the reds. This
That
red
would
boat here is
be
in a
an
nice
amazing
position.
catch up. That would be really quite something if they managed to get that back from that start.
Yeah, well, the red seems to be doing all the right things at the moment. The grey boat cannot tack. Oh, and the red is just tacked on the ley line, which means that the grey boat can continue to tack round and stay in third place. If that red boat had held that grey boat out and taken them past the ley line, it might have given their teammate a chance to catch up. Instead, this red boat has just left it on their teammate to have to sail fast and try to get out of the last place. But remember, we are a team in team racing. Let's see if he's going to set up for a mark trap at Mark 2. No! He's sailed round, so reds are still in 2-4. Remember, it doesn't matter sailing fast if you're in second, if your teammate is in last place. Because remember, in two-boat team racing, if one of your team are last, you lose the race. But very much, a little bit of a gust coming down. Red in fourth place is ever so slowly catching up with the black in third place. They've now caught up with them. To leewards. They've... Ooh, getting a bit closer here. There could be some action going on. The boat in first, the grey boat in first, has just rounded the leeward mark and is now onto the reach, and so there's no sign of slowing down. They just trust that their teammate in third is going to keep it. The red in second is looking back to check what their teammate's doing. But they have just gone round the mark. Grey boat here has room and is still in third place. There's been lots of opportunities for position changes in this race, but I've not seen many happen. We have the reds in 2-4 and the greys in 1-3. The greys have got a big one. Boat in first is just zooming their way upwind. Got some very nice boat handling and boat speed, but doesn't matter if your teammate is in last, but luckily their teammate is in third. One red is tacked off onto port to go on the left-hand side, and the other one is following the boat in third. Looks like the grey boat might be able to sail themselves into second place, which would then put them at a 1-2. Red boat is tacked off. Both the red boats are in starboard. Ooh, one fell in the corner, nearly had a little capsize with a gust there, but managed to hold it together. The fleet have separated on this upwind, so all it does take is one little wind shift to put one of the boats at the extreme ends into last place. So I'd say we might need to just wait until all the boats come to the finish line to kind of see where they sit in amongst the fleet. This grey boat here on the starboard lay for the line looks like the right-hand side of the course has paid, because the grey boat that went to the right has made massive gains on both the red boats that went off to the left. The reds took a risk by separating from the greys, and unfortunately, in this case, it did not pay, and they ended up going from a 2-4 to a 3-4.
Well, like you say, Sophie, there were some opportunities there for some place changes. There was opportunity there for some tactics that either team didn't really take. I think a lot of sailors relying on boat speed rather than kind of core team racing tactics.
Yeah, I think you just need to remember it doesn't matter if you are in first place if your teammate is in last, because you will still lose the race even if you cross that line first.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a nice race, nicely rounded off, some good speed, and now those boats cross the finish line. So we're going to jump now into Patrick straight away. Patrick is lining up for another race on the youth course. Let's jump in straight with him, because I think we are, if we're not already underway, we're going to be underway pretty soon.
We've got 30 seconds here to go, Niall, so we're really near to the action. We've got the green boats just getting in the way slightly. If they can keep out of the way, that would be really helpful. So we've got the orange jibs against the blue jibs. We've met the Blue Jibs before. They were the last race that we had on the youth course that we talked about. So we'll see how they get on against a different competitor now. We're up to race 100 as well as on the youth course, so fantastic job by the race team. Here comes the start, 5 seconds, looking good for the Blue Jibs, shutting out the Orange Jibs right at the committee weight. There's go. That's a complete shutout of the committee weight. The Orange weight there has to bail out the last minute unless they get the door slammed in their face. So not the best start from the Orange team. As I pan left, you'll see this pair that went far left. The Blue boat completely dominated that pair, took the Orange boat to Coffin Corner. Probably getting a 0-star review on TripAdvisor, would not advise to go back. So really good work from the Blue team. They're currently in 1-2, and it looks like with that cross there, like we said, the duck looking like a really smart tactical move. I think Blues have got a 1-2-3 here, so fantastic sailing from them at the start. We're not even halfway up the beat, and I think this race has already been decided, sadly. So probably not much more to add around this course. We can keep watching the Blue team and watch how they solidify their position and watch how they build off this fantastic start that they just had.
Well, I tell you what, Patrick, while you stay with them, I'm just going to have a look at their results, because if you're right, if we're on race 100 in the youth fleet, that is WOSC versus the Dockland Dingoes, and it is the light blue jibs in the lead, WOSC. So just having a look at the results as they're coming in and just seeing how those two teams are looking at the moment. So we've got WOSC, and they are on 85.71 in terms of a percentage win. They've raced 7 and they have won 6. So looking pretty strong. Whereas the Dockland Dingoes, they have raced 6 and they have won 0. So I think what we're seeing in this race kind of reflects the day so far that each of these two teams have had.
Absolutely. There's definitely a difference in experience levels between these two teams, and that was showing on the start line, with one pair being boxed out towards the right-hand side, one pair being boxed out towards the left, and one having to cycle out altogether. So definitely lots of learning for the Dockland Dingoes. I know it's hard when you're coming up against teams as good as this regularly, and it's hard to get the wins, but definitely don't let their heads drop, and hopefully lots of learning ready for their next event. But the experience of WOSC really showing here. They're clean around in a 1-2-3, and I only see this lead growing from here. They're sailing really well, so congratulations to them at the minute.
Yeah, really, really, really nice sailing, as you say. Okay, we're going to dial out of that race. That's looking like a commanding performance, a really well-timed start and some great speed and height up that first beat. So I'm not sure that the Orange team are going to be able to come in with too much force there. So we're going to leave that race, and instead we're going to go over to the pre-juniors. I'm going to see if I can bring Jake in at the moment. That's got some fevers, I think, already on their way upwind to that first mark, Jake.
Absolutely. Well, there's 2 protests going in here from this yellow boat and the green boat on the left. We're waiting to see what the umpire's going to do about it, but there was a little bit of a bump there. So they've got the limes versus the yellows. Obviously, the green's currently in the lead. I think the yellows may have chosen to do a penalty turn. That may be what's happening. But yeah, this race is off. We've had some cracking times over the last few minutes. We even had, for those team racing nerds out there, our first jibe back at the 4th mark, which is very exciting. Pulled it off, absolute blinder, and the race went from a loss to a win as one of the team members managed to pull their teammate from 4th position into 2nd position with one of the opposition getting a penalty. So here we have the yellow boat sailing towards the green. They're both shouting. They're shouting starboard. They're both on port. Not quite sure what's going on here, but I think the sailors understand, and that's really the main thing. Here we have, unfortunately, a red flag for 5, which is the green boat. So that is going to pull this even closer into a photo finish. So in the front there, we've got the green followed by the yellow. Next boat coming around will be a green currently as they're doing their penalty turn. And behind them, we've also got a yellow boat currently sailing down the run. So this is really going to heat up the final 2 legs of this course. So here they come. The red flag is still raised. And there it goes. Okay, so the red flag's down. The green boat is on starboard. They're forcing the yellow boat out the way. The other yellow boat is now in the lead. So it is yellow in 1st and in 4th. Yellow boat jibing back now. They want to get towards this mark. The green boat keeping a close eye on them. The other two boats are around Mark 4, so they're on the beat home. They've got to make sure that they don't leave their teammates dwindling in the rear. There's another umpire staying with this course. It's a really good team race. Wind blowing from left to right now. So these boats sailing across the wind. And once they round this next mark, Mark 4, they're going to be going upwind towards the finish. That's when it's really going to separate the mice from the cats. I don't know if that's an expression, but that's what I'm thinking of, because for whatever reason, the cats are chasing the mice. So here we go. Yellow boats tacked. Great decision. Green boats followed. Absolutely what I would have done. You've got to keep them under control. Don't let them get an advantage. So well done, the green boat there. Behind me on the right, the green and the yellow, they are sailing way, way off to the side of the course. The yellow boat can't tack. They're having a terrible time. They can't get towards the finish, but I don't think they want to. The yellow boat there, they've gone for a tack. They've stalled it. Oh, that's going to upset their boat speed. But they're back on. Here we go. The green boat's tack. The green boat's definitely in the commanding position here. On the right-hand side of the screen, the green and the yellow, they're coming in towards the finish. Now, the green smart here, they could sail the yellow smart, they could sail the green across the finish, but they're coming back to help their teammates. They're sailing downwind towards the green. No, starboard! Oh, what's going on? I think they've got away with that. No one's quite sure what's going on. The other green boat is sailing downwind, and they're going to sail themselves into fourth position. There's definitely a collision there. There's a protest gone up. Here comes the flag. 5 has been given a penalty. Green has been given a penalty. And 7. Hang on. Oh, that's a yellow. That's a yellow boat. Oh, no. What is going on? There was a boat doing a penalty turn. And they've been crashed into. Put your hand up if you understand what's going on, because I certainly don't. The boats are desperately trying to figure this out for themselves.
The second incident is green.
Second incident is the green. Sorry, I've got a polo. I'm eating it in my mouth. You might be able to hear it. So, we're not quite sure who is going to win this and how many penalty turns everyone's got to do. I think I might do a penalty turn at this rate. Everyone seems to be doing it. It's quite the fashion these days. The other two boats have finished. They have to keep clear. If they get involved at this point, that's definitely a disqualification. It is just up to these two boats. There goes one penalty down. Are they sailing to the finish? Who is actually going to make it first? We think it's green. Oh, my goodness. Well, as you can probably tell, I've run out of breath now. That's it. That's all I've got. I don't know who won. I don't know what happened, mate, but it was good. There was someone did some sailing somewhere.
Wow, that was that was really quite something there. I've got to say that was that really did go inside out, shall we say, just at the last moment, just before that line. And interesting, all those penalties. And like you say, one boat taking a penalty, the other boat starts to take a penalty, and then they start kind of crashing into each other. All right, thank you very much, Jake. We'll let you have a little bit of a rest and try and kind of get your breath back after that race. Now we have got action coming in from both the juniors and the youths. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to go to the youths now, where we're just going to watch one of the starts, just the next start here. So let's dial in here. And I think we've got a capsized boat there, Patrick.
Yeah, someone's just rolled in right in front of us, Niall. So we've got about 30 seconds to go before the start. But I don't think these sailors are going to be making the line, unfortunately. They're stuck on the dagger board trying to get it back up right. So we'll see how that goes for their teammates. As I pan left, you can see their teammates with the blue jibs. They're coming up to the start line. They've got 22 seconds. Unfortunately, this race is going to be 3 against 2 because the other blue boat is still signing autographs for the fishies at the minute. So it's going to be a bit outnumbered at the minute. We're not sticking with this race, so I can only watch the start from a distance, I'm afraid. But it looks like a good start for the red team. 5 seconds to go. 2, 1, go. All 3 red boats are right on the line. And unfortunately for us, one blue boat is still stuck down here. They've got it back up right. They're all recovered, but they've got a boat full of water and a lot of distance to make up. So I don't see anything happening for the blue team this race, unfortunately.
No, okay, fair enough. And a lot of water gets into those fireflies and there's an awful lot of bailing. All right, Patrick, we will dial back out of your course and we are going to go instead. We're going to go straight to the junior course where Sophie is getting herself ready for the next start. And just inside of 2 minutes to go.
Yes, we've just watched the previous start head off, the oranges and the blues, and now we're gearing up to watch the reds and the greys. Actually, there might be an issue with one of the red boats, as it is now on the pontoon, so this start might actually not be happening after all.
Do you any idea what the issue might be? I mean, I can't quite see from that angle, but is that all the sails are up, or is their main sail down?
All the sails are up. The sailors are just looking very relaxed in the boat on the pontoon. Not too sure what the hold up is there. The other 3 boats in the fleet look to be sailing around fine, but doesn't seem to be that there's any bosun rib with these sailors.
Well,
or if they've indicated that there is something wrong. Why don't we go and ask them?
Well,
let's go ask these sailors.
from the view that I've got, somebody has just come down now. We've got somebody now at the back, and it does seem to be that they've got a little bit of focus on the
rudder.
stern of their boat. Yeah.
Yes, looks like it might be a rudder issue. There has been a few cases today with sailors not necessarily keeping an eye on the ropes keeping the rudder down, as I've had to fix a few sailors with that issue and just get the rudder back. But it looks okay. I'm just trying to figure out what the issue is. And I've got to say, I'm coming up for a loss. Perhaps these guys can tell us. What's up with your boat? Oh, they're getting something to fix the rudder. It's one of the. It's a bit of a wobbly rudder apparently, and it keeps on pinging up. The pintle is not there, so the rudder just keeps on popping off. I think.
Yeah.
That could be a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit annoying and a little bit slow when you're trying to get the maximum speed out of the boat. Okay, Sophie. Well, while your race course is just sort of dealing with that and getting themselves back in order, what we're going to do is we're going to jump over to the youth. We're going to jump over to Patrick, who has got a start about to get underway.
Yeah, we've got 15 seconds here. It's red jibs against green jibs. They're pushing in hard to the start line. It looks like everyone's going to be on time. The red boat's muffing up, trying to shut the door of the green boat. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, go. One boat's over the line, I think, early. We'll see confirmation from the start boat. Yes, the I flag is up. That red boat's going to try and have to come back. They've also got a protest against them now. So lots on for this red boat 24. They've got a big duck to do to not hit their teammates. You can get penalties for that, like we saw earlier. 19's coming back as well, so 2 boats over maybe. So carnage on the start line with boats from both teams being over the line. We'll see who gets the better green start out of them. Definitely the green team. Reds might have a slight advantage on the right-hand side, but green's a bit strong on the left. So not sure who's going to win this one yet. It's still very tight after the start. The boat on the left here looks like they're sailing really well, though. Sailing very flat, very fast. Helm's working the rudder hard over the waves. Crew's pumping hard with their shoulders, trying to get as much power out of the sail as they can. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, I think that green jib just below the red jib in the middle is just starting to eke out a lee bow. You might just see them pop forward in front of that red jib now. There you go. Just slowly eking out a lead. So the green jib slowly getting into a winning position here. If that green boat 20 can tack and cross by the time they get to the ley line, the green boats will have a 1-2. If the red boat can just prevent them from tacking and crossing, then they might still be able to shout for a 2-3-4 or some similar combination. So it all depends on this middle pair here. And I think the closer we get to the ley line, the more advanced that green boat gets. They're past the ley line now, so it's all on whether that green boat can tack or not. The umpire's going to watch this closely. No, the green boat's gone for the jibe. He's bailed out of the tack. No, he's not even jibing. He's trying to get the manoeuvre in. So that pair's gone way past the ley line there. So the red boat's trying to control how they come back to the top mark. The top mark's right where I am here, so they've got a long way to sail back on starboard. I think the green boat's taking a penalty as well, so that's not really going to help them at all. However, the other green boat may have got 3 seconds, so similar to what we talked about earlier, where a takeout's all well and good, but if you lose the position yourself, you're not really doing your team any favours. So I think 23's just done enough to get room on this boat 19, so they're really going to work by 23. And now we'll see them hold 19 out past the starboard ley line. So they hold one boat out past the port ley line, and one boat out past the starboard ley line. So fantastic work from 23. They get luffed. They're head to wind. They've been forced into attack. Protest flags out. The question is, did 19 luff them past head to wind, or did 19 go head to wind? We'll see an umpire decision. No one's taking a penalty. Umpires are discussing now. We'll let you know how it goes. Currently a 2-3-4 for red. It's a green. So reds are through to a winning position at the minute. A very bunched up 2, 3, 4, and green 21 lying in wait at Mark 2. So we'll see how this shapes out, but currently red's in a win. The green boat trying to roll all the way over the top. Here he comes now. He's got good speed on 19. 23 doing a fantastic job again. He's hooked 19 up above. He goes for another loft, and 24 goes for a loft. Simo loft. The umpire's really struggling to keep hold of what's going on here. Everything kicking off at the same time. Absolutely hard. Now 23 guys on starboard. Goes to team. It's all happening. The boats are paired off. Absolute carnage on the youth course. Now 24 jives and goes to the left. It's non-stop action here. Absolute washing machine action. Green flag, green flag, green flag. 3 greens in a row from the umpires. So after all that carnage, we're still in the 2-3-4 for the red team. It looks a little bit more secure now with green in a further back in the 5-6. But we'll see what happens here. Another overlap broken from another luff there. Currently the pair in first and second is nearly at the bottom mark. Both of these pairs have separated off a little bit and they're both making their way down slowly. We're not actually progressing down the run very far because of all these luffs. We keep heading back up wind slightly. So this run taking, here's a big jibe. There we go. 20 goes through the back door escape road. 22 re-jives. So jibing battle here. Will 20 get a piece of him on starboard? Oh, very close. There's going to be a red flag shown there. The crew protest, but I don't know. Yeah, green. I agree. No collision there. So no need for a penalty. So both of the red boats at the back are controlling their pairs just marginally. Another green flag. We're asking so many questions to the umpires this race. So current situation, just to recap, we've got one pair in front with the green boat leading, and then the 2 pairs at the back with the red boats leading. So currently red's just winning, but it's very tight and everything's kicking off in this run. We've got more mayhem at Mark 3. Green number 21 has held that race up really well. Now that all the reds arrive at the same time, and it's absolute carnage again. The red boat's going for a triple luff, using all 3 of their boats to luff the 2 green boats. Now they jibe to go around the course. We're still in a 2-3-4 for the red boats. I'm going to do my spin, my pirouette. There we go. Okay, so now we're on the bottom reach. The green boat here in first is heading high. They're going to go for a jibe back manoeuvre to try and slow the race down again. One last roll of the dice, last chance salute down at Mark 4. The red boats are going to try and work together to push him around the course and solidify their 2-3-4 if ever we can. Here comes the jibe back. Massive manoeuvre, big jibe. He's on to starboard. He's got starboard right. Red's not keeping clear. That's going to be a penalty. That's got to be a protest. Red had to do more to keep clear for me there. Is he going to take a voluntary spin? I don't think so. Red! There's a red flag. Number 22 cops a penalty, like we said. So more carnage. The greens are heading on the inside. Another red flag for the red team. 23's got a penalty. So 4 penalty turns for the red team in the space of 10 seconds. So it was looking so good and it just all unravelled at that bottom mark. The reds are left spinning. Absolute dizzy from that tumble grind. Meanwhile, green are away in 1, 2, and 4. This red boat is left to his own devices. He can't believe it. He's cursing how he's been left by his own. So he's now going to get leave out hard. You see the crew nearly touching on the deck here. We're really close watching this corridor between them. The red boat has to tack away to avoid getting a 3rd penalty in 10 seconds there for the red team. But what a race. What a jibe back at Mark 4. That was incredible. What a time to pull it off as well. I thought they'd left it too late, but the green boat finding something else in the locker and managing to do a fantastic conversion to get his team through to this 1-2. So all action here. The 4 umpires, their hands are getting tired from putting the flags up so many times. I think we've had 6 or 7 green flags, 2 red flags, and we're not even done with this race yet. We're only halfway up the beat, so potentially more to come. Although I think it's now settling down as the green boats settle into a 1-2-3. It's a bit unfair with 2 on 1 now that the other red boats are spinning. So I think the green boats have done enough to secure this, but my lord, what a race. That's the best one yet of the day for me so far. I've never seen so many penalties in one mark. That was quite incredible. So well done to the green team.
I think it's probably worth just pointing out, Patrick, as well, that when we do see those green flags from the umpires, it doesn't necessarily mean no rules broken. It could mean we don't really know what was going on there, so we're going to green flag it.
It can do, yeah. And our umpires do an incredible job, but when you've only got 2 eyes and there's 6 boats, it is impossible to keep track of everything. So sometimes if they're not watching the situation as it develops, it's impossible to say who was in the right, so they have to give it a green flag. But yeah. I think for all of those luffs, I think they were all validated green flags. I couldn't see any collision, so it was good aggression by the red team, but also good avoidance by the green team. They did just enough to slow the race down and avoid penalties. And then when it came to it, the red team ended up copying the penalties, and that's what hit them in the cost them the race here. So tough times for the red team. They had so many opportunities to get a penalty on the opposition, couldn't make anything stick, and then at Mark 4 it all unravelled for them.
Yeah, I mean, really, really, really interesting race. And like you say, really amazing single mark rounding where it all seems to kind of come to a head. We're going to jump straight off. We're going to go straight to Sophie on the juniors. And I believe we are already underway with this next race.
Yes, the boat in first. The red boat has just rounded the windward mark. The reds are in 1-3 and grey is in 2-4. So there should be some potential for some good team racing in this race. Red in first is just slowing down just a little bit, still trying to keep in first, but just condensing a bit to allow their teammate in third to perhaps get the 2. Grey's calling for no room. 10 was... Oh, interesting. And they've gone for a protest and a capsize. The reds are now in 1-2. I do believe, I could be wrong, that they just barged on in there. They're now upright. They didn't have both gunnels in the water. Red is in the 1-2. Umpire is giving the capsized boat that's righted themselves time to do a turn. And they have not initiated the turn, so they have now got umpire-initiated penalties. So that from barging in onto that room there, they have had a capsize, spins, and they've now capsized mid-spin. The gunnel still isn't in the water, so they're not disqualified, but I think it's looking like a pretty substantial last place. And the reds here, they're just playing it safe, playing it clean, rounding the 1-2, about to head up to the last windward leg. Boat in 1 rounded now. The capsized boat is now upright. And once they get it upright, they didn't actually complete their turns last time. So if we were to be pedantic with the rules, they would still be due another 720. They are still on the downwind leg. Perhaps the best place to capsize, because when you drift, you're still making gains on the course. Their teammate is in third and coming round. And looks like they have right themselves gone for jibe. I think we'll just leave them with their spins and focus on the boats on the upwind leg.
Well,
One's gone very right and banged the starboard lay, but I'm pretty sure, Niall, if there's more interesting races going on, this one is called.
I think it's very interesting, but like you say, it is potentially wrapped up there. That looks like it is it. It was kind of all there on that capsize mid-spin, which is just about the wrong time to do it, really. But unfortunate, but there we go. Okay, cool. We're going to jump out of that one. We're going to say goodbye to Sophie for the moment. We're going to jump straight into the pre-juniors and join Jake on the water, and it looks like a start underway.
Yeah, I think the start gun has just gone. So we've got the yellows versus the oranges. Oranges got a pretty good start there, but there is one yellow that is going to be able to fit themselves into the mix with their other teammate just not quite over the start line yet, but still going strong. So this race looks pretty good. The wind across the course is sort of medium now. It's certainly not as far as it was earlier. You can tell that by the way the sailors are sat just on the sides of the boats. There's not much hiking out or anything like that. But it's going well. There are 2 other races going on. There's pretty good team racing going on in those as well. Obviously, we can't see from here, so we'll stick with this one. But there's a lot happening here in the pre-juniors. So the 2 orange boats sticking close together. 1 tax, there they go. We've got the yellow boat, and obviously the other yellow boat has done a... Oh, hang on. Oh, hello. There is bubbles everywhere, and the fish say, what's going on? Right, we'll leave that capsize there. They're both doing fine. They might have a little bit of a problem.
They're going to save it from the top.
Unlucky. Okay, so we've got the other yellow boat. They're still coming up now. So 3 boats now. I don't know how this works. So the orange boat's just going to keep going as best they can, I suppose. Or unfortunately, that might put the yellows into a commanding position.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately that means that's it, isn't it? That one boat, the 2 gunnels in the water, that means they basically have to retire. So points-wise, that's it. However, there is always an opportunity to score something potentially a little bit more valuable than just points, isn't it? And a little bit of fun, a little bit of respect, a little bit of drama on the racecourse when you can luff your opponents. And if you were that other orange boat, you wouldn't be feeling too bad about your boat speed right now, would you?
I'm always up for a little bit of drama. So, yeah, we can follow this one. Obviously, if another boat does manage to capsize, that does open it back up, I think. So we could follow this one, or by all means, if there is other things going on, feel free to move across to those, and I can let you know how this one goes a bit later on.
I think we will do that one, Jake. I think we will do that. We will check in with you for the next one, and you can let us know, because I think everybody looking up there at the moment looks to be in pretty good control. So we will leave the pre-juniors after that capsize, a poor boat there. They're getting themselves back up, but unfortunately just not quite able to stop the turtle quick enough, which does mean that they have to pull out of that race. So we will go straight to the youth course. We've got Patrick ready to go, and we have got another start beginning now. We've got a countdown underway.
That's right now. We've got 1 minute 30 to go for this start. Actually, no, scrap that. We've got less than that now. So we've got the yellow jibs and the green jibs coming into the start line. I think the start is imminent. I think they're just about to go for it now. It's a really even start. We're not going to be following this race, but we can definitely get the first few minutes of the race. There you go, that's the gun. Looks like the yellow jib's got a good start off that. You can see boat 8 crossing across from the middle there, and green hands tack out early. So initial advantage for the team in yellow. This is race 107. I'm not sure who's racing, but I'm sure we can fill you in with that. The yellow team look really strong on a minute. They're controlling the left-hand side. They've got some strong boats in the middle, and they've just won that cross there in the middle as well. So current advantage to the team with the yellow jibs. We're going to get ready for the next start, which is about 2 minutes to go. Ooh, very tight on this boat here. Hello. So the next start is between the red jibs and the blue jibs. They've got 2 minutes 30, I believe. And we'll follow this start now. So we're just going to position ourselves ready for this one to get a good view of the start and the gaps between the boats. The red jibs look like they're sailing well together. That's 2 minutes to go. So the minute they're just sticking together, not trying to engage too much. You can see here that they're starting to push them down into the start box. They're very, very early for the start, so this isn't their final approach in yet. They're just cycling away again now, trying to time that final run in. You can see that we've got 2 blue boats off to the left there. You can see the committee boat on the right, the pin end in the middle, and then 2 blue boats far down left. So that's the danger zone that we talked about before, Coffin Corner. You don't want to get stuck down there too far. So if I was those blue boats, I'd be quite worried. Their teammates come to join them, actually. So they definitely need to get their heads up and start thinking about getting back to the middle of the start box. If they get further that way, the red boats could definitely take advantage and try and pin them down there. But at the minute, no one's come to hold them out there. So they're free to escape from Coffin Corner for now. As we look back to the right-hand side, you can see the red boats over here. About a minute to go now before the start. That's a minute exactly there. So they'll be on their final approach to the line now. Blue boats finally coming back across from Coffin Corner. They've lived to tell the tale, unlike many of their friends this event so far. So you can see the first of that blue boat now coming across back into the picture. As far as the red boats now, they're all driving onto starboard. There we go, just as I say it. So they've timed their run in. They're all very high in the start box, so they're not tight on any ley lines, but the issue of being high in the box is you might get shot out of the committee boat, so they need to be careful of blue boats tacking underneath them, just like 18's done there, luffing them high and not letting them start in the next to the committee boat. So that's what 16's tried to do. I don't think 16's got enough speed to do it, but 18 might just be able to. There we go, that red boats had to tack out of there. They were going to get shut out of the committee boat, so they cycle around, go for a drive. Now there might be room. As we look further down the line, 10 seconds to go. One red boat's far left. They've got a clear view of the pin. Hopefully they can take the pin, take the win, as you say. And now the other red boats are coming in. They've got a gap at the starboard end. Doesn't look like they was going to get it earlier, but now they've got a gap. So good start from them. Blue's just struggling to get off the line with speed, unfortunately. They're just building in dirty air. So just a little bit slow at the minute, both these blue boats near to me here. So we'll see if they tack out. Meanwhile, those boats on the left, that red boat's still going well. They got a really clean start of the pin. Nice boat speed. You can just see them starting to leave out, that blue boat there. He's now struggling for speed himself. He's shouting at his teammates, trying to get them out of dirty air. But he's losing his speed himself. So now the red boat picks up a nice little puff. They'll try and shoot up tight on the wind as they can. squeeze this blue boat into attack as soon as they can, so they don't get past the ley line. Here they go. They're going to go for the tack and cross. They tack onto port, so they're vulnerable. The blue boat calls starboard. The umpire's watching this closely. Did the blue boat have to avoid? I don't think so. Are they even going to bother protesting? I don't think they're going to protest, so nothing in that for me. Now a blue boat attacks to follow, but I think unfortunately this race is nearly over because all three red boats are far advanced on their pairings. They've got a nice 1-2-3, one boat on the left, one boat in the middle, one boat on the right, so really well controlled beat. And I think that was potentially the last chance for the blue boats to get anything older than on the red boats on this upwind. I think they're stuck on the left now. They'll just be starboarded here by boat number 14, and then they'll probably be in a cover the whole way up the rest of this beat. So as they go for the duck, 14's going to tack on them. Textbook manoeuvre there. And now they're in a tight cover on 14, so really difficult stuff for 18 here. If they can get out of this, I'll be very impressed. And even if they do manage to wriggle out of that cover, they've got boat 15 on the far right coming across on starboard with pace, so it's going to be a really tough work for boat 18 to try and get its teammates back into this, and I would be very impressed if he manages to get anything out of this. Meanwhile, the boats in first and second are just approaching the top mark now. Here's mark 1, so they're going to tack round it onto the top reach. 13's clear round in first, and I think 15's clear round in second. It's a bit of shouting back there. I think one of the blue boats has cleared out that final red boat, but I think it's all going to be for no good because the red team they've been and gone. They've cleared round in 1 and 2. So
like you say there, Patrick, that's a very strong, that's a commanding position. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump out of that one and we're going to go now to the junior course where we have got Sophie, and the race just started. The start gun went a few seconds ago.
Yes, just gone, and we have reds in 1-4, greys in 2-3, so all to play for. There's a pair off here. We have the red boat on the left, just looking to see if she can tack. She's too far forward to tack it up, but I think, she's just trying to go for the cross. She's made it. She was just able to sail a little bit higher than the grey boat there and get some great. Grey boat is tacked off to follow. Another cross going on here. She was able to cross, so that is red in 1, and then 2 greys on this side. The other red boat, if you can't see them, is banged the right-hand side of the course. So it very much depends when they come back together if that is paid out or not. Because off the line, they were 1-4, but they are now 1-2 round the windward mark. Could just fit the tack in there, managed to get it in. Grey might be able to just get the overlap there. At the moment, red is clear ahead. Grey going up just slightly to windward of red. As red's teammate, this boat in second place, their teammate is in first place. They're just trying to keep the 1-2. Oh, some carnage at the mark. Grey hasn't rounded the mark. They went to windward of the mark, so they need to turn round to do the rounding. I've seen boat number 12 protest and pull their flag out. The grey boat that's just rounding the mark now is being very vocal about something. The umpire's just getting ready. Red flag for 10. Oh, and I think there might be another flag coming out here. The red boat luffed and the grey boat failed to keep out of their way, but looks like they have committed to doing their own spins. Remember, if you do your spin yourself, they've just got their rudder tiller hooked on the main sheet, and it looks like they still need to do another jibe to complete their spin. They need to do another jibe to complete their spin. They're now arguing with the umpire, and instead of doing a jibe to complete their spin, they've tacked up. So they now have 2 spins. So the grey boats are in 4th place and 3rd place with an outstanding penalty. Remember, folks, if you're arguing with the umpire, it's probably not going to come out on top for you. The reds are now in a pretty clear 1-2, so I think this race is pretty much wrapped up. I don't think boat number 9 has actually done their spins yet, despite having the flag. Remember, if you disagree with the decision, if the umpire has red flagged you, you've got no choice but to do the spins.
I think that was unfortunate, that windward mark, because I can see them going for that late duck into that leeward position. that trying to get that sort of like that luff opportunity, but did it in the zone. So the other boat managed to shut the door. And now, unfortunately, they're stuck in a bit of a perpetual spin as the umpires disagree with how many turns they have taken. All right, Sophie, I'm going to leave these two boats to be chasing themselves around. As you say, yeah, that's pretty much won and lost there. And I'm just going to see if we can join Jake in a moment on one of the other courses, on the pre-junior course. He was following a race a moment ago. We'll just see that whether Jake can come back online and we can get a little bit of a something, and just see if we can link into him now and see where we are on that course with the racing.
Yeah, hi, Niall. So things are going well here. We're 3 minutes away from the next start. Can't see the board to see how many starts we're doing, but lots is the answer. Things have been going all day. Some of the sailors are starting to get quite tired. We're starting to see that in some of the racing, some of the decisions. But some of the guys are still going strong. So we're still racing here.
It looks like the next... Jake, just before we get to that start, what about the conditions as well? Because from my position in the office, it looks like it's, well, obviously it's getting a little bit darker as we get later in the day. And it just feels like it's getting a bit softer as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely calmed down a little bit. We're probably about 8 knots out here. So all the boats are moving around perfectly fine, but hiking has sort of ceased. So both the helm and the crew probably on the side of the boat. If you've got a big crew, maybe they're set down a little bit. But the boats are sailing around. This is pretty perfect team racing conditions, really. That's 2 minutes on the committee. And I think we've got the yellow versus the oranges. But all the boats are here, so I'm not entirely sure.
Well, we'll try and follow it as best we can. I think you're right about the yellow and the oranges, but saying that if it is the yellow and the oranges, the pink and the blacks are also coming in for a little bit of a bite as well. So we'll have to see which one of those pairs kind of vacates the starting area.
Yeah, so I think someone told them that practice makes perfect, but perhaps didn't give any caveats to that. So they're all having a good time. It looks like the yellows and the oranges are coming back. So I think the pinks and the blacks are probably just moving out of the way. So we're looking pretty good here. I think where some of the sailors are potentially starting to fall short is earlier when the wind was quite strong and you could pull the trigger from quite low behind the start line and whiz up with no problems at all. Actually now, if you're quite far behind the start line, we've got 1 minute to go, on the start. If you're quite far behind, you can get yourself into a bit of a pickle if the gun goes and you've got to sail, 20, 30 meters directly into the wind. So the conditions are changing. I think where the sailors are adapting to that, they're going to make gains, and where potentially they're still sailing like it's 15 knots, they might have a few problems. So we've got a pair down to my left. They're quite far below the... Okay, there's been a penalty there for the green boat on my right-hand side. There's a pair over here to the left. You can see the pin just in the centre of the camera now. As we come around, you'll see the committee boat. They're about to blow for go. We've got the orange boat. They'll be lining up for a committee boat start. And then we've got the green boat here who's doing their turn. The flag is still raised. So competitors, if the flag is still raised, you still need to complete your turn. Sometimes that's because you haven't done one tack and one jibe, or 2 tacks and 2 jibes, whatever it might be. That's the go whistle. Looks like oranges have got a pretty good start here. 1 and 2 across the line. Both the yellows, unfortunately, are pretty far behind. One of them's mixed up in amongst the black and the pinks again. Here we go, just adding on another turn. The other yellows, you can see behind them, they've crossed the line now, so they're off. The blacks and the pinks are making everything very, very easy for everyone else by getting in the way, but that's all right. Welcome to sailing. It's always busy. The oranges have split the beat. Excellent decision there from the oranges. Obviously, we talk about this all the time, but if there's no other reason other than just to sail upwind, definitely one of you go left, one of you go right, and that way you're going to be covering all the angles as you come into that windward mark. And just in case you do go both to one side, it might not be that you get caught out by an extra bit of wind on the other side of the course or something like that.
Well, Jake, as you say, covering all the angles, but you're heading back down. We are going to leave you there because I think that race is pretty much sewn up, or certainly onto a strong thing for the oranges. We're going to jump instead to the youth course, where we've got inside of 2 minutes to go for the next start.
Absolutely, yeah. So we're inside 2 minutes. The wheels are on. We've got the yellow jibs versus the green jibs. It's RHS in the yellow jibs. I can't tell which team's in the green jibs, but RHS, one of the top teams here. So we'll see how they manage to control this race if they do get the victory. But hopefully they'll get pushed all the way, maybe even have an upset here. So we've got 1 minute 15, still very early for the start. So this green jib here trying to push the yellow jib into the start box early. We'll see what the yellows want to do with this. They're still sailing away from the line at the minute. They probably want to turn around for the line soon. There we go, just as I say. So now we've got a leading pushing situation where the green jib wants to push in as hard as they can. And the yellow jib's going to try and control the pace. You see them there, big turns to slow it down, try and hook the green jib to windward of them. They're going to keep diving down, twisting and turning, trying to kill time. If they can start just in front. Oh, there's like a big contact there, big protest. So flags everywhere. I think the voluntary turn for RHS there. There we go. So they're admitting defeat with that one. Maybe just got a bit too high and let the overlap happen, but not a barn door penalty by any means. Meanwhile, back at the front of the pack, so we're still early here, got 27 seconds. The green jib's now trying to slow the race down. The roles have reversed. Now the yellow jibs, all three of them pushing in as hard as they can. Now we're coming down towards the start. We've got 15 seconds. Really condense it. All 5 boats in the chasing pack are right next to each other. So any slip-ups here could be a bit more contact there. The green jib gets contact on their own boat. So that's definitely going to be a penalty on someone. The umpires are chatting amongst themselves. That's go. The green jib's taking a turn. We're going to try and not get whacked by the boom. And now we're off and running. The yellow jibs, the RHS team, look like they're off to a good start. It's like left-hand shift, I think. It looks like it's been quite far as far because the boats are starting towards the left of the line. They're quite far advanced on the boats on the right. So that green boat could potentially be in a nice position when all the boats tackle to start on port there. Here they go now, they're tackling. And it looks like it would have been an easy cross. So that yellow boat not wanting to engage, just tackling underneath, making sure they stay covering that middle green boat. Meanwhile, their teammate's going to carry on behind, cross over to the left, and try and get some clean air over this side of the course. So RHS already managing to control all 3 sides of the beat. They don't have first, but they have 3 boats nicely positioned on the beat. They're sailing well. 2 green boats in 5 and 6, so looking quite good at the minute. We'll see this battle for first play out up the beat. So we're zooming towards the top mark now. The boats are roughly in the middle of the beat. They probably need to get a couple more attacks in before they get anywhere near the top mark. So it'll be whether boat 12, that green jib, can prevent boat 9 from tackling, or whether boat 9 can squeeze up to the lead valve and force them to tackle. Or, option 3, they can use their teammate who's just tacked onto starboard to maybe try and scrape off boat 12, but I don't think they're close enough to try that here. So they either need to leave out, jibe round, or wait for boat 12 to do something. So here they go. They go for a tack and a duck. And 12 tacks onto starboard ley line. There's Mark 1. You can see them on the ley line now. We're going to go and get in position to see who gets to the zone first. That's crucial when it comes to the rules. The umpires are already discussing who owns the zone. It looks like 12 is going to be in the zone first, so we expect them to be in first. Meanwhile, the 3 RHS boats converging on the mark all at the same time. So they're going to try and not get in each other's way. Lots of communication needed. And now they need to work together, try and push 12 around the course as fast as they can. So the aim of the game for green is to try and slow the race down. The aim of the game for yellow, not getting in each other's way, and push the race around the course as fast as they can. So when you're winning, you want to get the race over and done with as quickly as possible. When you're losing, you want to make the race last forever. So you try and slow the race down and give your teammates as many opportunities as they can to get back in the race. But for now, the green jib in first, just happy to sail around. I'd be surprised if he doesn't try something down the run, or at least a Mark 3. It's a good opportunity where all the boats have to come together to try and cause some carnage. I just had a big puff hit the boats as well. So you see boat 7 lee bowing hard, running by the lee really hard there. So really good boat control here from none of these boats to lose control and skew out and broke. But everyone's managing to stay under control. You see the helm skew swinging the jib, sitting on the windward side. The crew sat fluid, preventing the boom coming across in case of a jibe. Boat 9 is now covering boat 12 quite closely, forcing their hand. Meanwhile, their teammates making good progress on the left. You see boat 8 all the way over there. She's got the absolute turbo blasters on. She's running down this run as fast as she can, trying to get all the way around the outside. I don't think it's going to be quite enough as boat 12 drives onto starboard in the controlling position. Yep, she drives down the back door exit, so not wanting to get involved and pop any penalties there. So now boat 9 jives, also going for the safe option, the back door as we call it. So 12 has been forced round. I thought they could potentially have done a bit more there, but happy to stay in first for now. He doesn't want to try anything too risky. it's a catch-22, isn't it? Because if he tries anything risky and gets a penalty, the race is gone. But if he doesn't try anything, then he's going to end up in a 1.56 at the finish line, and that's not going to be any good. So I've got to try something in right for surely. Here we go. We're into the zone now. Expect a big wiggle from 12, but no, he's still just sailing around the course. So RHS continuing to push, doing a really good job of slotting it behind each other. One of these two boats will tack off straight away. There we go. Tom Thwaites tacking off there. The green jibs are actually managed to get back to 5 now. So RHS now only in a 2-3-5. So definitely not as secure as it once was. And a tight cross there. And both sides lost all their speed around that mark. So race on again. I was criticising Green for not trying anything, but maybe not trying anything and let RHS self-combust. Maybe that's the tactic here. So we'll see what they can do here. It's a tight cross there. Green jib happy to take the chance from the boat 9. Their teammate's going to try and cover while boat 9 tries to extend on this right-hand side. Green flag from the umpires. Maybe a hopeful penalty there for the green jib, but nothing in it from the umpire's point of view. This yellow jib seems to be sailing well on the right-hand side. We'll see if they get a strong gust and can come back across. Now we've got a crucial moment. Boat 7 taps onto port, so they're vulnerable on the left-hand side. If they can cross, I think it's a win for RHS. That's a big if, though. They can't cross. They have to tack back, so green jib's still in with a chance here. They back out of that lead-out situation before they lose any more games. So this is going to be really crucial when these two boats tack again. Whether boat 7 can cross into 5th or whether they end up in 6th. So RHS might be converting this into a 1-3 now, though. We see boat 9 over there. We said that they had a good shift, they had good pressure. They've got the starboard advantage. And now they've just crossed into 1st and they're going to tack and cover as well. So RHS maybe losing the 2-3-4. Got enough boat speed on the upwind to convert it back into a 1-3. So tense moments, but quick sailing on the upwind. A little rule scenario here at the finish with a big contact there, big clash. Penalty incoming, no rule at the finish. Red flag on 9. Got to do his penalty before he finishes. Meanwhile, RHS get a 2-3, but they're going to get a 6. So drama right at the end. Just as I was saying, the race was over. RHS end up with a 2-3-6, so a loss right at the end there, and a silly loss as well. You see that frustration there in the sailors as they had the 1-3 locked up. They tried to make it pretty into a 1-2, but ends up getting a penalty for not giving the boat room to finish. So good rules knowledge from the green jibs there, and a really crucial win that didn't look like it was on at all. The whole way around the course they were losing, but managing to pull it off with centimetres to spare. So
yeah, that's an
end action there.
Incredible way to wrap it up, and an amazing way to finish. And it really goes to show that some of the teams still have the energy to push things pretty hard right the way to the end of the day. Really good race. Thank you very much for that one, Patrick. Let's jump straight over to Jake. Jake's on the pre-juniors, and I think Jake, if I'm right, we're coming up towards the 2 minutes.
Yeah, welcome back. So we've got 2 minutes before the start. We think that this is blue jibs versus red jibs, but I'll be honest, the yellows and the oranges are again sort of sticking around, making it fun for everyone. But we're pretty confident that in the distance there, you've got a red and a blue jib, and they are lining up for the start. Still not at 1 minute quite yet. Oh, there we go. Okay, 1 minute to the start. The start is over to my left-hand side, wind blowing from left to right. The blue boat there just positioning themselves, keeping that red boat in all their dirty wind. The blue boat is the keep clear boat. Very simple, rule 11. Same tack, overlaps. The red boat seems to be going down and down. Maybe they don't know that they're the right-of-way boats. Okay, so here's the committee boats. You've got the other red and blue boats here. The blue boat holding themselves on the line wonderfully. I'm sure their coaches will be proud to see them do that. The red jib coming towards us. A little bit of manoeuvring. You can see the pin end there in the distance, a little orange flag. We're right next to the committee boat now. Coming up to the start. It's going to go any second now. The red boat is well positioned. There's the start. Got to pull the trigger, got to get it going. But the red boat is on the starboard side, which should give them a little bit of control, because the blue boats, if they tack, will be on port and therefore will have to keep clear. And likewise, if the red boat tacks and sails off to the other side, they've got options. So the red boat here is in quite a commanding position over both of these blue boats. Their partner in crime is just starting. So they are still in this race. Here's both blue boats, and we talked about this. Now the red boat is going to sail off. If they can get the boat going, if they can get the speed on, they should absolutely be on course here to come crashing in on starboard and ruin the party for the blue team. There goes the first tack for the blue team. Here is the windward mark in the centre of the camera, and the red boat is just over here, still sailing on port, but when they tack back, they'll be on starboard, and if they can keep boat speed, they should really get things a little bit more exciting. So here they come. Here comes the tack back. Remember, all they need to do is penalise or trap one of these blue boats, and that will be enough to slow the blue boats down and to get their teammate back in on the action. Blue boats seem to have done quite well. Let's see as they come back together now. Looks like the blue boats have sailed an absolute blinder there and have gone miles ahead of the red boat. So well sailed the blue boats. Looks like they're rounding Mark 1 now. Off on the second leg, the wind blowing straight towards us. So as the boats sail from left to right, they're sailing across the wind on a beam reach, letting their sails out a bit of a faster mode of sailing. But unfortunately for the Reds, the Blues have sailed so well that there are no boats in sight. Here they are. So here comes the Reds. The Reds are doing well. Unfortunately, I think the Blues absolutely pinched them on the start there. And as we've seen so many times, you can't win the race at the start, but unfortunately, the Reds have made it very, very tricky for themselves.
I mean, that almost looks like a good whole leg between the two boats, between the Reds and the Blues. So I think we're gonna take a pause there on that one, Jake. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna link up to back to the youth course, where if we jump over now, we can catch that final minute of that last starting countdown. So Patrick, guide us through this start as it happens.
Yeah, so we're just coming up to the final 1 minute, like you say. The boats are hovering here, just above that's 1 minute there. The boats are hovering just above the starboard ley lines to the committee boat. No one wants to get too engaged at the minute, so everyone's just hanging back. We're still very early for the start. The wind has dropped slightly, like we were talking about earlier, so we do need to be a bit closer to the start than we have been before. Everyone's just sort of hovering back from getting too engaged. They're not wanting to pull the trigger just yet. We've got 43 seconds. I'd expect them to start getting up to speed in the next 10 seconds or so. The line is still looking a little bit pinned by us, so I'm surprised to see all these boats racking up towards the committee boat end. That's 30 seconds to go. You can see the committee boat coming into view. One of the red boats has been forced onto port. Blue boat accelerates to try and get a penalty on them. We'd be surprised if we don't see a red flag come out there. There you go. I hear them saying protest. Do we see the red flag? The crucial part of the red flag on 5, penalty on 5. That's the blue boat though. I'm not sure we ever saw the red flag come out from that incident we were talking about. 10 seconds to go. Red boat trying to squeeze into the committee boat. I think they've just got the start. Will they be over? No one over. It's a clean start. So 2 red boats got a fantastic start down at the pin. 1 red boat managed to squeeze into the committee boat, and the blue boats got left a little bit dead in the water there. 1 boat spinning, and 2 boats just ended up a bit head to wind at the start. No real speed on and difficult to accelerate in this light airs now. So really good advantage to the red boats off the line. We'll see if they can convert that through to the race win, or whether the Blues can find something and come back at them up this beat. So now the red boats attacking back from the left. We'll see if they can cross here. Lots of they can't cross, so they've lost all their speed with that double tack. Will the Blues be able to put that into a controlling position? They get the red flag out. No one's taking a voluntary penalty, so umpire decision pending. For me, that's a green. I don't think they can infringe. And umpire will agree with me. That's good to hear. So no penalty there. Meanwhile, the other red boat far from the left is crossing. No blue boat can get a piece of them there, and they tack to cover. That's an interesting move. We're approaching the left-hand ley line, so 2 quick tacks there from the red boat. You don't lose too much speed in attacking a firefly if you execute it well, but it is a risky play because you do slow down a little bit and you are inviting someone to come and have a go. So the red boat saying there that he really wants that tight cover. He just wants to stamp on this blue boat before he gets any sniff of a chance and put him to bed before they can get any clean air at all. So we're going to zoom round to the left. The red boat in the middle is flapping their jib, trying to influence the wind of that blue boat in the middle. And the other two blue boats, I'm afraid, are still well down. They've got a lot of catching up to do in this race. So the red's still looking dominant, despite not getting that penalty that they wanted after up this deep. Now we're approaching the top mark. It's just coming into screen on the left-hand side there. And the red boats are dominating the right-hand starboard ley line. You can see, I think it's boat 1 here coming towards the camera. There's a bit of an incident down there, lots of shouting. I didn't see how that started, but the crew's standing up, waving the red flag. I'd maybe advise them to get back to sailing. Here comes a voluntary penalty there for the red boat. So smart sailing, maybe. He knows his teammates have cleaned through him 1 and 2. He slowed down the blue boat anyway. So another incident happening here. The red boat again, another slow tack. That's 2 slow tacks on the beat for that boat. So maybe I wrote the blue team off too early there already. Yes, getting the red flag out again. The very vocal sailing here. So another green flag from the umpires. The red team is still winning, but their lead has had a massive chunk taken out of it with all those slow tacks, all those voluntary turns. So smart sailing from the reds to take the voluntary turns, but their lead has been eroded, and now they're in a 1-3-4, whereas they were in a strong 1-2-3 earlier. So really good work from that blue team, blue boat 4 there, to get a couple of incidents, to use the umpires to get the red team to slow down a bit. So we'll see if they can work any more magic on this downwind. Both stood up in the middle of the boat at the minute, which is unconventional to say the least, but maybe it will pay dividends for them. Who am I to say? Just struggling to get the boat going at the minute. It has gone very light now on the course, so the red boats are trying to blanket this blue boat, trying to use both of their sails to cover. We'll see if that's any big gain for them down this run, but at the minute the lead looks fairly static. So just as a recap, the 3-boat team racing, the boats in the red, they're in 1-3-4, they're currently winning. And the blue boats are in 2, 5 and 6, and that's currently a loss. Anything with a score of 10 or less is a win in 3-boat team racing. So 1-3-4, they're currently winning with the red team. But the blue boat might try something here. Looks like they're ready to go for a luff. They're quite down speeds. They're in danger of being rolled here. The red boat jives onto starboard, so the blue boat has to do a quick jibe there. The red boat's got to give them room to keep clear under Rule 15, which I think they've done. They do still have left and right, so the blue boat does need to keep keeping clear there. Are they doing enough? That's the question. Umpire decision, green flag, they are doing enough, but the red boat continuing to luff, and question marks over whether the blue boat's doing enough to keep clear there. I think they're just about keeping clear. There's still an overlap, so the red boat can still luff. Now they jibe back for the mark, which is near where I am here. Really good work by the red team to get rid of that blue boat, to remove them from the equation. And now the red team have a clear 1-2-3 again. So controlling the starboard lane line into the mark. I wouldn't be surprised if 3 here, there's another takeout, or just goes around behind their teammate. But now we see the reds through into their 1-2-3. The blues desperately trying to get an overlap, but the overlaps come from behind, so they can't lap above their proper course. Very important detail of Rule 17. They have to point at the mark if that overlap comes from behind. Very unconventional crew positioning for this blue team. They seem to both be sitting facing forward, which is not usual in a Firefly, a bit of an odd boat in that sense. But seems to be working for them. They're still sailing fast. Now we're approaching Mark 4. Red team still on a 1-2-3, but a little bit bunched up. These two boats may be getting in each other's way now. Another slow tack there. All these tacks down speed are really going to hurt the lead for the red team. So that red boat in second, really keen just to keep covering that red boat, that blue boat 4, not give them any chance to get back into this race. We'll stick with this blue boat on the right, boat 6, see if they can get any magic gusts over this side. Both red boats have gone left, which again is unusual. You can see them there on the left-hand side of the picture. So both red boats on that left, that is strong positioning in the sense that they're both covering boat 4. If there's a big gust on the right, or a right-hand shift, they could make themselves vulnerable to a big gain for the blue team. So we'll see what happens. Now blue 4 goes for the attack, and lo and behold, the red team cover him closely. Now we're going back towards the middle of the beat. The red team looks to have picked up good pace on that left-hand side, so my worries were unfounded about the right-hand gain. So looks like a fairly stable 1-2-3 for the red team. We're going to keep out of the way of this blue boat coming across now. And the finish line is off screen to the right-hand side. We're still off to the left of the beat. I gently pan around to the right. You can just about see the finish line up there where that first red boat is about to cross the finish line. So a really solid 1-2-3 here for the red team. It was a little bit shaky down the run, but some really good team racing, and they managed to convert it through and take this win. So full credit to the red team. We're going to head back to the start now.
Okay.
And try and pick up another race for you guys. So we'll see you back down there.
All right, thank you very much, Patrick. Let's jump straight out of the youth course and let's go straight into Sophie on the juniors, where a race is already underway, and it looks like we are at the windward mark.
Red has just rounded the windward mark, and their teammate is in last place. So the Greys are in 2-3. We had a very exciting first leg. One of the red boats was OCS, and then stalled out on the line and then had to duck back down, which is why they are in the 4. One of the Greys has also done a voluntary spin on the upwind. So there was a lot of action in the first one. We are now in a 1-4. So there could be something exciting happening if this red boat in first tries to slow down the boats behind them to let their teammate through, because they've got almost a whole leg to get their teammate to catch up on. Greys are just rounding, about to go downwind. They're covering each other, giving each other dirty wind. There we go, they're separating a bit now to get in clean air. The boat in first is just carrying on downwind. He keeps on glancing back to just check up on his teammate, but I'm not seeing much team racing going on here. Just all sailing downwind. We've still got the grey boats. They've done the right thing. They're separating, so they're not giving each other dirty air. They're just trying to sail the boat fast. They don't want to engage with the boat in first or with the boat in last. They're just going to be trying to keep a nice, clean race. No spins, and just get round in second and third. The boat in fourth is catching up a little bit, but still got a way to go. I think, really, the boat in last should be relying on their teammate to help them out. Let's see what's going on over here. Their teammate is halfway along the bottom reach, has made no effort to help them out. Doesn't matter if this boat finishes in first, because if your teammate is last, you still lose. So if you're in first and your teammate is last, really, you should be doing everything in your power to try and screw up the race of the boats behind you. Hold them up at the marks, let your teammate through, perhaps give out a couple of penalties if you can. The last thing you want to do is just sail around the course and use up all your time that you could have been spent trying to get your teammate through, and just use that time sailing around the course. That's not what you want to do. The Greys, just sailing a very simple race here, just trying to keep in front of the boat in last and not engage the boat in front. But it is dying off a bit here. The wind is quite light. So maybe still all to play for in the final upwind. If there's perhaps a gust down one side of the course or a slight shift. Or we'll just see how good their light upwind sailing is. One boat's tacked off. Stalled out a bit in the tack. Actually, I think the boat in fourth might have a chance of catching up here. They're only about half a boat length behind the grey boat when they went for the duck. Their crew's got their weight nice and forwards, sailing well. If they keep this up, I think they have a chance of squeezing out a fourth place and eking themselves into third. Just depends if the grey boat in second has anything to do about it. Oh, it's all tense on this final upwind. Died off a bit, it's all a bit still. Everyone's just trying hard to sail as fast as they can. The red boat is now catching up. They might even get up into second place if they prevent boat number 10 from tacking. And it looks like it. They're catching up even closer. Half a boat length off the stern of the second place boat. So that would be red in 1-3 at the moment. Black in second place. He's looking over his shoulders if he wants to tack. He's checking what the ley line of the finish boat is. I think they're on the lay for the pin, but not quite on the lay for the committee boat. So they could be heading back over for a tack at any moment. Obviously, you will be tacking onto starboard, but if you're mid-tack, you don't have the rights. been able to cross. Got a boat coming downwind nearly in the way there. The umpire shouting at them to get out of the way. Just in time. Red's gone for the tack. Crew's got the jib back to windward. That's not what you want for the speed. The other grey boat has come in here and gone for the tack. Looks like they have been able to get up into second place. They did round in third. So really, I think it might all be on just who's got the fastest straight line speed here to the line. Red here, grey calling for them and luffing them upwind. Red's not really doing any effort to make out the way, but I think they might have enough pace to just power over to windward and might have got themselves up into even potentially second place here. There's a bit of a port starboard here. Grey's gone for the tack and avoided. And it looks like Red has actually managed to claw back up and get the second place just on pure speed upwind. Not necessarily much team racing, but he's managed to sail from last place up to second place on that upwind. No help first place though, but they've won regardless.
Very, very impressive. And I think we're going to be seeing more and more of that emphasis on speed because it's getting a little bit lighter out there in terms of the wind. Just from where I'm looking from the office, it's looking pretty thin on the ground. Let's go to Jake, who is on the pre-junior course. That's just one course over to the left-hand side. And again, I think, Jake, it's a little bit light where you are at the moment, but still raceable conditions.
Absolutely. Yeah, still raceable. And we've got a race here about to start. It's less than a minute, so I just need to spin round. Pause. There we go. So we've got a... yeah, that's it, and we're off. Sorry. So that is the go gun. We've got two orange boats here. We've got a green boat, and then we've got the other green boat just to the right of the screen. The orange boat's tacked. They're going to have to duck everyone, I think. There's a big luff there from the oranges. As you were mentioning, the wind is definitely getting a little bit soft, but still raceable. There's a green flag there from the umpire. This is going to be a case where actually a little bit less is a little bit more. Don't squeeze those main sheets too tight. You can see both these boats here. You can see the back of those sails totally cut off there from the wind. There's a bit more of a duel going on over here. This looks pretty exciting. Obviously, the orange boat is the keep clear boat. It's the right of way boat. The green boat is to windward, although they are now clear astern. But it'll be these two, I think, that decide this race. They're going to come in. They're going to be on starboard. Here we go. Ooh, that is close. So remember, rule 13, while tacking sailors, between head to wind and your new close-hauled course, you must keep clear. And that one there, that was a close cross there. I think orange just about got away with it. Coming in. So the green boat here is actually on the inside now, and they can get a good bit of speed. They should be overlapped. It is a mark to windward, but they're both on the same tack. The other two boats coming in from the left side of the screen now. The orange boat is behind. Looks like the orange boats are slightly the non-favoured boats in both of these examples here. Things are going to happen a bit slowly, but it is still all to play for. So the yellow boat is pretty much at the mark now. They're calling for a mark trap. Yellow boat is tacked. The yellow boat is off. Orange boat is tacked, so we've got yellow, orange. This is definitely an exciting race where it's all to play for. Orange are obviously currently losing. Little luff there. That's a really solid move there from the oranges to let their teammate through. And when they bear away, if they get this right... Oh, see, I think they waited a little bit too long there, and the yellow boat was actually able to sail out from underneath them. But this is now a change-up. So where we had an orange boat in fourth position, and the oranges were losing, now we've got a yellow boat in fourth position, and the yellows are losing. So we've got a yellow boat in front. They're doing fantastically well. They have rounded the second mark of the course. They're sailing downwind now. So where the wind is coming from, we're looking downwind. Yellow and orange there, locks in a duel. Heading that orange boat up. They've got to do something. That's a good move. Don't lose sight of the overall race, though. Sometimes we get too wrapped up in our own little world. They're very close, that orange and that yellow boat. I think here comes a protest. The orange boat was the keep clear boat.
One!
There comes the penalty from the umpire. So that's a double spin there for the oranges. Is that going to turn this on its head again? We had the yellows in the lead. Currently, it's the oranges in the lead. Is this double spin in light winds? Is this going to turn it on its head again? Is the yellow boat going to be able to slip through? That's one turn. They've got to keep going. They're not moving. Oh, they've stopped. They've got to use their sails. Just sheet in, sheet out as you go around. You can see here, the yellow boat's coming downwind. The silent assassin, keeping themselves to themselves. Just keep going, slowly but surely.
We'll do a jibe as well. One more jibe.
The orange boat hasn't quite completed their turn. The umpire's calling for them to do it. Okay, now here we go. Now this is where it's really going to start to matter. The yellow boat is on starboard there. Not sure the orange boat has noticed. They seem to have kept clear. But the yellow boat, that's a fantastic move from them. And they're coming into this mark now with a 1-2 for the yellows. The other orange boat is behind. But they are on the way. First yellow boat there, you can see just rounding up onto the beat. That's fantastic sailing from them. Remember, sailors, your jib is the multiplier of the power in your sails. So if you just sheet the jib in and lock it in, you're locking yourself out of all of that power. You've got to adjust it appropriately for the angle. So half in for beam reach, all the way in for upwind, all the way out for downwind. But here we go. Now then, this orange boat, these guys are absolutely on the hunt. They're directly behind the yellow boat. That's going to make life extremely difficult for them. And I think the yellow boat know it. The yellow boat, they're looking back. That's a brilliant sight to have if you're team racing. Someone following you absolutely behind. You know that it's so unlikely that they're going to overtake you. Footballers always talk about when you're attacking, if you can see the defender's number, you know that they can't see you. Well, this is the same thing here. The orange boat, unfortunately, they don't have many options. Oh, maybe the yellows have given them an option. The yellows have let them in. Orange have got a clear lane. And the yellows, it's not that certain how well they're going to do on the speed here because it's so light. If you get something wrong, you could let someone in. And the other orange boat has come back into the play as well. All four boats here on the final little bit of the beat to windward towards the finish. We'll get a sight of the finish boat in just a second. There it is. So one yellow boat is about to finish, and here comes the orange boat. This is going to be the crucial point. This orange boat here, they are on starboard. They're about to cross the second yellow boat. Now, this is going to be so unbelievably close. Can they do it? Can they get in there? They are the right-of-way boat, but they've somehow still got to stop the yellow boat from crossing the line. Their teammate is right next to them. They're right next to me on the right-hand side. Are they going to do it? Can they slow them down at all? The yellow boat's had to tack. Are they going to get a good tack? Are they going to get across the line? It's so close. The orange boat's doing everything they can. The Finnish boat have absolutely got their work cut out here to work out who on earth has crossed the line first. And that is all the boats finished. 2-1 Finnish boat. The yellow team were the winners. Well done, yellow. What a fantastically well-fought race all the way. And I think it was about a metre in it at the end. That got more and more exciting now as the race went on.
Yeah, looked absolutely fantastic. I mean, it's really clear that everyone's going to have to be pretty good about changing down those gears. We are getting into that lighter stuff. Thank you very much, Jake. Now, in a second, we're going to jump to the junior course. But before we do that, we're just going to take a little bit of a breather here just before we join that next race here at Oxford Sailing Club for the Eric Twiname Team Racing Championship. Welcome back to the coverage of what is about to be the final last push of the first day of the Eric Twiname Team Racing Championships at Oxford Sailing Club. We've got around about an hour left of racing, and the conditions have definitely started to thin out a little bit and get a bit lighter on the course. Still very much raceable, but some different skills and some different styles of getting the boat moving are needed at this point. And we can jump into now the next start. This is in the junior race course, and we've got Sophie out there on the racetrack, and we are coming up to the final few moments.
Yes, we are just inside the 2 minutes for red versus grey. It has, as you say, died off a bit, gotten quite light, so it'll be interesting to see how the competitors accelerate up off the line, as we have been seeing a few starting to struggle a little bit at just keeping the boat moving as it's dying off now. I'm expecting the 1 minute to go at any moment. We've got a little bit of play out on the left over here. We've got a grey boat preventing the red boat from tacking back over to the line. Again, it doesn't matter if both of these people are late, as long as your competitor is later. That's the 1 minute horn. They're probably about a 30-second sail away from the line. There's a little bit of play here. Grey's just trying to stop the red from tacking. Red's trying to get a little bit of pace to see if they can. They're being away again, heading up. Oh, there's actually a little gust coming down here that caught them by surprise. They're going in to see if they can go for a jibe. If they do, it would be a very tight jibe. Grey heading downwind to prevent them doing the jibe. I'd say they're a good minute away from the line now, so it'll probably be safe if when Grey decides to head back over, they will still be in front of red. They can only go so far until they get to the reservoir wall, so they're starting to head up now. Grey still stopping red from tacking. There was some close, nearly some contact there, but it's close. Grey's tacked back over. They've now got the long sail back up to the line. And I would say Grey is in front here, but red is just ever so slightly further to windward, but they are pretty much going to have to bear off onto a reef to be able to make the pin. So Grey is clear ahead. If I just pan over to the start, as the gun has gone, the other red and Grey both look like they had a clear start, some good speed on the line. The wind has started to pick up a little bit, so perhaps actually making the boat handling a little bit easier. Just coming up to the pin now. Grey is in third, red is in fourth. Red's perhaps getting slightly tighter round the pin there, so I think they might actually be preventing Grey from tacking if red keeps the pace up. But I think now Grey's able to sail a little bit higher, and perhaps red's starting to drop into their dirty air a bit as they're struggling to keep the height. Grey's got their eyes firmly locked on red, checking to see if at any moment if red tacks, they will tack to also cover them. So this pair right here, Grey is winning that pair. Let's pan over to the pair in 1 and 2. And in this pair, the red is in first and the Grey is in second. So red are in 1-4, and there's quite a bit of a gap. So this red here in first place has got a lot of work to do to maybe help bring their teammate back up from last place. There's a little bit of luffing on the reach, nothing too intense at the moment, as they've still got a lot of the course to play with. Let's see if they do anything at the second mark. They're close to entering the zone for the second mark. I'd say they're in the zone now. Looks like she's heading for a lot. Nope, rounded the mark. They're in 1-4. Grey's not looking where they're going though, and nearly hit the mark. Had to avoid. So we've still got red in 1-2. Grey started to head downwind. The other boats have rounded the windward mark and are now on the reach. Grey is still in 3 and red is still in 4. We've got red having jibed over and calling starboard on Grey here. Grey's taking ages to avoid. Still not heading up. I'm seeing a flag. I'm seeing a protest. Some good flag waving from the crew in the red boat from Royal Royal something school. Can't quite read the back of the bibs, but some good way of it. And that is a penalty for Grey. So the boat in 2 is spinning. This might give chance for their red teammate in 4th place to catch up. Now it looks like Grey's only actually done 1 spin. He's done 1 tack. He hasn't even done a drive. So he's not even he's done a quarter of his designated spins. The umpire is flagging him again. He's heading up for a tack to start his spins. This is going good time. Looks like 9 is now going to be firmly in the 4 as the first boat in red rounds that 3rd mark, and their teammate looks like they are in the 3. So now it's all on boat number 10, the Grey boat, to try and push back on the boat in 3rd to let their teammate, who's now in last, through. So it looks like we have Royal Hospital School in red, you can tell. Boat in 1st, she's glancing back to check that her teammate in 3rd place is safe. And Grey have gotten another spin from still not completing their turns. Remember, folks, it is attack, jibe, and then attack and jibe again if you have an umpire penalty. They're not hearing us and not taking the spins. Still not. The umpire is going to lose her voice soon from all the shouting of the sail number she's doing. We've got red in 3rd place that have come round. Got red in 1-3. All they need to do is just sail it safe, as the boat in 4th is quite far back in 4th once they eventually complete their spins. Here we have this upwind. Nice classic red, keeping a nice loosely just staying in front of the Grey. They're not too worried because something drastic would have to happen to allow their teammates catch up. 9 is getting given spins again from not completing them. And red is now in 1-2. I think this race is called. As long as these guys just sail safe to the line, I think Royal Hospital School, shout out to them, some good team racing I've seen this race. The wind has died off a little bit now, so it's got a lot lighter. 9 has just been given spins again from not completing them. Died off a bit here, nearly up to the finish. The red boat's just trying to get some good roll tacks in there. The umpire has just said that it's her all-time record for the amount of continuous spins given from not completing a spin. And we have a very experienced umpire on board, so that is saying something. There we go. We have got red cross the line in 1-2. Decisive victory, and I'm sure they'll be very happy with how they sailed.
Yeah, a really nice victory, really nicely sailed. To filter out a little bit, get a little bit lighter, and the sailors need to make sure that they, they just sort of change their sailing style, I would say is probably the right way to put it. They kind of adjust themselves to what the breeze is doing. And we're just going to see if we can just quickly jump onto the youth course here. Patrick's just been following things, and those 2 races have been running pretty much neck and neck in terms of timing. So we're coming up to the finish of this race. But Patrick, how's this latest race shaping up?
We're halfway around this race course. We're coming up to Mark 4 here, this is the bottom reach. And this race has been an absolute nail biter. You can see a drive down about to happen here at Mark 4. The red team are in a 2-3-6 at the minute. So currently losing. They were in a 2-3-5, they were in a 2-3-4, back to 2-3-5, and now 2-3-6. So it's been all changed. And it's still really tight at the back of the pack. We've got 1 pair of boats well separated at the front. And then this back pack of 4 boats has been constantly changing. I don't know who's going to come off better. We're just looking left now. So the red boat's just crossed in front. So that's back up to a 2-3-5. So that would be a win for the red team. But if they lose literally a matter of centimetres, they could well be back down to a 2-3-6. So all to change for. And actually, I think this green boat's just got the better of red 23. So now the greens might be through to a 1-3 after all. So it might all be for naught for the red team. We'll see how this pans out on the left-hand side. All the sailors holding out on starboard for now, so we're getting to the left-hand side of the final beat. This pair down here, I think the red boat's going to start to win. There you go, the green boat's tacking out. So green got first, but also sixth right at the minute. And red's just ducked there. The green flag from the umpires, no incident there. The race is going to be between 23 and 21, this left-hand pair that we're following now. If 23 can get in front, they might stand a chance. If they can't, it'll be a 1-3 for green. Approaching the finish line now. I think green's just got that. I think that's a 1-3 for green. So a close finish, a nail-biter to a race, but ultimately the team that had the better combination at the start managed to hold on with a 1-3-5. Well done to the green team.
Patrick, we were watching the Fevers earlier in the lighter winds, and it's clear that you've got to really change how you sail them as the wind gets light. You've got to trim the jib differently, but you've got to move so much further into the boat. With the Fireflies, how much of a gear change do these sailors need to make now that the wind is getting lighter?
Oh, it's a massive change, I think, in the gear change, like you say. So the first thing you'll notice is the crews are sitting in more, so the crew will be down to leeward in the Firefly. I've been there, it's not a comfortable position at all. Luckily I was a bit smaller when I was a crew, so you don't get much room down to leeward in the Firefly. And then with the main, you're definitely trying to make everything as smooth and as rolly as possible. So taking the roll tack when you can, trying not to use the rudder as little as possible, and using every little ounce of power you can find in the main. So making sure you've got a nice deep sail to power you along as much as possible. You don't want to be spilling any wind when you can, so making sure that you're not letting go of the main sheet at all. And then finally, you just want to be making sure you're not over trimming the jib. So if you trim the jib on too hard, you'll close out the slots and you won't let any airflow around the back of the main. So the back of the main there.
Yeah, it's an amazingly different mindset that you've got to take. I mean, I guess with all boats, I don't really have the experience in the Firefly that some other people do, but that ability to just realize that you've got to be sailing it differently is pretty key. Now, I'm just seeing a little bit of action on your start line, so I wonder whether we might stay with you. But just a quick update: it looks like the junior course is finished for the day. They seem to be making their way in. They seem to have completed all the races they think they're going to. So while we've still got action here on the youth course, Patrick, are you all right to dial straight into this one, and we can follow the last few races that we've got left remaining?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just coming up to the start gun now. 5 seconds to go. And we've got the yellow jibs and the green jibs. I'm not sure which the teams are, but I can see the top hats in the yellow jibs. So we'll follow this race. As you can see, it's gone very light down at the bottom now. So everyone's struggling to get off the line at all now. The yellow jib there did a really nice job of stalling out the two green jibs to windward of her. So they're very slow, trying to tack to get any speed at all now. Really trying to get some acceleration into the boats. Meanwhile, the yellow jibs on the far left look like they've got up to speed quite quickly, so they're looking really good at the minute. See where the first gust comes down this course. So I think the first team to get to the gust will probably win this race, because at the minute everyone's going slowly down at the bottom of the course. It just looks to be extending nicely on the right-hand side now. These green boats here just really struggling to get up to pace. We talked about how hard it is to accelerate when you're in dirty air. And I think this is proving it here. They got a bad start. They never got up to speed. They never were able to build speed. And now they're really paying the price. They haven't really extended at all on this port tack. So you see them tacking across now. But I think the yellow boats have been and gone, unfortunately, there. Seem to be extending really well on that right-hand side. If we just pan across to the left, we'll see the trio of boats on the left-hand side. They're still going really slowly. Everyone really struggling to get any pace in the boats at all on this upwind. Wow.
Amazing how that little bit of a breeze has got soft, and then that's it. It's all just kind of flattened out a little bit. We'll leave that one there as the sun comes down and that breeze starts to die. And what we'll do is we'll see if we can get Jake in, because we have got some racing going on. I think we are just about to get into final sequence on the pre-juniors, and this will probably be, if not the last race of the day, certainly starting off those last races of the day. So, Jake, coming up to the start.
Absolutely, less than a minute to go. It has gone very light now. There's a green flag behind me, so no foul there for the protest. But I think we've got several races left here for the pre-juniors. We had a few stoppages earlier on in the day, and I think we haven't quite done as many races as the juniors. So we've got plenty of racing left. We're sailing into the evening sun, which is absolutely delightful here. And we're pretty sure that we've got the reds and the blues. So you can see in front of you 2 of the blue boats and the red boat on the outside, although they are about to sail over the top of the blue boats potentially. And then on my left, on the start line, is the other red boat. Now, these guys, they've got bibs on, and that means they mean business. We've got the blue boat here. The other boat's coming in. It's going to be... That's the gun. So the red boat is off. The other red boat on the far side of the course, they are a little bit low on the line. So this blue boat here that's across, they're probably in second position. Then the red boat on the far side, and then this blue boat here that's nice and close. The boat that crossed the line first, the red boat, now they've tacked. We've always talked about this. Good decision, split the course. And one of the blue boats is cunningly slowing down its partner. Here we go. This could be the split from the blues. Good decision. Yeah, good attempt at a roll tack there. So we've got one red boat that's flown really out far right. And they're going to be coming in on starboard. They've probably overlaid it, but better to over than under maybe. And then the blue boat just behind them. We've got port starboard. That's an easy one on the far side. The other side of the course that you're not seeing, the left-hand side. And both red boats coming back in towards the windward mark now. There's the windward mark on the screen. The blue boat has also tacked. So we've got a red versus blue port starboard here. That's going to be the key decision. We've got a port starboard there. The blue boat will just simply duck that. Now the red boat is the windward boat. They've got to keep clear there. They've probably tacked a bit too high. They could be in for a little bit of a tricky situation here. The blue boat snuck inside there. Not sure who is actually going to come out on top here. Obviously, the 2 red boats, I think one of them is quite far behind, but they are also to windward. That's going to give them clean air, a little bit more, few more options in terms of what they can do on the race course. So it looks like we've got red, blue, red, blue. A nice luff there from the blues. That's a good decision. Trying to get their teammate underneath. Unfortunately, it looks like the reds have sailed fantastically well. But this could actually be a 1-2 for reds. That was a great attempt at a luff there from the blues, but unfortunately, the reds have just, I don't know how they did it. They've sailed exceptionally well. Mark 2, which means we're on to leg 3. Here we go. For the bear away, I would be heading over to the left-hand side of the course. That's the near side as we look at it. That means when you come back, you're going to be on starboard. Here comes the jibe. This is what I'm talking about. We've got some green and yellow boats. These guys are also racing. They're just racing on a different leg. Yellow boat's about to tack, but the green boat, look at them, waiting. Like the leopard in the long grass, waiting for them to tack, just to shout starboard at them. Anyway, sorry, back to red and blue. The red boat is right in the mix there. They're desperately trying to head the other boats up. Unfortunately, the blue boat's done a fantastic job there of covering the red boat downwind, stealing their wind, stealing their clean air, and slowing them down. And look now, the blue boat has got in front. So we're now red, blue, red, blue. This is all to play for. The reds have let it go a little bit. They did have a 1-2 lead, but the blues have played an absolute blinder there. Well sailed to get one position back. Now, we don't want to put the pressure on too much, but this blue boat here, they've got a bit of work to do. They've got a red boat that's a long way behind them now. There they go, slowing up. Well done. Excellent work there. And they're going to have to wait for their partner in crime. The blue boat there right at the back, following the reds. This blue boat here on the right of your screen doing an excellent job. Okay, here comes the jibe back. This is what they're going for. It's a port starboard now. This is a very simple If they go over the top, you've got to jibe back quickly. Now. Here they go. This could result in a protest. Oh, and the Reds have done it. The Reds have got ahead. You can see there's no overlap as they come into the mark. Lots of silhouetting in our wonderful sunset here. I've still got several polos left for those of you that are worried. Don't worry about me. I'll be absolutely fine. Hopefully I can find a fresh pack for tomorrow. The Blues have split. And the Reds have, well, I said the Reds have split. The Reds have got a good distance apart. So they are both on port tack, one behind the other. You can't see the other red boat. But it looks like they're sailing pretty solidly into the finish here. But this blue boat, they're hunting them down. They're not letting them go. There's the other red boat. It's tacked back on starboard. The blue boat here, they're hoping that they can catch this red boat, get a little bit of an advantage. Now, whilst the red boat tacks, they must keep clear, which means if they do a bad tack and the blue boat catches up, if the blue boat has to take avoiding action, that's a penalty. That will be a turn for the Reds. The red boat is on the right of the screen now. That giant bright light, that's the sun. Here they go. There's the tack. And tack completed. They're on starboard. The Reds have right of way. That was an excellent manoeuvre from the Reds. The other red boat's just coming into shot now. There you go. Looks like we're going to have a 1-2 for the Reds. That's an absolutely fantastic race. Snakes and ladders in the middle of the course, which is just like what we want to see. A fantastic manoeuvre from the blue team for a jibe back there on leg 4 of the course. First boat's across the line. The second one's about to go. So, no, that's a pretty good race, that one. I thought some excellent attempts at some mark traps and jibe backs from the team.
A pretty good race, a pretty good finish as well, and that pretty much brings everything to a close on your course. I'm not sure we're going to get much more racing out of your course, so we will leave you there, Jake. Thank you very much for all your efforts today. What we're going to try and do is we're going to try and see whether we can hear from the people that, well, not unlike our commentators who are in the heart of the action, but people that were really in the heart of the action, the umpire team. So we've actually got some of the umpires at the moment who are off the water, having put in an awful lot of effort. We're going to see if we can get a little bit of an opinion from you guys. First of all, let me just start off by saying thank you very much for all of your work. I know that it's a long day for everybody involved with this. It's a hell of a long day for you guys because you need to stay on form, thinking clearly. I'm just wondering from each of you, any kind of standout moments from today in terms of tactics, any kind of skills that you think need a little bit of recognition?
Someone's going to say something.
Okay, great day on the water, actually. Lots of good racing, quite a lot of races decided at the final beat. A bit of a range of standard, yeah, so at the back of the fleet, concentrate more just on sailing fast, pulling the sails in, keeping the boat upright. We'd like to see a lot more of that tomorrow. Front of the fleet, they were great. Good moves all the way around the course. Good day.
Lorna, how was your day?
Just make sure that if you want us to make a decision, show your red flags a bit more. We've not seen many red flags today visibly, so just make sure you do that for us, and then we'll make our decisions. Really good day.
Marta, any simple mistakes that people can get over for tomorrow?
No, I think the one Lorna says about showing the red flag and, being aware there's a situation, just protest and show the red flag. And then, as Chris said, just pull the sails in, sail around the course, go fast, and then try to beat the other team.
Michael, anything?
Yeah, it was great to see some of the younger teams on the junior course communicating so well together. Good communication between the boats, really positive, giving a positive vibe as opposed to just shouting, go fast. Really nice to see.
So I think that's us from our umpires.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're probably annoyed about having to stand on the pontoon for another 2 minutes when they could be getting a well-deserved cup of tea. So thank you very much, guys. All right, we will let you guys go. All right, that brings everything to a close today. There's still one or two races just still to be concluded on the water from one or two of our fleet, mainly the youth fleet, but with the umpires coming in, our camera boats coming in, that's all the coverage that we are going to be able to give you for the moment. So we will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. ready to start. And obviously things go into that final stage where we start getting into the knockouts and we start getting into those last few pushes towards the top spot. And eventually we will get to the point where we will be able to crown our winner in the youth in the junior and in the pre-junior fleets as well. So we hope you've enjoyed today, and join us tomorrow for some more good racing.
Good morning and welcome. We're here at the 2022 Southampton International Boat Show.
And welcome to the RYA Dinghy and Water Sports Show. That was the RS Games. We've had an unbelievable 16 days.
We're here on day one of the World Championship of RS21.
Have we got some action for you? Let's get cracking.
There must be something special about the boats, and there's definitely something special about the people who sail them.
As soon as I saw them behind me, I dropped to the knot and fully sent it.
So RS is more than about selling boats. RS is about friends, family, racing on the water, brilliant socials, and this accumulates that perfectly.
VersaDock and their modular pontoon system help events like this run smoothly, giving every venue the chance to quickly build custom pontoons and docks for boats, whether it's drive-on docks for ribs and powercraft or floating bays for easy access to the water. The system can be shaped to just about any need. At the Eric Twiname Team Racing Championships, this allows quick transfers of crews, saving time, keeping sailors dry, and helping the event be a success.
Use the RYA SafeTracks app. You can track your journey on your phone, you can add an emergency contact, and call for help if you need it. So the Coast Guard and the RNLI know exactly where to find you. Download the app now. It's free, easy to use. rya.org.uk/go/safetracks.